So,
Damn, I forgot.
who would like to give the recap of last session? Let's see. Shannon, can you?
I can certainly try. So, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I remember the latter half of the session a lot better than I remember the first half, and it does not help that it's been 2 weeks. Um,
First
we.
half was, well, you can skip the first half with Stargazer if you want to.
Oh yeah, we started with Stargazer because we were in book club,
Mm-hmm.
so we finally read No Exit, and it was like this shit is depressing. Hell isn't other people. I love other people, and then we finally like zapped back into our bodies, um, because we weren't even that gone very long. What I said. We weren't gone very long. And then Karina Khan was there, and we know like she's the Dorcha now, which is whack. And she's like consumed the identity of Calypso Amic. And she was like, I love you, my husband. I would never do anything to hurt you. And then Kato was like, I do not believe you.
I think he was like, I believe you wouldn't intentionally, but also you literally all you've done is hurt me.
Yeah, that's
So
kind of what it is, because she's goofy, she's a bit silly. So there was that sort of back and forth. I know Fitness said some stuff.
Fitna begged for Hrathur's life.
Yeah, oh yeah, because she was like, I'm gonna kill Hrathur.
Well, no, she
There's
didn't. She didn't want to kill Hrathur, but she was like, "You can't lead him to the Grove of Forte. I need that promise from you." And
yeah,
Hrathur
yeah, yeah.
said, "Go fuck yourself."
So she was like, I'm gonna kill Hrathur, and then she was like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like literally nothing. You can't stop me. And then we stopped her because Wendell took the blow.
Well, Hrathur was able to basically dodge fate
Yep.
and choose for himself at that last moment to slip away.
Yep.
Wendell took the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Wendell took the blow, and Wendell went down, unfortunately. And we couldn't save him. And I also forgot to mention this part. Kato put a curse on Karina Khan that made it so that whenever she kills someone, or is about to kill someone, they will look like Kato.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so Wendell is gravely injured. Karina eventually leaves us. I can't exactly remember why, but I just know that she eventually left us alone.
She was really, really freaked by the idea that Hrathur just dodged fate.
Yeah, yeah. And then we were around Wendell, we were comforting him as he was dying. And eventually he did die, and we gave him a burial. Vex grew some mushrooms around his burial site. And that is what I can remember.
Well, there was someone very important that you met as well.
Is her name the Maiden?
That's what she calls herself.
Okay.
Mhm.
I
Oh yeah,
honestly
yeah, yeah,
forgot
yeah.
for a
She
second.
was with like Wendell, and she appeared, and she was like, "Dang it, he died."
She also gave us instructions for getting to the Grove of Forte. Or, well, getting to the
Well.
nearest astral lighthouse.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But that is where we begin our session next morning after getting some much, much needed rest with a few day journey to Ioka still in front of all of you. I should ask, before moving on, is there anything you want to do or talk about as you start to trek towards Ioka?
I will go ahead and, probably a day or two from Ioka, I'll switch back to the form of Suitsui.
Okay.
I think that eventually Vex will find some time to sort of pull Hrathur aside and just like check on him, make sure he's doing all right.
Jamie's still having tech issues. Oh, I think Hrathur's not great. It's been a rough few days or weeks. Kind of hard to tell at this stage. Or honestly, months. It's been rough. So I'm not exactly at the full, but all things considered, I think I'm doing all right.
That's good to hear. I know there's been a lot of stuff going on, I mean, to all of us, but you know that happened right in front of you.
Yeah, well, it's been going on.
Yeah. And I know that you don't particularly have good memories from the Grove of Forte. And
No, I don't.
yes, and, just if you need a break, if at any point things are starting to feel like a little bit too much, just let us know.
I appreciate that, thanks. I will keep it in mind.
Yeah. And I think Vex will pat him on the shoulder and say, "Stay strong."
I'm trying.
I think after that, Vex will sort of just hang around the just different people in the party. Also her mom and Yathis.
Mm-hmm. And Yathis is definitely a little on edge. And as you come around him, as he's kind of trying to pack up the camp, he looks to you. Hey, sorry about your friend. Seemed like a good guy.
He was. He's helped us out a lot. He was a good guy.
Why the heck are you doing this, Vex? This is dangerous. No offense, but you don't have a dog really in this fight.
I guess at this point, I'm doing it because if I don't, who will?
Look, these things, these forces that we're up against, they're dangerous.
I'm aware.
I don't want to see you get hurt.
I'll be fine. I've been in and out of some nasty battles. I've faced death more than a few times.
I know, and I know that you can take care of yourself. I mean, like, you're strong. Still. Strength against stuff like this? I don't know. I've known a lot of good people from my people that were really, really strong. They didn't make it out fighting stuff like this.
Well, got my friends here. And we maybe aren't the strongest, but our bond together makes us something different.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
But also, maybe I'm just nervous about the Grove. I've spent my career trying to find this place, and your friend Hrathur, he knows where it is, and Honestly, Vex, once I find it, I don't know what my bosses are gonna want me to do next.
Well, maybe you could, I don't know, spend some time finding something else. I don't, get a new assignment.
I don't know if I want to leave my current assignment.
Well, if you find the Grove of Forte and you don't want to leave your assignment, then what comes after that?
I don't know. What comes after all this for you?
That's also a great question. I guess ideally I'd probably just go back to my little place in the Primordial Ring. It's a nice little cottage there, and I have my garden and my mushrooms, and and you and Mom and my friends could come visit, and I can make pie and tea.
I hope I get the chance to do that.
I hope so too.
Hey, your friend, he's moving. At this point, you kind of look over and you can see that for the first time since you made your exit from Professor Witterbeck's home, Max is beginning to stir, his eyes kind of fluttering open. What? And he kind of looks over to you, Hrathur, as you're the closest person to him. Where are we?
Oh, good morning. We are in the jungle, I guess. We're heading back to Ioka.
What? Why?
Well, we need to leave.
Again?
Yeah.
And he kind of looks around, and obviously he's kind of a little woozy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it for Witterbeck?
It's for several reasons. You're one of them, but...
Oh. Where are we going?
We're going to where I grew up.
Oh. Will I get to meet your family?
Sort of.
Oh, that's nice.
It's gonna have a long story there, but yes.
It's so cold. Can you get me a jacket?
Yeah, sure. And I'll see if I have like a blanket or something in my pack.
You do, but already it's, about 10 o'clock in the morning, Hrathur, and the jungle heat is already starting to pick up. It's the middle of summer in Arquette, and so it's about 85, 86 degrees already. But Max is still shivering like it's the dead of winter.
At this moment, I'm not questioning it, and I'm just giving him a blanket.
Fair enough. He smiles. Whew. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, where's Wendell?
Max, something happened while you were asleep.
What? What do you mean?
We met the actual Dorcha.
So I'm not the Dorcha then.
Nope. You're not the Dorcha.
But we met the actual one?
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
Well, you may know her as the High Diviner of Beacon.
Calypso?
Or you probably wouldn't know her as Cado's ex-wife.
What
So-
the fuck?
What happened was we learned that my wife, she consumed the identity of Calypso using some kind of really, really fucked up magic. So she literally became Calypso.
That's crazy.
So even though you are not the Dorcha, there is still... she's afflicted you with an illness, we'll say.
And
So-
the one way we know of curing it is to take you to where I'm from.
Yes. So, don't worry. I'm gonna get you better.
Thanks.
Um, but... And, Hrathur does start choking up a little when he starts to say this. She was very intent on killing me. And she tried, saying the entire time that it was destined and absolutely nothing could be done to prevent it. But she hit Wendell instead.
Hrathur, where is he?
We buried him already.
No. No.
Hey, Max. One part of the illness that she's put on you, we could even call it a curse, is that things tend to happen when you get extremely upset. So while I'm sorry that you had to have found out about Wendell this way, we really need you to try to keep it together until we can help you get her cured.
And you can see, like, his face is kind of twisted into that of grief and loss, as he was with Wendell a lot through this journey. Kind of looks up. I get it. I understand. I just want to protect you guys.
I understand, Max. And believe me, it's appreciated, but sometimes we have to take care of ourselves. And I wish it wasn't the case, but Wendell seemed to say that he was alright dying if I was able to live, which is kind of hard to wrap my head around, but it's what he said, so I'm just going to believe him. And Hrathur is tearing up at this stage.
And Max is too. But he tries one last time to bring himself together. I'm so sorry.
We'll be okay, Max.
And he just nods.
And I will, have my arm around his shoulder as we continue walking.
He hasn't stood up yet. In fact, when he tries to, he basically collapses as his feet give out from under him, the wave of nausea just taking him. And quickly, all of you start to realize he's not in any condition to walk. In fact, Sutsui, you can see that the tattoo on his neck has swirled all around his neck and has gone down completely his back and is now kind of coming down the legs as well. It's gone pretty far.
I will look to Cato to ask him to help carry him.
Yeah, I'll help.
So, Cato, are you scooping up Max?
Yes.
All right. And surprisingly, he's fairly light in your arms, and you're recognizing now that over the course of the journey, he's lost a little bit of weight as well, as being a target of the Warrens. The plane is eating, consuming. It's what it does. It takes and takes and takes. And right now it is taking whatever strength Max has left, just worming its way in. But see, Iothis kind of turns around. We should get going. It's going to start heating up a lot soon, and quite frankly, I don't want to be marching too long and too hard. Same time, we got to get out of this area.
You have to get to the Grove of Forte as quickly as possible for Max's sake.
Yeah. And Witterback chimes up. And from my general recollections, Ioka is still a few days away. That's where the woman said that... Mr. Hrathur, you noted that there was a ship there for us, or people that you knew?
Possibly. I don't know where he is on his route at the moment, but he's stopped there before.
Well, hopefully we can get there and meet up with them.
I think the maiden said she would be instructing a pilot to meet us there.
You can see Witterback shrugs. I suppose so, but honestly, I was quite taken with terror at the whole ordeal.
Which is fair.
We can talk about the ordeal later, but right now, let's get out of here. Cato, do you have the prince?
Do I?
Are you still carrying Max?
Oh, Prince. I heard Prince as in, like, Prints, and I was like, holy crap, I don't remember ever getting a set of Prince. Yes, I have him.
Yeah. Then Iothis is going to start making his way through the jungle.
Do you have a set of your wife's fingerprints? I mean...
No. It was just... Or like artistic, like a print of a map or something. I was very confused for a second.
Context clues, Jamie. Context clues.
That's why it wasn't matching up.
Part of
Well.
context clues to be like, that doesn't match up.
That's why I was I forget a lot of things, so I was worried I might have actually forgotten something. Like he gave, because it didn't fit. It wasn't like completely out of place to have like prints, like a print of a map.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
Are all of you continuing on northward?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Then, as you are continuing on, is there anything you want to do during your trip? It's going to be about 3 days back to Ioka at the pace you're able to travel. If not, then
Yeah.
we will pick up at this point on the first night after tough day of traveling. And Cato, at this point you have been carrying Max for, again, a few hours. Hasn't been able to really walk on his own, so you've been shouldering the load. And as you all sit down, finding a good place to camp. At this point, who is making dinner for the party?
I'll go ahead and do that.
All right, what are you making?
Well, what's around for me to cook?
Well, it's the jungle of Arquette, so songbirds, roots and tumors, the occasional mushrooms and things like that, plus your rations.
I will for sure gather some mushrooms because I know which ones are safe to eat and which ones are gonna kill you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll gather some of those. I think I will try to get some bird meat if
Gotcha.
I can. And I think what I will do is I will make like bird meat stuffed with mushrooms and roots, you said? So just stuffed bird meat.
Gotcha. And Iothas will take care of shooting down the birds with his bow and dutifully bring them to you. This enough?
Yes, thank you. Shot them good.
Thanks. Thanks.
Alright, now I'm gonna cook them good.
All right. As you're cooking them good, the office is going to make his way over to you, Hrathur. Hey, we have that conversation.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. The Grove of Forte.
Yeah.
I've been looking for it for a long time, so when we get there, you can put everything on a map for me, right?
Oh, um.
Look, your home, it can do a lot of good for a lot of people.
Listen, I would have absolutely said yes, maybe a couple days ago. But now that I know it is possibly the only place in this dimension that can hold back another dimension of constantly hungry whatever, I'm not so certain.
I'm with the good guys, Hrathur.
Listen, I understand that. You just please understand why I have this newfound hesitance.
I understand. Believe me, I do. But, again, this grove, it is the only place that can help people like Max. But, my people, we meet so many people like him. We're fighting the Warrens all the time. It's a hungry, hungry thing. If there's a way, a cure, it's important.
Listen, I also need you to understand, the only experience I've had with your employers is seeing a ship once or twice that was deeply intimidating. I don't exactly know what you'd all do. So it's just a hard call on my part. Maybe if you told me what it is exactly that you are and do, I would feel better about it. Because I honestly don't know.
It's a big question. I think it would just be easier if I proved that what we want is good together and don't need to make a decision right away. But I guess the long and short of it is we want to stop things like the Warrens. We want to stop the things coming from below.
Meropis, I like you. And I believe you, but I need that little bit of proof just because of how apparently monumental this is. Understand that maybe a month ago I thought it was a village I grew up in. I didn't know that it had any other significance outside of that.
I get it. I don't have a way to give you that proof right now, and so I'll wait for a time when I can. Just keep the line of communication open.
Absolutely. I will absolutely do that.
Because, quite frankly, if you die, if you get kidnapped, that location is leaked and it falls into the hands of the people we're against, your village is dead anyway. And any hope we have of protecting it.
True. Line of communication stays open.
Good. At this point, Sutsui, what are you doing?
I think Sutsui's mostly. He's probably been pretty quiet, especially the closer we get to Ioka. And he still wears his wedding ring at the moment, so I think he's been kind of just sitting like somewhere around the campsite, just kind of examining it.
As you're sitting there, examining it, holding it, you kind of perk up as you hear something out in the jungle, in the forest.
I would. Yeah, I'll kind of get up and see if I can get kind of a better look at what it is.
Alright, make a perception check.
Sure, just. I see. That is a 3, but because I have, let me check real quick. Oh, never mind, I'm not proficient, I can't do that. That is just a straight 3.
Straight 3. You have no idea, but as the sounds of branches snapping and things rustling gets louder, you look around, trying to peer through the jungle to see what it is. Before long, you come face to face with a soldier of Beacon. He's 19, 20 years old, human with long red hair and just kind of a little stubble of a beard. Like these deep, kind of frightened black eyes and deep dark circles under his eyes. One hand, he clutches a rusty old soldier's knife and goes, "Oh, hey! Hey, hi. Hello?"
Hello? May I ask what you're doing out here?
Traveling with friends. A little hungry. We smelled some food cooking. Look, we're not trying to cause any trouble, but we've been walking a long, long way. If you wouldn't mind, we'd like to just share a fire for a night. A night, that's it.
You say we? How many of you are there?
There's 6 of us. Used to be 7, but Cody got eaten by this weird bat thing a few days back.
Alright, and. Well. You're awfully far from Beacon.
Oh, you recognize the uniform?
Yes, I was in Beacon for quite some time.
Oh. Yeah, we were at one of the watchtowers to the west. Look, we don't mean you any trouble. We're just trying to get south as far as possible.
Alright, let me can you wait here just a moment while I talk to my friends?
Yeah, no, of course.
Alright, and I'll... Is the rest of the group, like, around?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll kind of head over to them, and I kind of want to keep, like, an eye, like, on the soldier, but I'll say, kind of in a lowered voice, there are some soldiers from 6 of... They say they're fleeing. They want to spend the night. Are you guys alright with that?
We could always just give them food and fire and leave to make our own somewhere else.
I would be fine with that. The literal only problem I possibly have with it is them recognizing that. And I say that quietly. So, if we want to try... Because I also
agree with your concerns.
Here.
I personally think if they are real people and they're not taken over by the Warrens or Warrens themselves, that it wouldn't be wrong to have them. We could put them through a test. It would seem weird to them, but surround them by a lot of light and a lot of noise.
Is
And
I'm sorry.
check for reaction.
Is Max still like wrapped up in that blanket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he awake and, like, in the conversation right now?
He's awake, you wouldn't necessarily say in the conversation. Just kind of tucked in, close to the fire on the camp, eyes kind of half open. He's in a bit of a daze. Has been for the past day.
Alright, Max, if you're alright with it, we can have you just hang out in your tent and tell them not to go near it.
I'm alright with it.
Just say you're sick or something and we don't want them to catch.
I am sick.
Yeah, but I don't think they can catch the Warrens.
Well, actually, in fairness, what temperature is it right now?
It's like outside. It's cooled off to about 80 degrees, but it's still
my gosh.
pretty
Our-
hot.
In fairness, he is wrapped in a wool blanket in 80-degree weather. Him being sick is not a hard sell.
We do have that in our favor, right? I say we let them stay. But
Should we use
if we
fake
take
names?
watch. Sorry, what did you say, Cato?
Should we use fake names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
We're pretty recognizable as is. If they see who we are, it won't be the worst thing, but I think it would also be a little funny if we don't coordinate our names at all. And during the period of the night, we just refer to each other as random names.
I think that is going to be highly suspicious.
Oh, it's none of their business as to who we are in the beginning. We tell them that up front.
You don't want to be suspicious, though. I think it's best if we just come up with fake names. Just a fake first name, and that's it.
All right, it's fair.
Hey, excuse me, can we... And you can see Sutsui, the guy that you left, is kind of crept a little bit closer. Can we come and eat your food? Share the
Hrathur
food.
lets-
Of course.
Hrathur lets out a
Just have-
chuckle and waves them over. And I
I have a thick
start,
friend, so keep your distance.
I start bringing Max over to his tent.
Oh, sure, guys, keep back a bit. You can see another 6 soldiers of Beacon, all in pretty rough condition. They're dirty, been traveling for a while, shabby, essentially. Wait. You get Max inside a tent, Hrathur. As you do, a few of them start creeping closer.
I'll get some plates ready for them, and I'll sort of bring them some food.
What is the disposition of the other soldiers besides the one who initiated contact?
Scared. paranoid, generally on edge with you guys. They're more afraid of you than you are of them, if you're getting the sense. Like, these people are, you know, they're nervous, they're not trusting you necessarily, but you think they're doing this because they don't really have any other choice.
Alright, fellas, I hope none of you have food allergies, because we got some songbird meat stuffed with mushrooms and roots that I found around. I also have some tea I can brew if any of you need any. Just come and get me. My name is Shannon.
Thank you. My name's Colin, says the leader of the group.
Nice to meet you, Colin.
Hi, Shannon. Yes, I'd love some tea and stuffed bird.
Alright, I'll give him the stuffed bird, and then I will start brewing some tea, Shannon style.
And, Colin will begin to distribute the stuffed birds and the tea to all the other soldiers who, most of them, take up positions kind of at the edge of the camp, not wanting to encroach. He is sitting by the fire, just, eating and trying to be a little hospitable with the rest of you guys. Mostly, though, just not talking unless talked to and keeping his head down.
So, Colin, you mentioned you were at the Western Watchtower. What exactly did you see there?
I saw a lot, being honest. Look, I don't want to start a panic or anything, but I was there to watch the Dorcha wastes, but everyone's been deserting lately. We stuck it out for a while. We weren't the first, but everything's going wrong. The organizational system shot. More of those creatures have been attacking from the wastes. We're not getting supplies. We didn't get a new shipment of arrows or crossbow bolts for weeks. Entire defensive line is about to fall apart. Especially with that new Captain Lysander in charge. Man, it's a mess. Thought he was supposed to be the first knight of Beacon.
Completely hiding his reaction to that statement. You're really far south. How long ago did you leave?
We've been running for, about 3-4 weeks.
You made a lot of distance on foot.
Well, we stole horses at first, but once we hit the jungles, it got a little bit worse.
It is very crowded.
Yeah,
I was just saying that the jungle is very crowded.
Oh, yeah, well, we started trying to take the horses through, but the creatures here, it got them. As well as, you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try us.
Try me.
It's like the night comes alive and it ate our horses and ate a few other member of our number, but yeah,
Oh, I believe it.
got real bad when we got to the site of where the prince murdered the queen. That whole area is crawling with ghosts and shadows.
Sounds like you all have been through a lot.
Yeah.
So, what, are you just going south until you can't anymore?
We're making for Onkai.
Mm.
Then we're trying to, at least a few of us, I'm trying to catch a ship out east, however far we can get.
I know it's not much, and it's the opposite way you're trying to go, but we've been traveling for a while, and it doesn't get any nicer. We're going north right now. If you are willing to come with us, we'll see that you're protected, fed. You won't lose a man, and the company wouldn't be bad for us either.
Maybe. I don't know. Just running at this point. We don't have any money to, not at least not much to pay you with. I mean,
Oh.
we'll help however we can.
What was your plan once you got to Honkai?
Do a few mercenary jobs. I hear that they're fighting the other city down there to the south a lot. So probably help out there or move boxes or crates at anything until we can get passage.
Well, you don't have to worry about paying us. We're on our own mission. We'll probably forage most of the food anyway.
Oh.
But
Hopefully you do
Right.
better than us.
Trust me, I'm the best apocalypse cook.
Oh, yeah, no, the bird, it's great. Thank you. Thanks, Shannon.
I'm glad you like it, Colin.
And he goes and takes another bite of the bird.
she's not kidding either. You should really try Shannon's baked goods. There's something else.
Oh no, I love baked goods. They're great.
And I
Yeah.
make cold salads.
Oh, really? My friend Jod over there loves cold salads.
Oh
Stupid
boy.
Jod.
Excuse you, Joda?
Oh, me. I wasn't saying anything. Sorry, Jod.
You can see one of the soldiers kind of looks up at hearing his name said so often. Don't worry. We're not talking to you, Jod.
It's interesting how we have such a similar name. Where does the name Jod come from? Jod?
He's short for Jodwick.
Ah. Nice to meet you, Jodwick.
The accent makes it sound like John Wick. So now I'm picturing like Keanu Reeves is at a campfire.
He loves his cold salads.
Yes, the cold salad is good.
I make them sometimes.
Do you make it hot sometimes?
Naturally.
Sometimes. If I'm feeling silly.
I am not a silly person.
I can tell that about you, John. That's why all of your salads are gonna be cold.
Good. Cold. Like my heart.
Oh.
Jod, are you okay?
Maybe
Do
you
you need
could
to- do you
warm
need
that
to-
heart by the fire.
No.
No? Okay.
Jod walks alone. And he walks off into the jungle.
I have to know if you drink your tea cold too, just to know.
And you can see Colin turns around.
Your friend is gonna die.
Yeah, Dalton, Caleb, can you go after him? And two of the soldiers stand up. Go. Yeah.
I don't know if you accompanying us north would be the best idea. We're doing all right on our own, and I don't think it would be fair to drag you further into the jungle.
It's true. We are trying to make it north as fast as possible.
Yeah, fair enough.
If you want though, I could teach you a couple of sailing knots. Might get you onto a ship faster.
Yeah, I'd like that. You teach the rest of us who are here?
I can try.
Thanks. And you can see kind of waves over a few of the others.
Including Dalton, Caleb, and Jod.
Oh, no, they're gone.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But does wave over Jamie and Keenan and Mark.
I take out a length of rope and start trying to teach them.
Gotcha. Jamie is doing really, really well. Keenan keeps tying himself up in knots. Can't seem to get out of his own way. Colin's trying to pay attention, but just keeps on horking down that bird. Mark is your best student.
Okay, cool.
Who's currently not doing the knots right now?
There are a few other soldiers back there who are, in general, well, technically there's only one now who's just sitting there alone eating the stuffed bird and just kind of looking around.
Are there any people on our party who are free right this second?
I mean, Eothas is kind of watching all this a little mesmerized, and your mother, Nephra, is just probably a few paces away looking at these people, kind of not with, like, contempt, but definite suspicion.
I'm gonna walk over to Eothas. I'm gonna whisper to him, "Thank God they're not traveling with us because I'd have to keep calling myself Shannon, and Shannon's a dumb name."
No. Shannon, like, no offense, but if you got called Shannon, like, what's the point at that point? I mean, just pack it in.
Exactly. Bad
Death is preferable to being called Shannon.
Like, who would hate their child enough to call them Shannon?
Someone named Sharon.
Ugh. No. Terrible.
Horrible, awful, yucky. Ugh.
Ugh.
Talk about Mama McConnell like that.
My mom's not named Sharon. And also, she didn't name me. My daddy did.
Your dad's named
Well,
Sharon.
we special.
My dad's name is Alan Donald McConnell III.
At a certain point in his lesson, Shaggy. His name is Shaggy. Asks, how are all of you with heights?
You can see Colin just shakes his head. I don't like heights at all. Mark, on the other hand, is like, you know what? Heights? I love heights. Heights are my favorite thing.
Okay. Right. I teach him some of the knots used to secure sails.
Ah, yeah. This is great. You know what?
Glad you're enjoying yourself.
I can definitely see myself climbing up a ship, tying a knot, and then jumping.
Just make sure you land in the water.
Oh, of course.
Landing on the deck could prove painful.
Well, if I just tie the rope to myself, I'll live.
That's not quite how that works.
I mean, if he had an elastic enough rope, maybe.
I mean, then that's a different story, but if it's just a regular rope, I mean, you might break your spine.
Oh. Well, I won't tie it around my back then. Maybe I'll tie it around my foot or my neck.
Definitely don't tie it around your neck.
Okay, I'll tie it around my toe.
I look at Colin.
Look, I've stopped trying to control Mark at this point. I mean, he just kind of gets out of things.
All right.
You'll be fine.
I continue with my lessons.
Okay. Anything else you guys are trying to do with these deserting soldiers?
No.
I definitely want to keep an eye on Max's tent. Just make sure it's undisturbed, unless he comes out.
Yeah, it's undisturbed, you know. The other soldier, a woman about 40, 50 years old, like short, kempt, black hair, kind of a longer, crooked nose, is staring around the camp. Sometimes just stares intently at the tent, but otherwise is keeping to herself and gobbling up the birds. Goes back for seconds, actually, and comes up to you, Vex. Excuse me, can I have another bird, please?
Oh yeah, sure.
I love birds.
Do you love to eat them, or do you love to look at them, or yes?
Yes.
All right, one bird coming up. Do you want it stuffed with another bird?
I do.
All right, all right, all right.
I love stuffing birds with other birds.
A bird stuffed with a bird, stuffed with mushrooms and roots, stuffed Shannon style. Here you go.
Thank you. And she just begins to eat it on her way back.
I love it when people love my cooking.
Right. But
I think at a certain point, Hrathur is just in a sort of not daze, but just like I don't even know anymore. So I'm just gonna keep tying knots and not talk because
okay.
I feel like this is going to go to weird places, and I don't want that.
Gotcha.
It's already gone weird places. I just don't want it to go further.
I want to talk to Colin at some point during the night.
Okay. You know, he takes a break from Hrathur's lessons as Jodwick is led back by Dalton and Caleb. Go back to eating their food. But you can approach him.
Hey, Colin. I noticed it seems like you're the de facto leader of this group. It's really cool. Shown some great leadership. And I have to ask, as you've been traveling through the jungle, and you've said that some of your members have gotten taken by the shadows and killed. in
Yeah,
other
poor
ways.
Ryan.
Yeah. Was it only one?
I know a bunch of them.
Okay. Not. I have to ask: has anybody ever been a single person, or maybe a group of 2 or 3, been separated from your group, only to join you maybe a day or 2 later?
He looks slowly over at Jodwick, Dalton, and Caleb. Yeah? Why?
Just wondering. It seems like with enough people, you'd be able to make it through the jungle. I was just wondering how you would manage if a smaller group, but it seems like those 3 made it out just fine. Surprising.
Yeah, well, when we've been in the jungle, they haven't gone far, luckily.
Yeah. Do they, after they came back, have they been spending a lot of time around any like campfires with you guys or anything like that? Have they seemed different at all?
Not different. No, Caleb's been really sleepy lately. That's about it. You know, really crashing hard. Sometimes, you know, takes a while to wake him up.
Do they ever try and just shield themselves from the sun during the day?
Caleb does, yeah. You know, but that's mostly just so he can get some more sleep.
Makes sense. Seems like a Caleb move.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I was just wondering. I'm just glad that you all are okay. Times are getting crazy now. People need to look out for each other.
Definitely, yeah.
Cool. Well, you should go grab another bird before they run out. I'm probably gonna head to sleep soon enough.
Yeah, we're probably gonna head out and make some camp a little ways away. You seem like cool people, but we got to keep moving, and some of us find you a little weird.
Understandable. That's fair.
But Julie is loving your bird, so she'll probably get thirds before we leave.
Sounds good. Well, I wish you the best, Colin.
Well, thank you, Joda.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I like that you remember Colin, but not you.
Yeah, that's what Fitna would do.
By the way, how many days worth of rations do we have?
I mean, a lot, basically. You're not short on rations right now.
Cool.
Yeah,
If someone didn't already do it because my Discord was freezing in and out for a bit, I'd like to just pack up some rations for them and take it to Colin before they leave.
And Colin will kind of nod his head. Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate this.
Well, just stay safe out there.
Yeah, and be careful up north. Things are starting to get bad up there. I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, the watchtowers already stand abandoned. Once those things get out of the Dorcha wastes, it's just not going to be pretty in Western Bospora.
Thank you for the... We'll be careful.
All right. Come on, guys. Let's get going. You can see, looking over, that Jamie has this, long line of knots that they've been completing, and they're like, ah. And Mark is got this whole, cat's cradle going on between his fingers. I am going to be so great at climbing ships. He's just playing with it, back and forth.
Hrathur's doing a nod that becomes a circle motion with his head, but just stops it.
Okay. At this point, is there anything else you want to do with these people before they head out?
I'm good.
Okay.
Probably just gonna be like, alright, don't forget to get your birds, don't forget to get some tea, and don't forget the name Shannon Bananan. What?
Why are you doing this?
You can see Iophis just looks to you and it's like, why?
Totally unnecessary.
It's... I have fun.
Too much sometimes.
Once they're gone, I do want to talk to Vex, just real quick.
Okay.
Once
Vex.
they're gone.
Yes.
Is it weird for you to eat mushrooms?
No.
Are they just chill with it? They don't scream for mercy or anything?
Well, they don't exactly, feel pain in the same way. It's like a
Imagine-
mammal, or a
Imagine
humanoid.
It's almost cyclical, where, you eat the mushrooms now, and mushrooms will eat you later.
Exactly.
As long as you chew them real gentle, they'll do the same to you.
No matter what
That's
I
horrifying.
do, well, it is the inevitability. No matter what you do, they will decompose you. So,
I don't think we're locked in this duality of eat or be eaten, this endless cycle. There are other ways to die. You can decompose through other means.
decompose involves decomposers, which are basically all fungus.
Or bacteria.
Or
You are a
bacteria.
fungus.
Thank you!
Did not mean that as a compliment, but,
Oh, you mentioned it's derogatory? Okay.
And over Fitna's shoulder, Vex, you can see your mother at this has slowly started to stand up and is just walking up behind Fitna ever so slowly.
But I mean, mushrooms. What is your deal with mushrooms? I've meant to ask because I didn't know you before all this began. Is it a choice?
What's your deal with your dad?
Get out! Get out! But you're just gonna stand up and just stalk to the edge of the camp.
You can see as he passes by Nefer, who was getting ready to basically choke slam Fitna from behind. She's just smiling now ear to ear. Well done.
I learned only from the best.
Good, good. I'm glad. You've done well.
Thank you.
If the boy tries to do anything like that again, break his soul.
I've proved effective at that.
Yes, you have.
Short
And
but
for-
devastating.
And for those who are curious, the mushroom thing is a choice.
I was genuinely curious.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, they say silly little things to me, and I listen to them. It's pretty sick. However, Fitna's deal with his dad is not a choice.
Fitna was about to come back, but as he was walking, he probably heard that and went back.
Should we get some sleep now, guys?
Yes.
I think we're all feeling a little goofy. We could use a little nap.
Before I go to bed, I do check on Max.
He is sleeping fitfully, but he's sleeping.
Okay.
Go ahead and take first watch.
I'll take second.
I mean, how many watches do we need? 3?
Theoretically, yeah.
I'll take the third one.
Alright. That case, Suitsui, can I have you make a perception check?
Me or Kato since he's going first?
You.
Great.
Kato's watch
Alright.
passes without incident.
Fantastic. For perception...
Run away to see if I find like a cool bug or something.
If you want. Are you wanting to try and do anything during your watch?
No.
Okay.
That roll was a 12.
A 12?
Mm-hmm.
Huh, nice. Okay. Your
I
watch
like that.
passes without incident.
Great. I'll
Anything
wake
you're trying to
Hrathur
do?
for it.
Okay.
No, Tsutsui still just contemplating and shit.
Fair enough, fair enough. Hrathur, are you trying to do anything on your watch?
Nothing specific.
Cool. Can you make an athletics check for me?
Oh boy. Dirty 20.
Your watch passes without incident.
What? I didn't think I could make an athletics check and have it be unnoticeable.
Well, as you're there, fighting off the want for more sleep, there's a tightness in your muscles that goes through you for but a moment, but otherwise you're fine.
It's an 18. How many cool bugs do I find?
You find 3 cool bugs.
Oh, excellent.
2 beetles and a moth.
Ooh. Like
I
a
had to
weird
step away
synthesis
for a
kind of
second.
breed.
Why are you looking for bugs?
What else am I gonna do sitting alone for 4 hours?
Contemplate your
watch.
wife and your relationship. Figure out.
Yeah, contemplate with me.
See, that's exactly what Kato's
A lot
avoiding
of
doing.
energy.
Correct,
That
correct.
takes a lot of energy, so instead he is going to find bugs. any of them like a weird like Frankenbug? Because, you know, Arquette kind of breeds monsters.
I mean, they're all like unique, but most of the creatures that come out of Arquette are not like full on monsters. They're just like, oh, this is a never before seen like beetle or goat or something like that. It's very the actual like horrific, terrifying monsters are, you know, 1 in 1,000. Else, Arquette would be a literal wasteland or an apocalyptic zone, but you know, you do find cool bugs.
Looking at pictures of pretty beetles right now.
Fair enough. Now, for the rest of you, is there anything you want to try and accomplish during your next 2 days of travel through Arquette?
I want to see if I can pick up any cool spices or herbs or ingredients.
I mean, you can. Like, there are definitely jungle spices, and you can actually probably find some turmeric here in the jungle.
Let's go! Okay, I picked that stuff up.
Gotcha.
Can I find like any really cool wood scrap?
Make an investigation check.
Thick.
6? I mean, you can find some, like, unique pieces of wood. Nothing, like, overly cool. It's pretty basic what you're actually able to find, but, you know, it's new wood that you've never used before.
Okay. I'm gonna try some carving with it.
Alright. Is there anything in particular you're trying to carve?
A seal.
A seal. Go ahead and make for me a dexterity check. You can add your proficiency to that. You try to carve out this seal.
Proficiency 5. Well, I rolled a 5, and I get +5 to Dex, and my proficiency is +5, so
I mean, yeah, so 15. It's a decent looking seal. You know, definitely of a quality that you could probably sell it. You know, it's not your best work by any means, Hrathur, but it's not bad.
is the wood like an interesting color?
And it's actually, like, the outside is this, like, deep, dark brown. But as soon as you go into the interior, it's a bit of a pinkish color.
Oh, cool.
Towards,
Yeah.
like, the core of the wood.
Nice. I will put that in my bag.
All right, so you can add 1 carved seal.
Okay.
Anybody else? If not, we can fast forward to midday on the 1st of Kaisa, the last month of summer. As at this point, you are finally, once again, reaching Ioka. As you begin to make your way out of the forest on a nearby hill, Sutsui, you're kind of towards the front of this party, so you can see the city that was your home for a long time. You can also see that the streets are swarming with guards from the great houses. It seems like the city is on high alert for something or somebody.
Okay, how far are we from the city?
At this point, you're probably about 3-4 miles. You're not in danger of being spotted by any of them, but you can see them in and amongst the buildings and the pagodas, underneath the giant sakura tree.
I'm gonna say to everyone, Aoka is swarming with guards from the great families right now. We may not want to actually enter it. Hrathur, do any of you know where in Ioka the lighthouse is.
Can I like spot it?
There's no lighthouse in Ioka.
Oh,
Oh, that. Okay. It may be best if one of us goes into Ioka alone to find out what's going on before the rest of us come in case they're looking for us.
well, bit of a problem there. Most of us
Very
stick out like sore
recognizable.
thumbs.
I can take on any form I want.
I mean, fair. I'm just saying, I'm a Sather. Kato's missing a hand. Vex is a tiefling. It's kind of hard to miss.
I am also cool.
I mean,
You are.
yes. That goes without saying, but
Well, I figure our group composition is only a problem if they're looking for us. If I sneak in and find out what's going on and get the clear that they aren't looking for us, we can come in and everything's dandy.
What if we just avoided Ioka entirely? That's my opinion. If we vote otherwise, I might
Well-
change my mind.
Where I believe it was.
okay, am I missing
I think
something?
the maiden just
didn't
told
the
us to
maiden-
go here.
Yeah, didn't the maiden
Oh.
tell us to come here?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Did she tell us to meet someone specific or just say to go here?
She said she did not mention specific people, as far as I remember.
She did not.
well, in that case, I guess we can try and seek out your brother, Suitsui.
My brother hopefully is not still in the area.
We can check out his old place. Good place to try and land for the night. Discreet.
Last I checked, everyone aside from Sotsui's brother that was in that area did not care for us.
Fair.
Well, Ioka. As long as. My family was the main problem, and they tend to stick to their castle, not out on business, but they probably do have eyes around Ioka. So even if we stop at a tavern somewhere, word may get out to them that we're here, and I don't know if we want that.
When you change, does it include clothing?
No, it does not. But I do have a lot of spare clothing in my bag, but it doesn't change automatically.
I would like to know what the heck is going on down there. I'm just concerned that most of us would be caught pretty quickly. If it is for us, that is. Which, considering the situation we're in currently, I don't really want to risk.
You can see Iothis speaks up. I mean, yeah, it's a little rocky, this. And look, if they are after us and we did piss them off, why don't we just look for passage somewhere else? There's some roads that go around Ioka. Maybe we wait a while, try and find somewhere else.
We may have to move on eventually, but it seems maybe counterproductive to the maiden to send us into danger. It may be that the guards are entirely unrelated to us.
It is possible. Maybe it's just because us is all I know, but it seems unlikely.
Maybe we should.
Who knows? There could have been a labor riot 5 minutes after we left, and I have no idea. But
Maybe for tonight we camp somewhere outside Ioka, but close enough we can keep an eye on it. And then maybe we try to gather some intel, and then, depending on what we find, we either head into the city or we leave.
And see Iothas nods. I mean, I actually kind of like that idea.
Sounds fair enough.
yeah, works for me.
Should we split up and try to find some good camping ground?
I don't see why we have to split up for that.
I mean, I've been around Ioka specifically a lot. Would I know enough of the surrounding couple miles to be able to remember, like, particularly good camping spots or anything?
Make a nature check for me to see. Because you are around here, but you were hunting in different areas, and you were a pampered rich kid as well.
That is fair.
So we'll see.
You know the bougie places to camp.
Exactly. I do have an expertise in nature, though, so yay. 22.
22.
Total.
You know specifically the bougie places to camp, Sutsui. Which also means you know the places where people don't go very often. Which a lot of the time is towards the eastern side of Ioka, away from a lot of the main thoroughfares that go into the city. So if you wanted to be isolated, then probably there is a good place to go.
If we're assuming we're trying to avoid attention, the eastern side of Ioka would be the best bet.
Trust your judgment. You know better than any of us, I'd assume.
I think, well, Kato, you said you're from Arquette. What city are you from?
It's not the most important in the world. I don't really like to think about it too much.
Alright, I didn't mean to pry. I just wondered if it was also Ioka. Well, in that case, I'll lead everyone towards the eastern end.
Okay. Nephra is going to kind of be giving Cato the side eye during all this, but at this point, as well, you are going, Sutsui, making your way through this area. You leave behind, the main traveled roads of civilization, and make a perception check for me again.
Sorry, Colin, another 12.
12? Okay. Then, making your way through, everything's going well, leaving behind a lot of the sounds and noises, replaced with the quiet Arquette jungle. And then you hear some talking, some laughing ahead, Sutsui, which is strange, because at this point, you're pretty far out, and you're like, there really shouldn't be anyone out here. There is literally nothing around, but probably 50 to 60 feet ahead of you through the dense jungle brush and shrubbery, you are hearing, voices laughing loudly. You hear the clinking of cups and things like that.
I'm gonna say quietly to the party, there really should not be other people.
Can I hear anything?
Yeah, as you're listening out on the wind, you are beginning to pick up voices.
Alright,
Not like
maybe
not like words, but just that there are voices.
Yeah, not specific words, but voices and conversation.
the rest of you, I think, should hang back here, and I'll scout ahead and see who they are.
Alone?
I'll be able to hide better on my own.
Alright. Well, if you have trouble, shout.
Yeah, be
Okay, I
safe.
trust you. For better or worse.
I'll be fine. They're, less than 100 feet ahead. And I'm gonna try and... what time of day is it, by the way?
It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Not ideal, but I'll roll with it. Can I try and sneak my way closer then?
Sure, make a stealth check.
Alright. That is a nat 1, but because I have reliable talent, I can treat a d20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10 if I have proficiency. Or does that not work for nat 1s?
It's going to be a little off for a nat 1, but we'll save that description. As can you head over to side 1 with me?
Oh
Oh no!
Hey, Caleb.
Hey, Colin.
You're so reliable.
Thanks.
So, as you are making your way through this dense underbrush, creeping quietly, you actually shimmy your way up a tree as there is like a thick patch of tangles that you don't want to risk going through. And as you shimmy out onto a branch, you can see that there is a small clearing in the forest. And parked in the clearing is an astral ship. And you can see that there is a small campfire with a pot over it, probably boiling some water, and 4 or 5 people just clinking glasses and mugs around it. The ship's exact name is the Aurora, and there is a sign next to the fire that says, "Friends of the Maiden, welcome!" exclamation point. And as you're sitting there reading it, going like, what the hell? Crack! As the branch that you're on splits from under your weight. And you go tumbling down into the open. As all the people sitting there clinking just stop and look at you as you're just sprawled out onto the ground in front of them. One of them, a man in a captain's uniform, this thick gray beard, big bushy eyebrows, looks at you. "And who might you be? A spy? A thief?
A travel.
Traveler?
Yes.
What's your name?
Shigeo.
Shigeo? Okay. Do you know, the Maiden?"
I may. Depends on who's asking.
My name is Captain Kristoff of the Aurora. I was hired to take a few friends of the Maiden. One was an old member of my crew.
Hrathur.
Who? I don't remember Hrathur.
No, let's see. And you say the maiden sent you?
Yes, we were traveling out near Clover, and a strange woman comes up and starts babbling on about, I need to go here, park in this place. She had money, and I said, well, we have our own trade route and things to do. And she brought up Speedy, member of my old crew, and said that he was in trouble. That,
Oh. I may know who you're talking about. Do you mind if I come right back?
Wait. You can see a few of the others have gotten up and have kind of like halfway drawn short swords. There's a question that she wanted me to ask. She wanted me to ask if, what was it? Oh, yes. Do you know a cloud caller?
Ebra Cloudcaller. Yes, I do.
Good. Then yeah, free to go. Are you going to be one of the passengers?
I am, yes. Cloudcaller, is she here?
What? No. Didn't really know that's a person. I assumed, but...
Ah, okay. Alright, I'll be back.
Okay. And you know where... never mind. I'll ask when the rest of your people get here.
Alright, just a minute.
Alright, back to Maine.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh,
Hey!
no. What's with the Dead by Daylight music?
It's not Dead by Daylight music.
Alright, and I'm heading back to the party.
Gotcha.
Hey, Sutsui, I'm assuming absolutely nothing weird happened.
I wish.
Uh,
Your father, Captain Kristoff, correct?
I'm sorry, how do you know that?
Well, you mentioned to us before. He has a ship over there. I did not know he did not know your name was Hrathur, so I called you Hrathur to him. And he
He
was
knows that.
confused.
He gave me that name.
Odd. He was told that an old member of his crew by the name of Speedy had been here. I didn't correct him because I didn't know.
Mhm.
He and a few other people are over there with a ship welcoming the Friends of the Maiden. Fair warning, if he calls me Shigeo, that's because that's what I told him what my name was. I panicked.
Gotcha.
should have said your name was Shannon.
I was not doing that.
Why not?
Just
That's-
Suitsui
that's
look
all
like
for
a
you.
Shannon to you?
Yes, everyone
I
looks
could
like a
be.
Shannon.
Hey,
Hra-
there's no need
Hrathur-
to be rude.
Hrathur claps his hands, goes, okay, and sprints in that direction.
Okay.
Kato's
Fit
gonna
no
try
chase
to keep
after.
up.
I'm following.
Gotcha. Iothas will scoop up Max, and Nephra and Professor Witterbeck will head off after you. As Hrathur, you go out sprinting. Before you pretty quickly end, there is a mess of like tangles and thorns. You're just bulldozing right through them.
I jump over them.
Okay, you jump over, soaring, hitting the ground on the other side, and you can see that there's an opening in the jungle. Parked out there is the Aurora. There is a fireplace with a pot boiling over it, and no one outside. It's empty. And then at this point, Hrathur, you hear a click as a crossbow is loaded right behind you, and you hear Captain Kristoff's voice say, "All right, now listen here. You might be Hrathur. Friend's a little strange. Tell me something only my Hrathur would know."
Uh, Bale taught me wood carving, and my first fight was against a mind flayer.
And you hear Captain Kristoff's voice kind of chuckle behind you. You know, you had a friend who just lies right off the bat.
Yeah, I know, it's been a weird few days.
And you feel a great set of arms come up behind you and give you a big hug, kind of lifting you in the air.
Hrathur's chuckling as he kind of grabs onto them.
And at this point, Hrathur, as you turn around, you can see the other members of the Aurora coming out of the bushes. They've had their weapons drawn. And now the rest of your party finally makes their way into this clearing. Sorry, couldn't be too careful. You're actually the third Hrathur we've had this week.
What?
Bunch of fakes.
Huh. Alright, that's weird, but okay.
Yeah, they've looked exactly like you, but made of shadow.
Concerning.
Yes, deeply.
None come in the daytime, but you can't be too careful.
Yeah, fair. Oh, by the way, Hrathur raises his hand to show that he has a Torvian now.
My boy!
Eh,
Where did you get that one?
You're not gonna believe this. Delivering something to Brekendal.
The Lord Brekendal himself.
Uh-huh.
You have many stories to tell all of us.
Yeah.
Oh my. Well, and he looks back to everyone else. Hello? My name is Kristoff, Captain of the Aurora. I assume you're the Maiden's friends.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
it is good to meet you. I was not told much by the woman. She was extremely strange. You're making interesting company, Hrathur.
It's been a weird, I'm not gonna lie, few months. What did she tell you?
Well, she said to meet you here at these coordinates. Said that we were going to be heading up close to where we picked you up the first time. That's what really perked my interest.
Yeah, that'd be the case.
I said that it'd be again hard getting there exactly. You came a little ways away up to a place with an astral lighthouse, but she seemed to indicate you knew a place to pick a small one up on the way. Is that true?
Yeah. Again, weird. But yes.
Also said we'd be transporting a prince, and to prepare some special quarters for him, had us buy a lot of candles, some new musical instruments, drums, guitars, things like that. I know that you're not a big fan of them, so I was a little hesitant, but...
It's honestly grown on me. I know that's weird, but it honestly has.
What? And you can see Bale, who's behind you, goes, Little Hrathur liking music? Huh, have the pigs sprouted wings?
It took a lot and a long time, but yes, it happened.
The goat finally dances.
Okay.
And he comes up and kind of, like, rustles your head. Right.
How you been, Bale?
Good. Going here, going there. Well, sold a few wood carvings. It has been good. Cannot
Nice.
complain.
Oh, actually, and I reach into my bag and take out the seal. I got this yesterday.
A very fine piece of work. Should be proud of yourself.
Yeah, it's nice.
One day you will almost be better than me.
Mm.
Like you aren't already.
Ah, you give me too much credit.
I do, don't I? Can't let it go to your head. Can see Kristoff smiles. Well, enough, you two. Apparently we have a deadline that we need to meet.
Right, yes, let's go.
Have you or, well, I know you have your friends traveled via astral ship before?
If I were to guess, I would say he has, and I point to Yathis.
You can see Eothas nods. Yeah, me and Vex have. At least I
Yep.
know that.
Those two. I point and look like I'm unsure at Vex's mom.
She just gives
Saying
a
if
slow
she-
nod.
The rest of them, I don't think so.
I think I would have traveling like between the Prime Ring with my mother, right?
Yes.
I've been on them before, but not for a long time.
And he kind of nods. Well, quarters are a bit tight sometimes, especially with this many passengers, but we should be able to make good time. Usually about a week's time between journeys in the rings, depending on the trade routes, honestly. But
All right, well,
we have
no
enough
time
fuel.
like the present.
Exactly. Well, welcome aboard the Aurora, everybody. And he begins to make his way up to this long, sleek, kind of grayish ship. Windows along the sides. Kind of almost looks like this silvery gray needle. But are you guys hopping on?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
Then, as you go and start hopping on the ship, on the inside it is closed with, kind of wood boards on the floor. And as you get on, the captain heads up to like this front cockpitted seat, begins tapping a few buttons. And Hrathur, this is all, standard procedure to you, but the rest of you feel the ship begin to rise off of the ground. And as it does so, kind of feeling your stomach turn a little bit, you watch as the kind of top of the ship folds away and gets replaced by these two sails with like this gossamer, thin, like cyan colored thread that comes out off of them. And before long, the ship begins to pitch up into the air, climbing above the clouds as it starts to take this holding pattern. We're in the air, but I still don't know where exactly I'm supposed to head.
And I tell him roughly the coordinates of the small astral lighthouse.
Gotcha.
As close as I can get.
You can. One close to Ulan. And this point, as you begin to speak it out, he nods, punching in the coordinates. All right. Shouldn't be more than a few hours. We'll make it there probably at sunset.
All right.
And for those of you that, again, haven't flown in the astral ship before, like Fitna and Cato, you can look out through the windows or over the deck, and you can see clouds and miles of rolling jungle, and then open, rolling, grassy savanna plain go by, as you're finally entering back into Western Bosporus. And as you go, making your way, eventually below you can see the town of Ulan, place where you all first met. And as the ship begins to descend low, at this point, Max has been put into a private quarters down below deck, and Hrathur, you're shown everything by Captain Kristoff, as the room is filled with all of these candles and musical instruments, a bed covered with heavy, fluffy blankets. As you walk in, all the candles and the blankets and things, it's actually pretty hot and pretty bright. And as Iofas helps to lay Max in bed, he looks actually fairly comfortable in here. And Kristoff looks to you. Is this good? Your friend seems in a bad way.
Yeah, it should be good. Thanks, Paps.
I don't know much about what you're doing. Seems dangerous, kid.
Yeah, it is. No other way of phrasing it. It is.
Damn. Well, many things worth doing are dangerous. Yeah, we faced down mind flayers a few times.
Yeah.
Can't be any more dangerous than them, eh?
Trust me, I remember.
Good. Well, we should be making a final approach soon. I'm gonna go up and set her down. We can get this astral lighthouse and then get the hell out of here.
Sounds good. Give me just a minute.
Of course. He'll step out of the room.
After he does, I spend a few minutes playing on the drums.
And you can see as you do, Max, who's drifting in and out of sleep, just gets this faint smile on his face. That's nice.
Glad you like it. I'm a little rusty.
It's still nice. Even if you can't keep a beat.
Okay. And I'll just continue playing.
Gotcha. Are the rest of you doing anything upon final approach?
Chowing down on some cinnamon rolls.
Okay. Fantastic.
I'll talk to Captain Kristoff.
Okay. You can see that he's gone into a captain's chair with another first mate type character next to him who is helping to flip switches, reading out coordinates, and he kind of smiles up at you. Ah. Hello, fake name.
I am sorry about that. It was just, well, we were looking for where the maiden directed us, and it seemed a bit too convenient.
Well, yes. But at least you're a better liar than some of the suits we've killed.
Oh, so they're impersonating the rest of us too, not just Hrathur.
Oh yeah, definitely impersonating you. But, you answered the past question right at least. None of the others have done that before. We honestly thought that you might have just gotten it right by mistake. But, what can I help you with?
Oh, no, I honestly just wanted to apologize for lying.
It's alright. Probably a little bit suspicious with everything going on.
It's good to meet you. Hrathur definitely seems in higher spirits with you around.
We're in higher spirits with him. He's a good lad. Hard worker. Picked him up from Primordial Ring. Well, I think it was his first time leaving. Was with us for a number of years. Sometimes I still miss his cheery demeanor.
Yeah, he's good. I don't think we'd have made it this far without him, in all honesty.
Yeah, it sounds like him, all right. Well, I'm sure that we're gonna get much more time to get to know each other.
Alright, I hope so too.
And the ship will come down right before the tomb of the third Dorcha Rex. This slow, calm landing. Barely feel the bump of the ship's landing gear hitting the ground as the top folds up once again. All right, anyone who's going ashore is going ashore. Rest of us staying here.
I'll go ahead and hop out.
All right. Anyone else venturing into the tomb of the third Dorcha?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Are we going somewhere?
Well, I think we have to pick up the lighthouse from in the tomb, because wasn't it a miniature
don't-
one?
It was small, but I don't think it was portable.
It was small, like one person couldn't carry it alone. But it,
But it could be carried.
it could be carried, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't like I don't know. I was picturing it like bolted and set into the floor.
Bolted into the floor, no. But a heavy device, definitely.
Okay. In that case, I guess I'm going to. I will say it feels a bit like a bad idea to leave the ship, my dad, Mac, alone.
You can see Eothas nods. I can stay here and take care of the kid.
All right.
If anything happens, I can at least hold anything off long enough for you guys to arrive back.
That's fair enough. We'll have to be quick.
Agreed. Good luck.
Thanks.
I don't know about just one guard. Maybe Nephro, would you mind staying as well?
You see Nephra nods. I can do that. Witterbeck, you're staying here too. And you can see the Gith Zerai nods. Oh, I mean, all right. And she just kind of looks at him. Could be dangerous in there. We don't need our expert getting hurt or injured. And he just kind of nods. Yes, I suppose so. Just drink my tea. And Iothis kind of turns back to the rest of you. And plus, you'll only be a minute, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hope.
All right, double time, people. Let's go.
All right. So, you guys racing in through the old tomb.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. As you do so, passing in through the entrance where you all met, looking at the stumps and stones where you sat waiting for each other, make your way down a long set of stairs, through a room, an old battlefield, really, where Cato, you got your Kopesh, Vex, you got your staff. You make your way through the vines that you cut away. You make your way past the prophecy room, where you heard the first part of the Dorch's prophecy. Hrathur, you pass through the threshold of that long bridge that's over the leech pit. And as
Are the
you,
leeches still alive?
there is more of them.
Oh,
Now.
God.
They seem to have grown and are now maybe only 3-4 feet below the lip of the bridge. Millions, if not billions, swarming there. But there is still another threshold that leads into the orrery room with the astral lighthouse. And as you make your way inside Hrathur and the rest of you follow, you can see that the lighthouse is there, still blinking, giving off its signal. And you can see that there is a figure looking over, working on it, really. An older gentleman with a red, kind of nice dress shirt on, white hair, widow's peak, glasses on the nose, and a tool in hand as they're just tinkering around, and then turn confused as you enter. Oh. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
You shouldn't be here. Should be in the Warrens. The Dorcha saw you there.
Yeah, well, maybe she needs glasses.
And he kind of looks at you. Oh. Did you get some help?
Hrathur shrugs.
You did, didn't you? Isn't she sly, throwing you off the path of fate? I suppose you're here for this little number.
We are, yeah. And we'll be taking it.
You will? Suppose there's nothing I can do to stop you then. But if I'm letting you take this with no fight, I don't want to disappoint you. What if we play a little game?
What does that mean?
Well, I'm thinking perhaps, maybe, because Cadogan has been very, very naughty lately, that I challenge him to a duel. Not to the death, just to a touch, the bleed, perhaps. You've made certain people very distraught by your actions, and I think you should have a bit more, well, empathy.
I suppose. What are the terms of the duel?
What do you want them to be?
I'd like to know what you had in mind.
Well, I was thinking if I win, then maybe, just maybe, you write a letter of apology to the current Dorcha. And if you win, well, I'd like to hear your terms.
We get to take the lighthouse and leave without further incident.
Okay. Very
When we
fair.
say first touch, do we mean first to draw blood or first to take?
First to draw
serious?
blood, let's say. I don't think we need to try and hurt each other, right? But I'm very good, Cadogan. Very, very good. Say, what if I help you with a better weapon?
Like mine.
Oh, well, what if I give it some more power then?
I must understand my hesitation to let the person I'm about to duel anything with my weapon.
I don't want it to be unfair. And I give you my word, in the old tongue and the new, that I will only increase its power, without any ill effects to you or anybody else.
Or the weapon?
Only the weapon, yes.
Okay then.
And he kind of smiles. Will you be using your Kopesh?
I believe so.
Can I see it?
He'll hesitantly offer out the blade.
He walks over. And he touches it. And you feel this static in the air, Cadogan, as there's a rushing, as an incredible amount of power flows into the blade, as the man begins speaking this ancient language faster and faster and faster. And you can add the legendary version of Rapture to your inventory.
Oh lord.
As at this point, the blade has become shined to a fine polish, dripping with power and energy, almost buzzing in your hands. See? Only helping you. And for my weapon, I'll use this rock. And he picks up a pebble off the ground.
Hey, this is out of character. I feel like I've gotten myself
Yeah.
way too deep.
Yeah.
That's alright,
Yep.
though.
Yep.
Yeah, not
Okay.
a question.
Okay. Going.
You can see the man picks it up, gets ready. All right. 5 paces apart. Which one of you will call the duel start?
Before we start, I think if Cato agrees, we should establish one more term.
What's that?
No magic.
No offensive magic. Offensive should be fine.
Does that count Cadogan's smites?
I would imagine it counts smite as if he's drawing blood, he may not, he shouldn't need smite. Cato, it is up to you, but I see a risk in defensive magic as well.
How about I use no magic, and Cato can use whatever he likes?
That is acceptable. Don't like this at all.
Well, who's calling the beginning?
Hrathur, would you like to do the honor?
Hmm. I don't feel good about this, but okay.
On your mark, my satyr friend.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence.
Roll initiative, Cadogan.
Okay. The sense that it doesn't matter what I roll. Yeah. that's supposed to be plus 100?
It is.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Mm.
Do you
Yeah,
have a battle map, or...
No, because it's just one-on-one.
Okay, just wondering.
So, Cadogan, to your eyes, you get the drop on this guy. It's your turn.
Oh, lovely. As... So I have a question about the legendary version.
Mm-hmm.
It says, for the Aura of Planar Doom, it says as a bonus action it draws in a bunch of incredible energy, but then later says as a free action you can teleport. So is it a bonus action to activate and open the gates for those abilities?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I will do that with my first
As you
bonus action.
then use the Aura of Planar Doom, reality itself begins to warp and bend around you as the rest of you watch as, like, these claw-like tears begin to form around Cadogan as the blade Rapture starts to vibrate the literal bonds of reality apart.
And then I suppose I'll move up to him and try to make an attack.
Okay, make an attack roll then.
I would love to. Let me double check what that modifier is. One second. $23. I sense doesn't hit.
That hits.
Okay. Can I roll damage, please?
Sure.
Okay. Just wanted to check. Oh, that's right, it only does a d6. It's okay. Alright, I'm using D&D Beyond on my phone, so I have to jump around a lot more. We'll burn a 4th level smite. Does he count as anything that would increase smites?
Yes.
Okay. 6d8 then, plus... I don't suppose I could ask what he counts as.
Nah.
Okay. Nothing that has to do with my Oathbreaker abilities either.
No.
Okay. That's all I was asking. That'll be 31 points of damage.
31? Okay. As you swing, where are you swinging for, I should ask?
Probably just an arm.
Arm?
The torso. Nice and easy.
Gotcha. He raises an arm in defense as the blade clatters off of the arm. You blow away the clothing he has on, leaving the arm beneath. There's a deep bruise, but no scratch. You've not drawn blood yet.
It's okay. I can attack again.
Okay.
This time I'm going to try my best to hit the same spot.
Gotcha.
That is... Oh, only a 14.
That hits.
Oh. Okay. This time I'll drop down to a 3rd level smite.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot the extra few points of damage for the last one. That it does anything, but
It might.
we'll add that on. The modifier, essentially. I'll just add that to this one.
Mm-hmm.
Is 5, so I'll do a plus 10 for this one. One is 38 points of damage.
38. You...
Trying as hard as I can to hit the same spot.
Gotcha. As you do so, trying as hard as you possibly can see the man smiles as you hit that same spot once more, and he cries out in pain, in discomfort, as you look at that spot, and there is one tiny scratch there, Cato, that is at this point beginning to well up with blood. And he looks down at it. Well, I do believe that you have won our little bout, Cadogan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you know the history of that blade?
No, sir.
I forged it long ago in a dying dwarf star. I gave it... Well, her name's been lost to time, actually. You, though, you call her the first. It's funny, because you're the husband of the ninth. Did you know that it was the blade that they used? It was so long ago at this point. But you have been around all the magic. High, primordial, low, dextromancy. And when you reached out and you made that curse, so much Saturnine in you. Incredible. And Hrathur, at this point, his head slowly turns to you. Mr. Lothbrok, you've been asking my name for a long time. Do you know my name?
Can't say I do.
You know my name. Vex, do you know my name?
No.
Cloud? What about you? Do you know my name?
I see we're on unequal footing. No, I do not know your name.
Of course. Fitna. With all your training, you must know my name.
No. I don't.
But Cato, you have to know my name, right? Else you wouldn't have agreed to this duel.
Sorry, sir. Would you be so kind as to tell us?
And he smiles. I am Sin. I am the first of the high gods. Lord of all that is here. And for the first time in thousands of years, you, Cadogan folk, have spilled my blood. and a single drop of that divine crimson is loosed from his flesh. And as it hits the ground, the apocalypse starts. And it is here where we will end the session for today.
Great. Yeah,
Hold up.
great.
We're starting another apocalypse. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start another apocalypse.
Jamie, why? How
This
many
keeps
times do we
happening.
have to tell you?
I'm so sorry. It keeps happening.
Why?
It's like the second or third.
Who would like to give the recap of last session? Let's see. You know what, Dalton? What about you?
Uh-huh. Okay. Sure.
Let's hear your perspective on everything.
Ah, goodness. Where did we even start? Oh, right. We were in, like, so much happened in, like, the last 5 minutes, I completely forgot the preceding hour or two.
So it
We started with us walking through the jungle and meeting up with some beacon guards who were running away. Because apparently stuff's gone nuts up there, including Lysander, who is now in charge, but has apparently changed drastically. We eventually, well, first off, we gave them food and shelter and then sent them on their way, pretending to be other people, including Vex apparently pretending her name was Shannon, which is insane.
Yep.
it's a crazy, silly name.
I know, it's nuts. Then we had some conversations amongst each other. Yathis asked me to draw him a map to my hometown. I was non-committal. Later we arrived in the city again, upon which point we saw it was like crowded with a lot of people and went to scout out along the edges and camp somewhere. Where since we found my dad and we hopped on board his ship and took off towards the small lighthouse that we discovered at the beginning of all this, at which point we found literal Sin, who we were not aware of. It was Sin at the moment, but Sin, and he challenged Cato to a duel. Cato accepted. Cato got like 15 power-ups and still accepted. And then it happened. Sin is bleeding. The world is ending. Everything's going to disintegrate. Hooray for us.
You're so joyful and happy, Dalton.
Please imagine that I'm giving everyone a kiss on the forehead as an apology.
I don't know if we're accepting it.
Don't place your
Please
wicked
imagine I have a gun to your head and
Okay, great apology.
Just the
Dalton,
very
no.
best.
Doth not dare place your wicked lips upon me, cursed creature.
So, as we begin, your eyes are beginning to adjust to everything before you now. The room that you're in is hot, buzzing with ancient magic. Red crystal has formed along the room, reaching high into the ceiling with these great pillars of pulsating, dull red light. As all of you begin to open your eyes, you're on the ground now. Looking up, just a few paces away, you can see the man in red, Sin, standing before a ground that boils like lava in front of him. And slowly, ever so slowly, he just turns his head and he smiles at you, Cato. The first Dorcher was only able to draw 3 drops of blood. To be honest, Cato, the fact that you even drew 1 is commendable. Thank you. Welcome to the new world. I think
What?
it starts today.
What can we do to make you make that start in like 2 years instead?
2 years? That's quite a long time, Cadogan. I don't honestly know.
I mean, you're an eternal being. 2 years is like a blink of an eye to you. It'll give you more time to draw up more power.
Do you think I need any more?
I mean, no one needs chocolate chip cookies, but yet we still look for them.
That's true. But unless something changes, I'd quite like to begin, well, my plans now. I'm honestly not sure where to begin. And you can see he's puzzling to himself now.
And I suppose you would tell us what those plans are?
He is kind of jogged out of his thinking and then smiles. I can. Why not? I want new friends, new children, a new land. I want to help my Dorcha. I want to help my allies. I want to make new rules. I don't think I made enough last time. So I'd probably like those ideas to begin shortly. At the end of it, probably help activate the lighthouse and beacon. It's been a long time since it was active. I'd quite like to call the Arnyr home.
Do we recognize the term the Arnyr?
No, you do not.
Very, very fun.
And he kind of looks at you. Would Sutsui display any confusion at this name?
Probably. I don't think at the moment he's trying to hide it.
Would you like me to tell you all about them?
Sure.
They were amongst the original race, or races of the Titan. They fought on the Dark Ring long ago, and they escaped. They ran off with Drak, the son of the Titan king and queen. Once my Dorcha was killed, and I lost. I sent my saints to go find them. Did you ever wonder where they went? I'm curious. I don't get to talk to mortals often. Did you ever consider where mine went?
No, I guess I didn't.
It's fine. Your lifetimes are fleeting. But I'm happy to say, Tsutsui, after a lot of negotiation, they are finally making their grand return. After today, they'll certainly be greeted to a warm welcome. The small astral lighthouse was enough to get the signal to them, but not nearly enough to help them land. An entire fleet. Yes. They've almost entered the null system. There's a far bigger one. An astral lighthouse. Primitive, although it be. Beneath Beacon. That's how it got its name, you know. It sits right on top of the Titan's beacon. Their lighthouse to the stars. Although it's been buried, locked away, forgotten by all of you, the name, curiously, still remains. Names are powerful things, aren't they, Changeling? One little name and everything changes for you. I suppose my Dorcha knows that too. Corinna almost has full control of Beacon now. And my, you've given her so much time to fix our lighthouse. Soon it will all be ready. Do you know why I'm telling you this?
The gloat.
No. No, of course not. I'm telling you because this is my pitch. My offer. I want you to join me. Join the winning side. It's the side that you've always wanted to join. You just didn't know it. So come on. Join me.
And what would you do if we declined?
I'd keep my deal to you. You can take the smaller lighthouse and walk out of here. You've played your part. You've played it so well. Better than I could have ever imagined. The slightest bit of free will breaking free, and yet the first thing you do is you come here. Fantastic. But I'd go about my plans, you'd go about yours. If you tried to fight against me, I'd fight back. But if you joined me, Tsutsui, we could make things so much better.
Based on what we've heard from your Dorcha, I don't think our ideas of better are the same.
And what do you think those ideas contain? More so, does any one person have any other right to tell another what is better? What is worse?
Oh, she seems to want to do that. Her ideas seem to be all about control, about making the world how she wanted it.
In a way, I suppose that's true. The world how she wanted it. Not the way the world is now. The way the gods want it. My brothers and sisters. I think we should make the right choice. To open our eyes and, well, have the option to make a better world. Don't you agree?
I don't agree with your methods. I'm going to decline.
It's such a shame. But I understand your hesitation, your unwillingness. What about the rest of you?
I'm with Sutsui. I don't agree with how you and your Dorcha want to go about fixing things.
Then how would
Wanna
you
help?
like it to be fixed?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
That's the
I'm not-
problem. You don't have an answer. You hate the way your brothers and sisters are treated. Despise it. Looked at as a monster for no reason. Other than, well, you dream of something grander. You scoff at my methods. Scoff at the dreams of others who have the guts to try and reform the world how they see fit. But yet have nothing for yourself. How spineless. How sad.
I just want to help others live better. And unfortunately, I don't think the way to do that is by fulfilling the stereotypes that people believe of me and my race. And by following you into hell.
Hell. No. I don't want to change that dimension. Just this one. Just this one. Of course they'll call you names, Vex. Of course they'll call you evil. Just because you want to change their status quo. Make it new. It's not evil. Not hardly. We're just not playing by their rules anymore. I gave you power so that you could use it. And you have. You've used it so tremendously well. And for that, I am proud of you. And if you wish to go your own way, no hard feelings. I love free will more than any of your other so-called gods. You may do what you wish. I do not command you nor any child of sin to do anything. You can help me or stand against me of your own volition.
Thank you for the offer, but I'm sticking with Sutsui.
I understand. But Cadogan, I'm sure that you're at least interested. Aren't you?
For the past
few years, the only thing I've done is look after my friends and stick by them, just as I know they would do for me. So I will stand.
I see. And slowly, Hrathur, Sin's eyes fall upon you.
Go screw yourself.
Of course. I'm disappointed. I thought maybe, just maybe, we could be friends. But I wonder, Hrathur, what do you think standing against me will do for you?
How do you mean?
Well, think about it. Free will. You want to break free of fate, and you did. And where did you go? Right to me. Free will comes with mistakes and failure. There can be no purity in freedom. Freedom necessitates me. Sin. I live in your every victory and shine in your every defeat. I am that thing at the core of your being, gnawing, rabid, wanting to buck and fight and grow and decide. Have you ever wondered why you're able to access the Shadow School? You're a free thinker, Hrathur. The shadow is connected to that very thought, its idea, dedicated to the person who wants freedom. I want to see you achieve it. And if you fight, and you might win against me, you might destroy my Dorcha, kill my children, sunder my name, aiding all the others against me. But at the end of the line, you lose. You lose the very freedom and choice you fought so hard for. What a sick fucking joke.
So, you find my wish for free will so admirable, and yet you object when I attempt to use it.
No, I don't. That's why I let you walk free from here. I let you use the power of the Shadow School. I make no attempt to stop you. I allow you to use it to the fullest extent. I stand by what I believe. And I stand by what you believe. I'm just sad we couldn't stand by each other. You recognize that, though, right? Sadness, loss. I don't believe you're a stranger to it.
I'm not.
I know. Well, once again, I thank you all for your efforts here. Do you have anything else you'd like to chat about? questions, offers, jokes. I haven't been told a joke for so long.
What's your best joke that you know of?
That I know of? That's a good question. I think perhaps I'll tell the one that I heard here, given by the first Dorcha. What's a thief's favorite metal? Steel. It's
That is
simple.
pretty silly.
It
Finn is a
is.
fan of
Pretty
puns.
goofy.
Of course,
I gotta
Finn is
admit.
a fan of puns.
The Dorch's got jokes.
They did. It broke my heart when Carwyn killed her. I cried for a decade. And when he died, my brothers and sisters, they didn't shed a tear for him. They barely even cared.
I'm sorry about that. Do you want to hear a joke?
I would.
My ex-wife misses me, but her aim's getting better.
Oh, human wedlock. What a funny thing.
It's crazy.
It is.
Telling I got a joke. Oh my god.
I found it very funny.
I have to think of another one now.
Please do.
Does anyone else have any jokes too?
Knock knock.
Who's there?
I'm not sure if
Sorry, this is
what
not a
is
character
currently
thing.
on the screen is representative of everything, but if you could see my face, I think all of you are insane.
Fair.
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow.
Moo.
Yes. I get it. This is nice. We're having a good time.
Hopefully you'll spare us.
He already agreed to do that. You're just making this more painful.
Well, he agreed to spare us for like 5 minutes while we leave.
I did. Although, I'm afraid everyone else will not be as kind. No one that directly worships me. I have a feeling that your own so-called friends will be much more eager to put you to the sword. Put your head on pikes. But that's the way it goes.
Can we leave now?
If you want. But I thought you'd like to see the creation of something new. I am a bit of a showman, as you can obviously see. It's why I wanted all of you to be here, to witness at least the first creation. And
Maybe you could send us a postcard?
Hrathur and Vex, Sutsui and Kato, you start to notice the shadows congregating near the light and the crystal. As you see that telltale shimmer of the malefic warrens. And Sin reaches out a hand towards that bubbling ground. And Hrathur, you watch as bones rise from that ground. And you can see gray, muscly sinew start to appear. But no skin. Just sinew, and flesh. Then teeth. And more teeth, a maw, and a head? And Sin, as he creates new form, he's not even breaking a sweat. And before long, the Malefic Warrens are gone? No, they're not gone. There's something new. As you watch as a new creature stands before Sin. And the god reaches out a hand, and the two entities shake. And this creature begins to make this jumble of clacking and scuttering sounds from deep within its head. And Sin laughs. Huh. We'll need to teach you common. Please, I want to introduce all of you to Abaddon. It's what it wants to be called in this body. The start of the Malefic Warren's physical form. It made manifest.
Abaddon, opposed to nicknames?
Let me ask. And Sin kind of cocks his head as the creature begins to chitter and chatter and speak in a sound that can only be described as a million centipedes moving across bare rock. And then it falls silent. And Sin smiles. He's not opposed.
Can I call him Abby?
I think they wouldn't mind it, as long as they got to eat you.
Well, I wouldn't like to be eaten, so if calling them Abaddon keeps me from getting eaten, I will refrain from being silly.
Unfortunately, I think the Warrens have quite the bone to pick with you. And as this creature Abaddon begins to turn, you hear the flesh in the sinews move and squelch. Vex, you're a druid, connected to nature, to everything that is rational here on the rings. Everything that you can feasibly see how it was created and came from the natural world. And this breaks every single rule of nature that you know, Vex.
Cool, that's great. Maybe we should, head on out, give Abaddon, Abby, give them their space to sort of chill out. Wait, right, guys? Let's go.
Can we do that now, please?
I would like to go now, please. Please, pretty please.
Well, you'll miss the rest. But if you wish
Don't.
to leave, go. I'm sure you'll figure out the laws in time.
Vex is gonna make her way over to the lighthouse.
Yeah, Cato will too.
I'm following.
Yeah.
On his way, he's gonna say, "I don't suppose you could do anything about my missing hand."
I could.
Don't ask
Kato.
for that.
Oh my.
What are you doing?
I'm just curious, as a person.
I could.
It-
I could heal it.
I go over to Kato and I grab his hand. Stop. Please.
I was just hoping, we could get out of here faster.
You don't want anything he has to offer you.
Can we just do what we came here to do, please?
Yes, let's please go.
Yeah, that.
All right,
Yeah, I
unless
guess we'll.
Kata's. Oh, what was that?
I was gonna say, I guess we'll start picking up the lighthouse.
Okay. Then all of you can begin hefting the lighthouse up using your hands. It's pretty heavy, but you're able to manage it without too much issue.
Wait, how much does it weigh?
At this point, you can think it probably weighs about 800 to 1,000 pounds.
Oh, cool. Can I use my ring of telekinesis?
Sure.
Cool.
As you reach out with the ring of telekinesis, you are able to suspend the lighthouse in the air.
All right, hurry out of here.
Goodbye. Take care on your travels.
I know I'm not gonna want the answer to this, but I feel like I have to ask it. What did that thing smell like?
It smelled like stomach acid and freshly tilled dirt.
I'm ignoring Sin as I'm just gonna start heading out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, walking, turning to a jogging, turning to a running.
Gotcha. And you'd probably start doing that quicker, I might imagine, as you have to walk across the Bridge of Leeches.
Oh, God.
And you notice they are beginning to move and seize as Cato, you can feel incredible amounts of low magic beginning to pour into each and every one of them, as sin is beginning to twist and alter their forms, changing them beyond recognition. But now you are just moving, going, running as quickly as you can, obviously. And before long, you're able to make your way out of the tomb of the Dorcha. But as you come outside, the area for miles is destroyed. Trees with their leaves having fallen off. The ground devoid of dirt. And Hrathur, all around this place, you can see those weird, shadowy, spectral humanoid creatures. The same you fought in the Rogue River. The same that you fought on the Selkie. Along with all the other creatures of the Warrens. All roaming about. Just doing their own thing, really. Screechers and Lysarians and shadows. And they just watch you. They respect the agreement for now. Their eyes fixed upon your forms as 100 feet away from the tomb of the Dorcha sits the Aurora on the only patch of green, unblemished grass for miles. You can see Yothis on the deck of the ship, bow pulled back, and as soon as he sees you guys, his mouth just kind of hangs open wide for but a moment. Do you know what's going on?
Run. We're running.
And as you run and get up onto the ship, Hrathur, you are greeted with a simultaneous screech from all the creatures that surround this place. Thousands of them. At this point, Eothis screams out, "Just gun it!" And immediately, Captain Kristoff begins to activate all the thrusters on the ship as the creatures around below begin to start moving and skittering. And in but a few seconds, you're 10 feet off the ground and slowly beginning to climb higher into the sky. At this point, Susui, are you putting the smaller astral lighthouse down?
I am, yeah.
And
Gently lowering it, not just plopping it down.
I imagine so.
Okay.
At this point, Nephra, Professor Witterbeck, and a few other members of the Aurora are on the deck, with Captain Kristoff beginning the process of taking off as quickly as possible. Hrathur, you better stop talking, man. What the hell happened? Vex, come on, I can at least get an answer out of you. What happened?
Okay, Finn was down there. Actual, literal.
What?
The god Sin was down there.
They caused this? How? They can't interact upon the mortal world like this.
Turns out that guy with the red shirt I've been seeing is Sin, apparently.
Okay. What did he do? How did he do this? How did this happen?
Before we knew he was Sin, he goaded us
You.
You.
into a duel. First
Cadogan.
to draw blood.
Please no. Don't tell me. Did you spill the blood of Sin?
Yes.
And Vex, you see Eothas's face fall into a look of despair and misery unlike any you've ever seen from him before, as he falls to his knees and is just shell-shocked, unable to believe what's going on.
I think Vex will rush over to him and just sort of like kneel down next to him.
I think that after that, Hrathur goes down into the ship to where Max is sleeping.
As you make your way down there, you actually find the door is chained shut.
Locked.
It's locked, yeah.
I'll put my ear to it. Do I hear anything on the other side?
You hear... You're not really sure what you hear. It sounds vaguely human. But Lord knows that it doesn't sound like the Max you knew.
I will sit down and put my back to that door.
Okay.
And probably heavily disassociate.
Understandable. At this point, Professor Witterbeck has regained himself enough with everyone else and is kind of looking around. This is, well, a manifestation of the Wardens. It's by far the biggest ever on record. The dimensional rift is high, a nearly 1-to-1 connection. I don't know if this is going to have a cascade effect. The bounds between dimensions are just rolling back like a wave of dominoes. Is there something connecting the Warrens here? Usually the Warrens, they have a vessel. Is there a way we can go back and find it, destroy it, perhaps?
Didn't you say the vessel was Max?
The boy, I mean, he started acting strange, things went wrong, but I don't know. It would be impossible for one vessel to do this, to manifest thousands of entities?
There was another one in the tomb that Sin created. He called it Abaddon.
A created vessel?
Yeah.
Not temporary?
No, it definitely seemed like it was there to stay.
This is beyond my knowledge, my capabilities, my measure. I don't know what to do next. I'm sorry.
Going to the Grove of Forte, that's still got to do something, right? If we can at least get Max fixed, we'll find a way to. Since he's gonna kind of gesture like a broad sweeping gesture below them.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly just don't know. I don't know if it can be reversed. I don't know if it's begun to cascade. If the hold is permanent. I don't know. I'm sorry, nothing like this has ever happened before. Not that I know of.
I'm sorry. I should have never left the Prime Ring. Or the Primordial Ring. Ugh. I think Vex will sort of make her way just to be alone.
As you turn around and begin to leave Vex, you hear a clap, a cracking and a tearing sound in the sky. You're probably about 200 to 300 feet up at this point as the ship's rising. But this sounds like, again, thunder, like crashing maybe 1,000 feet above you. And are you guys looking around?
Yeah.
Yes.
You see a tear in the dimensions as through it comes a massive 5-decked astral ship brimming with guns and soldiers, coming in from a massive teleport, flanked on either side as well, 2 fast attack cruisers, and heading up the rear of the flotilla, a 4-decked dreadnought. And as it's beginning to move through, you can see Iathis slowly begins to stand and look up in awe. That's the Shadow of Truth.
What's that?
The big ship.
Big ship?
That's Magion's personal flagship. It's the biggest ship. That's Ardmagos. They're all Ardmagos ships. The two those cruisers. They deploy Vasker teams. That one there, one painted red. That's the ship of the Scarlet Hawks. They're the elite. And the other one, that's the Hunter's Shadow ship, the Heron Mark IV. It's the fastest we have in the fleet. And that's our dreadnought, the Argus. It's the most heavily armored and gunned ship we have. Probably could level entire cities with that thing. For Magion to teleport all of them, that's a display of power I don't think I've seen in ever. And it's at that moment when you hear a cluster of other explosions as all the ships of the Ardmagos start to have explosions occurring within and on top of their hulls as it's like bombs are going off. In fact, as you watch Sutsui, you can see that massive dreadnought, the Argus, snap in two in the sky, a perfect shear in the center. You also see as the main thrusters of the Heron Mark IV begin to go as it starts to go in for a crash landing. And you can see as massive blasts of arcane energy begin to fly up off the ground as the creatures of Sin and the Malefic Warrens begin to return fire as an all-out battle is beginning. And at this point, Iathis is just slowly walking over to the side and watching the carnage beginning below. What are the rest of you doing?
Vex is kind of stupefied at this moment. She's just sort of... First she was in her feelings, and then this happens, and she's just like... Very much like in her head, like, I caused this. I should have never left the primordial ring, and then this wouldn't have happened.
Hrathur is currently with his back against the door, eyes glazed over, hearing smooth jazz.
Fair.
I think Sutsui is probably watching with Iathis. He kind of has a hand like ready to draw back his bow, but I think he sees that jumping in would be a losing battle, so he's prepared but just watching.
Fair. Kato, what are you doing?
I think he's probably standing near Tsutsui and Iathis. Just
Gotcha.
watching down.
As you watch down, you can see the Ardmagos, the protectors of the rings, are getting absolutely massacred by the new monsters of sin, by the Malefic Warrens, and now the undead that are beginning to rise from their ranks. As one Ardmagos falls, their body just reanimates and joins the fight for the enemy. You can see the flagship, the Shadow of Truth, is beginning to bombard the ground, trying to pick off all the creatures. But, again, it seems like it can't possibly fire enough to take down the swarming waves that are making their way across this battlefield, now beginning to stream from the mouth of the cave as Sutsui, you can see leeches the size of horses, maybe bigger, beginning to move out. Some with these vestigial arms, others with wings. A new race. And at this point, you begin to feel, Cadogan, that there is a build-up of magical energy beginning. And you feel it too, Vex. Spellcasters, able to feel it precisely. And it's beginning to build around the flagship. Power of a god or something incredibly powerful. And then a pulse begins to radiate, not from the flagship, but from the Dorcha's tomb. And as it flies upward, it's this gigantic white web. And as it extends, it passes over the aurora. And immediately, you begin to feel the aurora's engines cut. And in but moments, you stop going upward and slowly start beginning to coast like downward. It's not quickly at first, but it's like you're at the top of a roller coaster about to plunge. What are you doing?
Hrathur reaches up and grips one of the chains on the door.
Fair.
Yeah, I think Kato will also just kind of brace onto the railing and try to get himself as steady as possible. If Tsutsui looks or Iathis, either of them look unsteady, he'll try to help.
Gotcha.
Vex is full on panicking right now. She's probably darting around trying to like see what she can do, but she really can't do anything.
And at this point, as you're darting around, you can see Captain Kristoff, who you think is supposed to maybe be flying the ship, stagger out onto the deck. Wait. Is everyone alright? Wait. Where's my boy? Where's Hrathur?
I don't know. He's somewhere. I don't know.
Wait. Hrathur! And he begins to just like run around the ship looking for Hrathur as the ship begins to pitch further and further down. Shit. Sutsui, have you seen Hrathur?
Would I have seen him go towards Max's quarters?
Do you think Sutsui would have been paying attention to that?
He probably would not have been paying the most attention.
Then probably not.
I don't know, I'm sorry. I think I saw him slip off when we got on the ship, but I don't know where he went.
Shit. A navigation disruptor field has been thrown up from somewhere. The kind used during sieges. We can't fly without a working astral lighthouse, coordinates, and power, lots of power. Have you got the lighthouse calibrated?
No, we don't.
Shit. Okay, I have some of the rest of my crew, putting on the air brakes and trying to ease us in for a landing, but it's gonna be more of a crash. Please, we might have 30 seconds till impact. Just help however you can. And he is going to give one final look around, trying to find Hrathur, and then he's gonna try and dart back into the captain's, pilot seat.
Is he, calling my name?
Probably.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I think also... I'm aware the ship is most likely well over 1,000 pounds. Can I use the ring to kind of at least, slow it up a little bit?
Sure, make an Arcana check to see how much you can slow it.
Okay.
Am I so deep into the ship that I wouldn't be able to hear him?
No, you could probably hear him.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
14.
14. It feels like you just got a boulder dropped on your hand, Suitsui, as you're trying to like slow the descent of the ship. At most, you're able to slightly tip up the ship's nose to give it like a more favorable landing arc, but again, you can't fully stop it, and it's difficult for you.
Very fair.
I
don't-
I hear Christoph and I start walking back up to the deck.
All right. As you're walking, you can actually meet up with Kristoff in the hallway, and without even saying anything, he runs forward and just hugs you. Boy, are you all right?
Yeah. I guess.
You look like you've gotten hit by a ghost.
Call it a dozen. What's up?
We've been hit by a disruptor field.
Oh,
Yes. If you can, tie things down, do anything, prepare for a crash landing.
yeah, sure.
Make sure
Like-
the door to the kid doesn't break open.
It's secure.
Okay.
Uh,
We're going to be fine. All right? We've gotten out of worse. Much worse.
sure about that?
We'll be fine. You'll be fine. We're all going to be fine. All right? Just keep your head up. We've got nothing left to lose.
That's fair. Hrathur will like crack his neck and get to work.
All right. What exactly are you trying to do then?
Well, he told me to tie things down, so I'm doing that.
All right. Make an acrobatics check for me then.
28.
28. It's strange as, despite being so shell-shocked, you're just acting on instinct now. That instinct carrying you through the tasks. And as you tie things down, getting ready, you're actually doing a lot to make sure everything on the ship survives impact. But Vex and Cadogan, are you guys doing anything?
Also, if I see anyone like if I see the doctor or Yanthus or anybody like trying to grab all this stuff, I'll be like, "Don't grab that one. That one's always been a little loose. Grab that one that we just tightened the screws before I left."
Okay. Gotcha.
Again, like no inflection or affect in his voice, just like stating facts.
Gotcha.
I think at this point, Vex is just tapping into her inner survival instinct, and just like based on what she knew from being in ships on the journey, is just trying to run around and do what she can to help out, make sure things don't go flying, and that there's the most survivable outcome.
Gotcha. In that case, make a survival check for me.
Epic. Did it roll?
Natural 20.
Ooh.
+9.
Yeah, 29.
What's funnier than 24? 29!
Fantastic. Then, as you are running around doing everything that you can, that survival instinct is kicking in strong. As right next to you, Eothas is also just tying things down, beginning to straighten the sails, and again, just doing everything possible to dump excess weight and ease the crash of the ship. Cato, are you doing anything?
Does it look like the lighthouse that we have is going to, like, break apart at the speed that we're going? Like, when we hit the ground, is it going to be damaged?
It might be damaged.
Can I do my absolute best to minimize the damage?
Okay. Make an athletics check then, as you are just picking it up and trying to, like, hold it.
Absolutely. Oh. That is a natural one.
As you are attempting to, like, move it to a safer place, you are trying to move this 1,000-pound lighthouse and, like, shift it and get it to safety with only one hand. And it tips a little bit, and part of it cracks against the side of the ship before you're able to right it again. And Diothis comes over and, like, ties some rope around it and just says, "Nothing we can do for it now. Just tie yourself in. If it goes, it goes." What are you doing, Cadogan?
He will follow instructions.
Okay. And at this point, as the ground is coming up to meet you, 100 feet, 50 feet, 20 feet, impact. Silence. After the crash and the horrid noise. All of you each take 17 points of bludgeoning damage as you impact the ground, going probably about 20, 30 miles an hour. Sutsui, you try to hold the tip of the Aurora up as much as you can. It's still definitely a hard impact as metal grinds against dirt. And then there's a moment, a beat. At this point, all of you kind of look around, and you've stopped. There's a battle going on above you. Off in the distance, you can hear the steady thud of arcane cannons and soldiers crying out and creatures fighting. You seem to be, at this point, probably a mile or two away, crashed amongst the outlying wasteland that can be found around the tomb of the Dorcha. What you once walked through as this vibrant, deep forest, now just rubble. And Diothis kind of looks around. "Hey, is everyone all right?"
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm alright.
Okay. Since you didn't lose anyone, I think that's good.
I checked the crew.
Crew are fine. They know the drill for procedures like this. Some are a little bumped and bruised, but everyone's fine. Hrathur.
Alright.
Most that Kristoff has is just a scrape on the forehead, but he's put a bandage around it. And immediately, as Kristoff kind of walks out, kind of surveys the damage. All things considered, not that bad. Engines leaking a bit. Some hull damage. Probably be repaired. Otherwise, if we weren't caught in a disruptor field, she might actually be able to break atmosphere. Maybe. Do we have any other surprises that might shoot my ship out of the sky?
None that I can think of, but wait 5 minutes.
Again, worst is probably over, Hrathur. Right?
Gods, I hope so.
I hope so too. And Yothis kind of nods. Yeah, I mean, damn. I hope the worst is over. Here, Kato Sutsui, help me get the lighthouse up. I want to see what kind of damage it's in. Or condition. Fuck.
Here, I'll help.
Thanks, Vex. And,
I'm helping as well.
I'll see if I can help. I don't know how much help will be, but
Gotcha. Then, as everyone helps you push the lighthouse up, it has a central spinning mechanism, almost like a centrifuge, that is clicking a little bit, stuttering, stopping. Bits of metal have kind of been bent, and Yothis kind of frowns. I mean, look, it's not entirely broken. Give me, I don't know, maybe an hour, maybe 2 to fix things, and then I don't even know how long for coordinates. I'm not too skilled in it. Even then,
is any of this anything I can help with?
you being native of the primordial ring and helping to be on ships for years, you could probably pick up a thing or two on navigation, codes, things like that. So you could actually help make sense of a lot of things that he doesn't understand.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay, if you start helping to put in at least temporary coordinates to help get us up there in the sky, I could just try to get the lighthouse workable. Witterbeck, Nephra, I'm not sure how much knowledge you have on engines, but maybe you could also help the crew. I don't know. Just put full power in them. I'm talking everything we got. And you can see Kristoff kind of frowns at this, and Hrathur, you even know. You're like, that's not necessarily safe. Well, come on, we don't got a lot of time to lose. We just...
I will go over to Kristoff and I'll say, I know, but right now, maybe best to ignore the statistics.
I was gonna do that anyway, Hrathur. I mean, there's a 30% chance the engines die once we get off ring, but anywhere's better than here.
Agreed.
We'll solve one problem at a time. And hell, it's only a 30% chance.
Yeah.
We'll be fine. And Kristoff is going to order a few of the crew to go down and basically hotwire the engines and reroute all the power that they have to spare to them. And at this point, he kind of goes and makes for the actual cockpit, where he can go and get all the necessary adjustments and mechanisms ready so that they can take off when they're ready. And at this point, as everyone starts making their way off, Yothis is just slowly walking around the astral lighthouse. And he just kind of slumps against it for a beat and just starts taking deep breaths in and out. In and out. Shit. God damn it. Please tell me that you've been out of worse situations than this, right?
I wish I could say that. I really do.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Also, normally, Hrathur would probably be freaking out and sweating like crazy, but he's bone dry and not shaking.
Gotcha. And Eothas would definitely kind of clock it, but he's in a
He is-
situation right now where he's not going to address it.
Yeah, no, Hrathur is in like this weird stress-induced zen where nothing exists anymore. It's just, I'm doing this now.
Gotcha. And at this point, Eothas kind of looks to Cadogan, Sutsui, Fitna, and Vex. I don't really have anything specifically I need you to do. Just whatever you can, really. Look, this is a doomsday scenario for us, me, the Ardmagos. Look, I didn't want to worry the crew, but Straya, Magion, all the Archons, everyone, the Ardmagos, they'll do everything that they can to take Sin down. If that's really Sin there and he really did spill his blood. But if you did really spill his blood, they're gonna lose. And they don't like losing. They'd rather take this whole damn place with them. So I gotta get Vex out of here. I gotta get all of you out of here. Just one thing at a time, alright?
I will see what I can do about food while we're on the ground.
They keep the food on the third deck.
Well, I'm gonna see about gathering more.
We're on a spaceship. Oh wait, no, we crashed. I forgot. Sorry.
You know, if we were in the sky, I would have just walked off.
Mm.
Vex, I'll go with you.
All right.
As I'm like working on setting up the coordinates for everything, I just kind of want to ask you this: did something prompt the chains, or was that just a in case thing?
They are prompted.
By what?
When everything started dying, when the Warrens came, creatures, they started coming around the ship. I was fighting them off. I heard Max, he cried out. I went to go and protect him. Like I promised all of you. When I got there, though, he was different. Being plunged into the Warrens with so much dark energy around didn't do great things for the guy's health.
I don't need to know.
I
But I
wasn't going to tell
appreciate
you.
I appreciate you trying, though.
Thanks. Thanks. All right. Well, let's just punch in these coordinates and go as far as we can.
Yeah.
At this point, Sutsui and Vex says, you're off hunting and trying to find food. What are you guys talking about?
How are you holding up?
Well, I was. It's funny for this. I mainly was worried about my union with Meguhime. That seems insignificant now.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, I am. I don't know. a lot, and I knew the duel felt off. I should have stepped in and told Cato to sit down and think for a second, but I didn't.
Yeah, I also felt like maybe I should have said something, but I don't know. I don't like telling people what to do.
In the end, it was his own choice, but it really fucked us over.
It didn't just fuck us over. I think it fucked the world over. I don't know. I know I can't do this right now, but I kind of just want to retreat into my cottage in the primordial ring and just not come out for a while. But that's impossible.
It is. I do understand, though. When Hrathur was talking about getting us all out of here, my first thought was of finding my mother and getting her out.
Yeah. Do you know where she is?
Right now she's in, I think Halyard is what your mother said.
Well, hopefully we can find her.
Hopefully. Well, hopefully we'll have a Halyard to come back to when we leave the Grove of Forte.
Yeah. I don't... I mean, we've been on the run for a while, but I feel like this is the first time I've truly been unsure about what was gonna happen to us. If that makes sense. I mean, we've always kind of been unsure what was happening, because we've spent a while being fugitives on the run, but now the world's ending.
Yeah. Yeah. There was always somewhere to run before, but now we don't have anyone.
Yeah. I feel so stupid. I don't really know how to explain why. It's just, this is so big and I'm so tiny. What can I do? I can cast a couple spells, I can talk to some mushrooms, but I can't stop an apocalypse.
I think you can do a bit more than that. I mean, you've never been to the Grove of Forte, I assume, but it's still the primordial ring. You've spent more time there than most of us. I don't know. I hope that if we go to the Grove of Forte and we fix Max, I mean, that means there's a cure for the Warrens. Maybe we can follow our old plan of infiltrating and saving everyone, and then maybe that helps us fight the rest of the Warrens.
Maybe. But Sin was so nonchalant about letting us go. He knows what we want to do. Maybe we're leading him right towards the Grove of Forte.
Well, if he's confident he's going to win, then that gives him room to underestimate us. He honestly may not be paying that much attention to us because he figures that our choices won't matter. My hope is he'll be more focused on the main fight on the ground here and won't pursue us immediately.
And I guess he did try to get us to join him, which would cause us in turn to not go to the Grove of Forte, so maybe that's not his plan, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Alright, well, have you ever foraged before? Well, you probably have, because you are also good at nature stuff.
I've spent a lot of time in nature. I didn't really have to forage much. Sometimes I'd spend a couple days out in the woods at a time, but I know a few basic safe foods. I don't know a lot of. Some help would be appreciated. Some advice.
I can show you some of the safe plants and mushrooms that are easy to find and easy to recognize.
That'd be nice. Thank you.
Alright. Besides, I need to talk my head off about fungus right now. I need to take my head somewhere else.
Mhm.
Well, at least the mushrooms will probably be eaten good. As morbid as that is. Anyways, that's a mushroom. You see, you can tell by the shape. It has gills.
There's no mushroom around. And like as you point, Vex, it's just a clump of just destroyed shrubbery and dirt. In fact, when you listen for the fungus and the mushrooms, it's so quiet, uncharacteristically silent. As if they've just been expunged from the earth and the ground.
Vex will sort of kind of sink to the ground, and I think she's sort of digging her hands in the dirt, and she's like desperately sending out like the signals of like, hello, where are you? Hello, say something to me, please. Or just like trying to get a response.
The only response you get is the sounds of battle happening off in the distance.
Vex is like expressionless right now, but she's like her clawed hands are sort of just balling in the dirt, and she's just kind of still. She's kind of gone extremely quiet and stiff.
Suitsui will, since she's still kneeling, he'll kneel next to her and kind of wrap an arm around her. So it's, destroyed a couple miles out. I'm sure we'll find more once we get moving again.
Can't hear anything. The mycelium network it goes on for, connects to basically all plant life. It's not here.
How far do you across from Ash?
I mean, it's if there's plant life, that the network is there, but it's not here anymore. It's quiet. I don't think I can forage right now. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Here, let's We'll just take a walk around, keep an eye out and make sure the crew doesn't get jumped while they're working.
Okay.
And I'll kind of stand and offer her a hand.
Gotcha.
Vex won't take the hand. She will sort of stand up, but both of her fists are still just have dirt in them. And she still has them like balled really tightly.
Okay. And you guys are just walking around?
Yeah, and I think after a couple beats of silence, some suits people say, I guess Sin already said it before back there, but my real name, it's Cloud.
Oh. So do you want us to call you Cloud?
I do like the name. It's important to me. I don't know about I'd like hearing it from the main group. I don't really want everyone to hear it, though. It's when you're Fae, it's personal.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. But I won't tell anyone then.
Thank you.
And Vex, that's when you begin to hear it. Just very faintly on the wind. Probably 25, 30 feet away. Hello? Hello? It's not audible to Sutsui, but it is audible to you. A singular little mushroom.
Vex rushes over to where it is.
As you rush over, you can see that it's almost buried in rocks and debris that just happen to fall over it just right, lifting it a little bit out of the soil too, so it's just barely separated from the initial pulse that was running along the ground. One mushroom over the course of dozens of miles. But it survived. Hello? Hello?
I think Vex is just going to sort of like get some of those rocks off of it. And
Oh.
she's going to say, hi, hello?
Hi.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Yes. Thank
hap-
you.
What happened to the others?
I don't know. One minute I was munching away on a dead beetle. And then... Huh. It all happened really fast.
Is the dead beetle still around?
I mean, you can see it on the ground, like in the dirt.
You still munching on it? Do you need anything else?
No, I'm doing good. I mean, I'd like some more friends, but they'll come along shortly.
Can Vex sort of like put spores in the ground? Because she has spores floating around her.
Of course.
Vex will try to do that. She knows it won't make instant friends, but it'll start some.
Yeah. And as you lay the ground with spores, you know that, again, it won't happen right away. But eventually, this one tiny mushroom and your spores will hopefully spread throughout the surrounding area and repopulate what was lost. But the thought strikes you that if you lose, that won't happen. At this point, you cannot change what's already been done. You can only open the path for rebuilding. But you hear the little mushroom giggle anyway. Thank you for the friends.
Oh, you're welcome. They'll be here soon. And she'll sort of start taking those rocks that were around it and sort of like make a makeshift little circle, little fence with the rocks.
Ooh,
Sort of around the mushroom and where the friends are, just to sort of keep it a little bit slightly protected.
that looks pretty. Thank you.
Thank you. It's yours. It's to help protect you.
Thank you, Miss.
My name is Vex.
Thank you, Vex. My name's Fifi.
Hello, Fifi. How's that bug tasting?
I don't have taste buds.
If you thought that you did, what do you think it would taste like?
Probably delicious.
I would agree. Would very much agree. It's probably delicious.
Thank you for the fence.
You're welcome. Just stay alive for me.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry about it.
Keep munching.
I will. I love
You'll-
munching.
There's gonna be a lot more food for you soon, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, cool. I love beetles.
Yeah. Might have more variety in your palate soon.
Ooh. Ants as well? I'm spoiled.
Yeah. A lot of ants. Maybe even a few bees and moths and crickets.
I like that.
What's your favorite thing to eat?
Beetles.
You'll have more beetles. I
How do you
swear.
know?
I know. I just know.
Well, that's good enough for a mushroom.
Vex will just sort of just take a moment just to sort of look at the mushroom, and then she'll sort of just slowly stand up.
Gotcha. So you stand up. The connection breaks with Fifi the mushroom, and you're back to the world of fighting and sin.
Alright, so your name is Cloud. My name is still Vex Creed.
Yeah. Good to know. I saw you looking at that mushroom. Everything good?
Yeah, we had a little conversation. The mushroom, that one's name is Fifi. Fifi loves beetles. And I told Fifi that Fifi is going to have more food soon. Fifi thinks I mean bugs.
Well, I imagine the bugs will have to come along at some point.
Yes, I hope there's a lot more beetles for...
But, you know, you were saying, like, felt like you didn't really have a use, but I think, you know, that you're kind of everything to Fifi right now, you know? You know, you made a difference for someone.
So, what are you guys doing next? Are you continuing to walk, or are you heading back?
Are you ready to head back? Shannon's typing.
Oof.
Oof.
I'll say that you guys are probably starting to head back then.
Gotcha.
Also, where did Jamie go?
Unfortunately, one of their family members passed, so
Uh,
yeah.
Oh.
So they're going to go deal with that. Not immediate family, but, you know.
yeah.
However, Hrathur, you are back on the ship, going through and plugging in the coordinates, just going through the motions almost. And as you know, recalibrate the astral lighthouse, you're like 95 to 99% there, and you just passively hear Eothas go, Star Wrench. He holds out a hand.
I hand him one.
He grasps it and begins to tighten a bolt on the side of the lighthouse. Screwdriver.
Yep.
Thanks. And then slowly just kind of winds everything into place. Alright, I think we're almost there. Thank Magion.
Barely.
Yeah. Alright. Hey, when we get to the primordial ring, do you want me to go inside the Grove of Forte, your home?
For the first time, Hrathur looks up. Yeah.
Are you sure? I don't want to... Look, I don't want to overextend, and I've been looking for it for a long time, but I realize it's a special place for you.
Not really, but
Oh,
I left for a reason, let's say that. But yeah, it's fine.
okay. Thanks.
Just do yourself a favor. I don't know how you feel about most of these things, but whatever they try to offer you, don't take it.
Yeah, I've heard rumors about the Grove. Difficult to resist, I know.
Or absolutely abhorrently repulsive, depending on who you are.
Maybe that's what makes you special, Hrathur. You zig when everyone else zags.
Maybe.
Hey, I mean, don't knock creativity and uniqueness. Can I ask you I don't know if you know the answer to this. Do you know if Vex is seeing anyone? I mean, I don't know if she'd tell you anything like that. Just from, what you know.
Okay, from what I know, she talks to us and you. She's not dating any of us, and I don't
she's
think
not
she's dating the mushrooms.
No. She's not dating me. So I guess she's not dating anyone.
I would assume not.
Okay, cool. Allen wrench, and he holds out a hand.
Here you go.
Thanks. And begins to tighten something on the inside of the astral lighthouse. Hey, okay. I think we got connection running through. Probably just a few final adjustments, and we. Oh shit! Hey, she's coming this way. Can you not bring up this conversation?
No problem.
Thanks. Again, I'm just ask. I haven't gotten to talk to her in a while, and it's just, hey, Vex.
Hi. found a mushroom.
That's great. What did it say?
It said hello, and it said that he liked beetles.
Oh, I like beetles. I think you like them too, yeah?
Beetles are pretty epic.
They are.
Is,
Some
is
of
he
them are
like
shiny.
is he like underneath the White House, like a person working on a car engine?
He's kind of like poked out a little bit now. And you can see he's opened up like this big panel and basically like sticks like half of his body in to like work on the interior. And he just we are almost done with the lighthouse. Just a few
awesome.
more adjustments.
Awesome. Should I let you guys work then?
I mean, I guess you could probably stay here and watch us give the final adjustments if you want.
Okay. I'd sure.
I mean,
I don't know how mechanics work.
I mean, you'll probably hear a noise or something like that, so you know. But it might be cool.
Might be cool. I like might be cool. I will watch.
Cool. You watching too, Sutsui?
Yeah, I'll watch.
And like you say that, Sutsui, but your eyes actually get drawn to something else on the horizon. Actually, not even the horizon, a hill, maybe 200 feet away. You see a member of the Ardmagos in busted up, beaten armor, spear in hand, dashing across the open land, actually right towards the Aurora. What are you doing?
Iathis, is that friend of yours?
You can see Iathis stops and looks around. I don't know the guy. He looks to be a Vasker, I'm assuming. Hey, how are... And before you can cry out to the person, something rips into them from behind. And you can see that they go sputtering down in a heap. And from behind, you watch as hordes of nightmarish creatures, those horse-sized leeches, screechers, creatures from the shadows. You can even see a Lacerian towards the back, all beginning to move across the lands. You can see as they move up towards the man, as they pass over, the skin and flesh begins to twitch, and he begins to rise from the dead. And Iathis kind of is looking around. Shit. Okay. Can you guys buy us some time? I just have to make a few final adjustments and we can get the hell out of here.
Am I finished putting in the coordinates?
Yeah, you're finished with the coordinates.
Well, I'm done, so it's up to you at this point.
Great. It shouldn't take me long. Just give me whatever time you can. And he immediately hops back down and begins to grab wrenches and screws and starts working on the lighthouse.
Just hurry, please.
I'm going as fast as I can.
I just
Go.
say, yeah, sure, and grab my axe.
Okay.
And I'm drawing my bow.
Gotcha. You get the axe, the bow. You can see Cadogan pulls out his blade and Fitna his whips as you guys stepping off the ship and beginning to essentially make a front line. Or are you doing something else?
No, I'm making a front line.
Okay.
Yeah, making it. I'll hang back a bit since I'm ranged, but I'll be part of that.
All right. And Vex, you're going with them too?
Yep.
Then, as all of you dig in, as this unending, massive horde of creatures rush forward towards you. Hrathur, you look to the side, glancing around, and the shadows underneath all the rubble begin to grow darker. Your old friend the Warrens are peeking through here as well. And you're like, well, you got nothing left to lose. And as you clutch your axe tight, and Sutsui as you pull back Dawn, and Vex, you ready a spell, it is here where we will end the session for today, as all of you can take a level up.
Bruh.
Hi.
Yay for a level up at least. Thank you for the session.
Who would like to give the recap of last session? Let's see here. Shannon, what about you?
Well, we started out last session and Sin was like, "Mwahaha, this is..." Well, not really mwahaha, he was more like, "Hee hee." The apocalypse is gonna start, you guys. Do you guys wanna, like, join me? It'd be pretty sick nasty if you did. And we were like, no, but do you wanna hear our finest, collection of jokes? And then Hrathur was like, are you serious right now? And, that sort of continued. Cato was like, can I have a new arm? And we were like, are you serious, my guy? And eventually we escaped outside, and we realized outside, unfortunately, didn't look so hot anymore. It wasn't looking too good. We ran to the airship, and we just start to try and fly because, Sin's minions, like, were honoring letting us go free for, like, a little bit, but they were gonna come after us eventually. So we eventually start flying up into the air, and then we see, like, Ardmago ships appear in the sky to go and fight, and then they proceed to get absolutely decimated in battle. And eventually, our ship starts falling, so we do everything we can to brace for impact. Everyone ends up fine, but we need to repair the ship and repair the lighthouse and get the coordinates to the lighthouse so we can get the heck out of here. So everyone sort of went off. Vex went off, and she realized that there were very little mushrooms left, and she had a mini crisis until she found one lone mushroom, Fifi. She was able to put her spores into the ground so that eventually Fifi will have friends. And while that was happening, Yathis and Hrathur were working on the Astral Lighthouse. Hrathur was putting in the coordinates, and Yathis was fixing it up. Eventually, Yathis was like, so, is Vex, like, seeing anyone? And Hrathur's like, huh? And then Vex and, Tsutsui came back. Tsutsui also told Vex his true name, and which was Cloud. And then they came back, and Yath was like, do you want to, like, watch me, like, fix the thing, Vex? And Vex was like, yes, I'd like to. And then we got attacked, or, like, we saw some people start coming towards us, because first we saw an Ardmago guy coming towards us, but then he was killed and then was immediately resurrected, I believe, as, like, for the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And that is as far as my brain remembers.
Yes. So, as you all are getting into position, ready to defend the Aurora from this oncoming horde of creatures, from Sin, from the Warrens, from every direction, really, I'm going to need all of you to roll initiative.
Trying to check my initiative score. Hold on. Okay.
Alright, and
The 9.
so for Ambush Master, I get advantage.
22.
22 for Vex.
I also got a 22.
All right, then you will leapfrog Vex Hrathur.
Okay.
13.
Oh,
13.
16.
16 for Sutsui.
or that was a 9 for Fitna.
9 for Fitna. Okay. In that case, at the top of the round, as this battle is beginning, Hrathur, what are your orders to your crew?
I will sort of whistle, raise my axe, and point it at this one, signaling for a ballista shot.
Gotcha. Then, as the battle is beginning, as Hrathur whistles, on the top of the Aurora, there is this large mechanical ballista. And from atop it, 4 or 5 crew members begin to quickly load it, pulling back this massive bolt and firing it at this leech-like creature. That is going to be a 2, a 6, minus 4 for that thing. So at this point, it's going to... Actually, at this point, Dalton, can you roll for me? 98.
Sure.
98.
It's a big ballista.
It's essentially a cannon. 36.
36. Awesome. As the ballista hits and goes through the leech, it is kind of thrust off of the ground before it then hits, black blood squirting out of the exit wound. And at this point, it's not looking that great as it's prone on the ground. But now, Hrathur, you're up.
Okay, for a bonus action, I'm going to activate the Tone of Sundering.
Okay?
And then, let's see how far I can make it. Yeah, 1 second, let me check something. Yeah, I will go here.
Okay.
And throw my Braille thrower at it.
Gotcha. You have disadvantage because it's prone.
Oh. I can close the distance. I have enough movement speed.
Okay.
Speed. Yeah. Do I get advantage because it's prone?
You do.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, 31.
31 hits.
Okay. Regular damage plus the d8. 16.
How do you want to do this?
What? Is this like a worm thing?
It's a massive leech.
Okay. I will kind of chop into the mouth with the axe and draw it down the length of its body.
Gotcha. Then it squirts open, covering you with internal fluids and blood.
Ugh. So that's 25 feet away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot. I'll have disadvantage, but I'm going to give my Braille and thrower a shot.
Gotcha.
See how it goes. Does a 16 hit it?
It does.
Okay, cool. D8. 17.
17. As you pull back the thrower once again and chuck it through the air, it arcs before colliding into this creature with this heavy squelching noise. And as it comes back, you can see like the bulbous flesh of this creature is dented, but it's still looking at you, baring its mouth at you. It's hard to tell with a leech, but out of the horde that is flowing towards you, still coming, but it hurt.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
And if your turn, Vex, you're up.
Alright. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to cast. I'm gonna cast Cloud Kill.
Okay.
So that's a 20-foot spear. Let me see how far I can cast it. 120 feet. So I will go ahead and cast it. Like here, so that I can get these two.
Okay, 20 foot. Here, it's got to arc over a bit. Okay, there we go.
Alright. So that's 6. I clarify, I'm casting that at 6th level.
Gotcha. What's the save
so-
for it?
Constitution.
Okay. First one, 5. Second one, an 11.
Okay, they both fail. So they will take 5d8 poison damage.
Awesome.
21.
21 points of poison damage. Very cool. As this noxious cloud appears around these creatures, these massive leeches, as they begin to gag and shift back and forth, obviously in a lot of discomfort.
Gotcha. As a bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and plop up a 3rd level Spirit of Healing kind of next to me.
Kind of next to you. All right.
Just to have.
Gotcha.
And that'll be my turn.
That will be your turn. It's now going to be the turn of the Talata. As the creatures begin to advance, their bulbous forms like moving across the ground. One that Hrathur attacked is going to definitely move up to him. Going to move 10 feet away, and then is going to make a bite attack at you, Hrathur.
Okay.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. You are also then going to be grappled by this creature after taking this damage.
Okay.
20 points of piercing damage. So you are dragged closer and are in its jaws.
Okay, 20 points. Alright.
And now for the other Talata. See, that one can make it there, and just be out of range. Vex, it looks like. So it's going to go here, and then it will. This one will take the dodge action. Just gonna denote it with that. Then let's see, we have another one that's in the cloud kill. I think it wants to go and get behind. And then it's going to take another attack at... Yeah, it's going to... Actually, it's going to hold its attack right now in case someone comes close. Then the last one... It is going to use a dash action to get right up on Fitna. Actually, it's going to get right there. And that is going to be the turns of the Talata. Sutsui, you're up.
Awesome. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and check some. I'll go ahead. This one, I'll go ahead and take a shot at it with Dawn.
Okay.
That's a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
Awesome. Let's see. Alright, that should be 10 damage.
10 damage as Dawn arcs into it. The creature howls out in pain, nearly flopping over, but it somehow keeps itself on its feet. It is on the precipice of death.
Gotcha. And let's see, I believe if I'm reading the ability right, for the rest of this round, anything attacking it has advantage on it.
What ability are you using?
That is, let's see. Ambush Master, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, the first creature you hit during the first round of combat becomes easier for you and others to strike. Attack rolls against that target have advantage until the start of your next turn.
Gotcha.
Oh shit, my next turn, not the next round.
Yeah, I thought it was more than that. But, alright. It is marked. Anything else from you, Sutsui?
That is going to be it for now.
Alright. Cadogan, you're up.
Alright, so as a bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and activate the Aura of Planar Doom from Rapture.
Awesome.
And then using that combination of the free action teleportation of a distance up to my walking speed, and the free dash action, as well as my own movement, I will be able to move right up here. And I'm okay with taking attack of opportunity from this guy.
Okay. And it will take that attack of opportunity. 14 to hit?
Nope.
Okay.
And then I'll go ahead and make some attacks on this guy,
Okay.
because he looks freaky. Sorry, I gotta check. I always have to double check my modifier, I apologize. That was not helpful. I apologize. I didn't see which separate rolls they were. But I assume
So
neither of them were good.
Natural 1 and a 22 to hit. So the natural 1 will miss, but the 22 will hit.
Nice. Sorry. Okay. So that is going to be, and I will pump a smite into this, because why not?
Okay.
Right. Does he count as anything that would increase my smite?
They are a fiend.
Excellent. Sorry, I've started trying to word it that way so I don't accidentally get like what specific kind of creature they are. Let's see. Yes. Oh, they're fiends. That's so cool. Sorry, I totally got distracted with that. So that is going to be... Sorry. Okay, I also get a, because of my aura of hate, I get a bonus to my rolls, my melee weapon rolls. So I'm gonna add that in real quick as well.
Okay.
And then... Okay, sorry. I hope that was calculated correctly. That was 40 points of damage.
Alright, how do you want to do this?
God. He's going to... I think Cadogan just moving as quick as he possibly can to get up to this guy is just going to, with one strike, you know, the first one kind of misses and he stumbles a little bit, but then with the second just cleaves this guy, like, shoulder to waist, diagonally.
Gotcha.
And
Anything
that,
else?
I don't believe I can do anything else. That is my turn.
Alright, Fitna, you're up.
I apologize. I should have asked this earlier. I was looking for the exact ability. When the Talata drone came within my 10 feet of range with my whip, my Whipmaster feat would allow me to take an opportunity attack against it.
I'm going to say this is way too far away from that now.
Gotcha. Didn't
call
want to
that,
interrupt
yeah.
before. All right, but to start, I will take my first of 3 attacks against this Talata drone in front of me with my lightning whip.
Okay.
Right. That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, remember that you have advantage on this one.
Oh, nice. All right, still 23.
23 hits. How do you want to do this?
All right.
It has one
so,
hit point.
Fitna is going to take his lightning whip, attempt to swing it around the side of this leech-like drone, and then he wants to cut all the way around the flesh and just sort of cleave it into 2, let it fall apart.
Awesome. And it will.
Wonderful. Fitna is going to take his 30 feet of movement to run straight forward and and then he's going to take 2 lightning whip attacks against the other Talata drone.
Sounds good. Love to see it.
All right. It's going to be a 10 for the first one
10 will miss.
and a 10 for the second.
As you kill the first drone, run up, you then slash at the next one twice, and the creature, as it's lashing out at Hrathur, it's not even paying attention to you. You just keep missing it over and over again. You're like, come on. Can't seem to buy a hit.
And that will be Fitness' turn.
That'll be Fitness' turn. Okay. At the end of your turn, then, is when the servants of the Baleful Dark start to appear around this battlefield, coming out of the void and the darkness. 4 of them arrive, and there's so many good targets here. I think one is definitely going to head for Vex. This one's going to head for Fitna. Why not? Let's have 2 head for Fitna. And the last one heading for Hrathur.
Can I take an opportunity attack against the second Baleful Servant?
Sure.
All right. It's going to be a 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
All right. That is going to be 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage and magical damage, correct?
4 points of it are.
4 points of it are magical?
Actually.
Your weapon is magical, yeah?
Yeah, sorry. Then all
Yes.
10.
Then all 10 magical, very nice. Then the creature looks as if it's ready to just pass through your attack, but it catches with that magical nature hitting it. Looks injured, like it might fall apart. And then in response, the creature is going to reach out and use its Strength Drain attack at you. So let's see, natural 20. So, this damage is going to be doubled.
Joy.
20 points of necrotic damage to you, Fitna, as you are grabbed like on the chest as you feel the strength begin to leave your body. Your strength score is reduced by only 1. And then the one behind you is going to make its strength drain attack into you. That's a 19 to hit, Fitna.
19 hits.
That's going to be another 10 points of necrotic damage. Your strength is decreased by another 1. Next, going to be the one attacking Vex. That is an 18 to hit Vex.
Oh, that hits.
That's only going to be 5 points of necrotic damage to you, but your strength score is reduced by 4. I should note that if your strength score hits 0, you die.
Cool.
And last one attacking into Hrathur. 23 to hit, Hrathur.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 6 points of necrotic damage. Your strength score is reduced by 2.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be the turn of the servants. Hrathur, top of the round, what are your commands to the crew of the Aurora?
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
One, how accurate are my guys? Can they kill the thing that has me in its mouth without hurting me?
They don't have another ballista shot because you can't use it twice in a row.
Oh. Oh. Oh, yep. See that now. Second question then. Can they pull me out of the jaws?
Pull you out of the jaws? Oof. I'd give it 50-50.
I'll tell them to pull Fitna.
Pull Fitna? Alright. Fitna, you can move yourself 20 feet backwards, however much in between that distance.
I will take the full distance.
Alright.
No opportunity attacks.
Yep. As you feel yourself being surrounded by these creatures, and then the crew of the Aurora toss a grappling hook out, like hooking you by the scruff of your armor and then pulling you backwards to safety. It's at this point when, as you're pulled back, you see where you were actually a shot from an artillery barrage hits. As you look up and you can see the flagship of the Ard Magos, the Shadow of Truth, beginning to drift slightly as its artillery barrage is going a bit offline. I'm going to need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's a nat 1 + 2, a 3.
It's a 27 for me.
Gonna be a 15 for Vex.
Okay.
Alright, I had to.
The DC is 13.
Well, I only got a 12.
That's unfortunate.
I don't suppose I have fate points. I have to pull up this thing.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure you do.
Oh,
Unless you
lovely.
use them all. You have 5.
Oh, may I use 1?
Sure.
Just bump it up to a 13. Thank you.
Alright, so I believe that Fitna is the only one to fail then, correct?
Yes, with a nat 1.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
That's actually not bad.
But Hrathur, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm chopping into the thing I'm in its mouth.
Fantastic. I look forward to seeing you succeed.
Yeah, we'll find out. 31 to hit.
31 will hit, yes.
And that is 14 damage, I think.
14 damage, very nice. Are you using the thrower again?
Yeah.
You take the thrower and whack it against this creature as you hear this moan come from deep inside of it. And it's weird. You never thought that you'd hear a leech speak common to you, Hrathur.
I'm what?
But it says, "Surrender!" as it is still, like, got you.
No. 29 to hit.
That hits.
$16 damage.
16 damage. As you strike again, the leech creature howls out, not letting you go, but now definitely badly injured.
I'll activate Flurry of Blows.
Gotcha.
So 2 unarmed. 29.
29 hits.
$13 points.
exactly its health. How do you want to do this?
After I chop into it twice, I will. After the second chop, I just sort of let go of the axe and leave it in it, as I just sort of grip the sides of the jaw with my hands and push it open.
Okay, and as you do, you hear the wet slopping of dead flesh as the Talata falls over and stops moving.
I have another one,
Gotcha.
so I'll hit the thing next to me.
Okay.
19.
19 will hit.
Okay. Uh, 14 damage.
14. As you strike this creature, you catch it directly, like in the jaw, as it goes spinning away. This black mist coming out from within as it begins to twitch and seize, looking pretty darn hurt.
And considering these things do necrotic, I will activate the first nihil.
Oh. What do you think about as you activate the first Nile?
I briefly just breathe and calm myself and think of a dark cabin with a fire in the corner and a full library.
As you think about that, Cato, you'd probably be close enough to see that a darkness begins to spin around Hrathur as he starts to control it, moving through these combat forms, flowing like water. Anything
That's my
else?
turn.
All right. That is Hrathur's turn. Vex, you're up.
Epic, epic, epic. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is use my action to activate Symbiotic Entity.
Okay.
So that'll give me 4 temporary hit points. No, it'll be 4
Much more
temporary
than
hit
that, right?
plus each level I have in the class.
Mhm.
So, 14 times 4.
56.
Thank you. So 56 plus. Yeah, 56. That's epic. And that'll be pretty cool. I will go ahead and use my bonus action to move my Spirit of Healing towards me, or through me, and since they are 3rd level, that is 2d6, I believe.
Yep.
Yes. Alright, that'll give me 9 points of healing.
Awesome.
That'll be my turn.
That will be your turn. All right, now it's going to be the Talata's turn. So, 1, 2, 3. Let's see who comes up to say hello. 3 does. As Fitna, you're on the ground, and you turn over on your side after being hit by that blast of artillery, and you look, and you can see from the ground burrows out another one of these Talata, and it's not coming for you. It's making a beeline now right up to Sutsui. And that's going to be its turn, taking its action just to get right up there. Then the other Talata that's close can make it right there, and will make a bite attack at Sutsui at advantage. 16 to hit, Sutsui.
16 actually misses. I'm at 17.
All right. Then how do you dodge these teeth as they lash towards you?
I think Sutsui kind of at this point just barely dodges it. His attention is on this one, and then I think he feels more than sees this one come up and just kind of like quickly ducks.
Gotcha. As you quickly duck in the middle of those leeches, you also see one barreling towards Fitna at this point, and is going to take a bite attack at him. That is terrible. That's only going to be a 10 to hit you, Fitna.
And that was with advantage.
Yes. It rolled a 2 and a
Wonderful.
3.
That does not hit.
All right. Then, as you're on the ground, you're rolling, ducking, diving as the jaws keep trying to mash and grab onto you. But they find no purchase. Let's see. This point, Sutsui, you are up.
Can I actually, because it just ended its turn near me, can I use my reaction to, move away from it?
Sure.
Cool. That's with Skirmisher. It gives me 20 feet of movement, and I would like to use...
And it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunities, right?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Awesome. Alright, and then... Let's see, I'm gonna take a shot at this one with Dawn.
Which one?
Oh,
that one. Gotcha.
yeah.
It blended in.
Gotcha. Yep, the one attacking Vex. Alright. That is a 21.
A 21 will hit as you pull back the bow and fire Dawn into this creature.
Awesome, and I believe I get sneak attack because of Vex, right?
You do.
Awesome. Alright, so that's going to bring me to... Cool. Alright. Oh, wait. Ah, I see. Alright, I believe that should be correct. Yeah. Alright, that's 49 points of damage.
As you
Radiant.
fire into the creature, it howls out in pain as its center explodes open from the impact of your attack, as it's wavering now at this point, definitely looking worse for wear.
Awesome. And I am going to call that my turn.
That's going to be your turn? Alright. It's now going to be the turn of the Malefic Shrieker who arrives on this battlefield. And as it arrives, let's see. It is going to... It's going to fire one of its sonic bolts at Cadogan. Yeah, that feels like a good move. So, 18 to hit Cadogan.
Oh lord, that does not hit.
Gotcha. As you watch as it takes this, like, shaft of dark energy and chucks it at you. And as it comes close, you hear this faint whistle before a shriek, and you just barely duck out of the way of it. Then the creature is going to move 30 feet down there. And that will be its turn. Kato, you're up.
Awesome. I'm just measuring if I can make something or not. Which, yes. So once again, using that, this guy next to me is like, he's for sure dead.
Yeah.
He's not like weirdly undead.
No.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead using again that combination of the like free teleportation and my own movement. I'll get right up next to that guy, and I will take several attacks on him.
Okay.
And he's also a fiend?
Yes. Or no. That they are a aberration.
Gotcha. I don't think that does anything for my divine smite.
Mice don't do things against aberrations?
No.
No.
Oh.
Let's see. Yeah, just undead or fiend. Okay, no worries. That is Okay. Sorry. I was trying to double check just to make sure it did what I thought it did, and it does. So I'll go ahead and make 3 attacks. One with that, like, haste-esque action from the Aura of Planar Doom, 2 regular.
Okay.
I will roll these separately this time so I don't mess up again. The first is only a 12 to hit.
Miss.
The second is an 18.
That will hit.
And the third is the 19.
Yep. Last 2 are gonna hit.
Awesome. I'll go ahead and throw in some smites as well. And I'm just gonna I'll roll this twice. This is the damage for the first and for the second.
All right. How do you want to do this?
I think he's just, again, just trying to take out, almost like a game of whack-a-mole. He's going to run up and this time cleave out the legs with one shot, and as the guys kind of fall in, well, if it has legs.
It does.
The thing's connecting it to the ground. It looks weird and crooked, but whatever it's balancing on, he takes that out, and then as it starts to fall towards the ground, he comes up and just decapitates it.
All right. And as you decapitate the creature, there's this low hiss that goes throughout the air.
Neat.
Anything else?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
No. Nothing else. That is my turn.
If that's your turn, then it's the turn of the malefic silencers that now enter the battlefield. And as they enter, seeing their brother fallen and dead, they're going to turn their attention to the person that attacked them. So they're all going to make an attack with their dread spear at Cadogan as you watch as they pull this shaft from out of their back like a spine, arc it back, and then huck it through the air. First to hit, 22.
Yes, that hits.
Second, 19.
That is my armor class. Yes, that hits.
Third, 21.
Yes. Ouchies.
Do you have resistance or immunity to poison?
No. I
Noted.
do not.
This might hurt a bit.
That's okay.
As you feel 3 spear-like projectiles enter your body, you suck in like a deep breath as you feel the pain course through, and you try to scream out, but you can't, because these creatures are of the Warrens. And as you are hit, you are silenced until the end of your next turn. And for each dread spear that hit you, your movement is halved.
Oof.
So 30 down to 15, 15 down to 7, 7 down to 3. So we'll say you have 5 feet of movement. And you take 96 points of damage.
Oof. That's a lot of damage.
It is. And
That's okay.
then the creatures are going to begin to run because they are speedy. One of them is going to make it there. Another one is going to go right there. And the final one is just going to back up there. Fitna, it is your turn.
Do the Talata drones have 10 feet of range?
They do, yes.
Or they do. That actually complicates things. Okay, so to begin, Fitna will take 1 lightning whip attack at the Talata drone.
Are you standing
front
up
of him.
first?
Oh yes, I'd like to use half my movement to get up from being prone,
Okay.
and then take one attack at the Tlada drone that had attacked him previously.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I rolled that with advantage. A 14 plus 7, 21.
21 will hit.
Awesome. And then that is going to be 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage. Very nice. As your first strike cracks against the drone as it whines out in pain. Doesn't like the touch of that weapon.
Wonderful. Fitna is going to take another lightning whip attack at it.
Okay.
Sorry, I did that with advantage again.
All right,
Looks
so
like my...
first roll was a 15.
Okay. Plus 7 would be 22.
That hits.
Wonderful. 12 points of damage.
Very nice. As you crack your whip again, the creature wobbles and wavers, and it's looking real bad.
Unfortunately, it's still not down, so Fitna is going to use his final attack into this Tlada drone.
Gotcha.
It's going to be a 17 plus 7, 24.
That will hit.
Wonderful. That is going to be 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage. How do you want to do this?
Much like the way he decapitated the first Tlada drone, he wants to go and attach his whip and then sort of put an angle on it to where he is bisecting the flesh of this Tlada drone in a diagonal pattern.
Gotcha. And as you just bisect the drone, cutting it in two, it cries out again as the two behind you kind of wheel back, looking at another one of their fallen family.
Wonderful. And Fitna is going to use the remaining 15 feet of its movement to move here.
Okay.
And he is going to end his turn.
Gotcha. That's the end of your turn. It will be the Baleful Servants now. As, let's see. Fitna can escape one of them. And that will cause it to go after Hrathur. So, one is going to take an attack against Vex with its Strength Drain attack. 16 to hit Vex.
That hits. Can I react with Hellish Rebuke?
You may. And you will take 6 points of necrotic damage, and your strength will drop by 3.
Ooh, that's good. I think I will react with. Let me see what level of. I guess I can only go up to second level with Hellish Rebuke. Alright, I'll do second level Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, so that's a dex save for it. If I believe that's a 7, so it fails.
Alright, it'll take 2d10 damage.
Awesome.
13 damage.
13, it is badly injured, but still alive. But now it's time for its friend to go after Fitna. 16 to hit Fitna.
16 does hit.
16 hits, okay. How was your AC so low, my friend?
I'm not sure. Let me...
10 points of necrotic damage, and your strength score is reduced again by 3.
3?
3.
Oh my gosh.
What's your strength at now?
It is at 11 currently.
Ooh, not many more shots in ya. Now, with the ones going after Hrathur. 18 to hit Hrathur?
Yeah.
And... we'll see how you're looking after this. Because... So, 12 points necrotic damage. Halved to only 6. And this will be halved too. You get no strength drain.
Okay.
Are you still looking good?
Serviceable.
Serviceable. They're gonna come after you again. 15 to hit.
No.
As you get hit by the first, you just barely dodge the second as the baleful servants are swarming around you. That is their turn. Top of the round. Hrathur, what are you commanding the crew of the Aurora to do?
Jamie,
Yes?
are you going to survive?
Oh, absolutely.
I, if the past has taught me anything, I shouldn't believe you, but I will.
I'm very good at knowing my health.
Okay.
On a scale of like 1 to like, I don't know, 158, I have like 62. Feeling like a 62.
All right.
On a good day.
I tell them to blast this guy.
Blast him? Okay. Poor guy. He's just trying to live his life, Dalton.
Yeah.
Let's see. 4 minus
it's-
3, 1. It's gonna hit.
So 98.
98.
Uh, 44.
44. Incredible. As it's shot in the back, its insides beginning to explode outward as it cries in pain. And it's going to collapse to the ground prone as well. So you see that, Hrathur. It's your turn now.
I'll start by trying to hit this guy.
All right.
Nat 20.
Yeah. That's going to hit.
Uh, 21.
How do you want to do this?
I'm going to kind of hold my axe out, spin around, decapitate him, and then land facing the other one.
And as you do, it kind of stumbles back a bit, surprised, but squares up, ready to fight you.
And attack the other one.
Okay.
19.
19 hits.
That's 16 damage, but I forgot before, but I cannot add necrotic. I don't know if it does anything, but...
Since this is a servant of the baleful dark, the malefic warrens, yes. It does.
Necrotic.
You one-shot this thing by putting your weapon directly through its head.
Nice. I'll run up on this one.
Okay.
And I can get advantage on it because fitness there, yeah?
Yep, Fitna's helping you out there.
Alright, I'll just do a single unarmed strike.
Okay.
Well, the same thing twice, 16.
16 will hit.
Okay, cool. 6 plus 7 plus 12, 13, 14, 19.
19, as you run up, striking it. Where are you striking this thing?
I want to kind of run up, jump up, and bring it down straight.
And as you bring it down, the creature is sundered beneath your attack, turned to smoke.
That's my turn.
All right, Vex, you're up.
Epic, epic, epic. So what I am going to go ahead and do, I am going to, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and cast Moonbeam at 4th level on this guy, the baneful servant next to me, because he's causing me a lot of problems.
Okay.
He's really stepping on my vibe.
Gotcha.
So make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw for it. It's not too terribly bad at them. Yeah, that's going to be an 18 plus 1, 19.
He's gonna make the save, so he'll just take 2d10 damage. Oof. 7.
7. They are vulnerable to radiant damage. So it will do 14, and the creature is turned to dust as this pillar of moonlight erupts out of the battlefield.
Heck yeah. And as a bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and do spreading spores. So I'm going to hurl spores right at this guy in between me and Fitna.
Okay. That is a con save, correct?
Yes.
Alright. 18.
Okay, he makes the con save. Let me see. Use it. Okay, that means it doesn't take any damage if it makes the save. Okay, but that little aura of spores is just there.
Gotcha.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Alright, it's the turn of the Talata drones, as 2 more are going to pop up from the craters. And let's see. One closest to Vex is going to move in on her, and is going to take an attack with its bite at advantage because its friend is still alive. 23 to hit Vex.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 14 points of piercing damage, and you are grappled by this thing.
Cool.
And let's see. Now, creature closest to Fitna. Yeah, creature closest to Fitna is going to make a bite attack against him,
Dang.
because he's been mean. 26 to hit.
26 hits. I just realized with the position of the new Talata drone, Fitna would be able to use Sentinel to take an opportunity attack against it. Could he?
Yeah, you could.
Awesome. Would that be with advantage because Vex is engaged with it?
I'd say so, yeah.
Awesome. Now, truly with advantage this time. That is going to be a 12.
12, that will miss.
Unfortunate.
But you take 13 points of piercing damage and are grappled.
Ouch.
The other one is now going to stand from its prone. And, you used your reaction, didn't you? For that
did.
Sentinel. So that means, Sutsui, you have no defender now.
It's fine.
It's gonna come over and try to take a bite. 24 to hit.
Let's see. 24 does hit, but I would like. I would like to use Uncanny Dodge, please.
Alright. Then you only take 7 points of piercing damage, but you are grappled.
Ah, being grappled is not nice.
And then the last one is going to take a bite attack at Cadogan. 16 to hit, which will miss as it snaps at Cadogan's back. No purchase, but then is going to close the distance and get right up on him. Sutsui, it is your turn.
Awesome. So I'm aware my movement speed is 0, but if I... Would I be able to fire, like an arrow at, like, this guy?
You would.
Okay, or...
I'd say
Yeah.
you have disadvantage though because you're grappled, you're shooting through Vex. This is a hard shot, Tsutsui.
Actually, that is fair. See, I think it would be in. Would it be an action to try and break the grapple?
It would. Athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Acrobatics, please.
Okay.
That is.
Yeah, you're breaking that grapple as you're able to worm your way out from the leech's teeth and make it out before it's able to suck you dry of blood.
Awesome. I don't like being here, so I would like to bonus action disengage and back up.
Fair enough.
Alright, I'll go. I want to be able to be around my friends, so I'll go like here.
Okay.
And then I'll go ahead and attack this one.
With what?
Oh, sorry, with Don.
How? You used your action to escape the grapple. Bonus action,
Oh shit,
disengage.
that's right, I'm sorry.
Am I missing
That is-
something?
No, I completely spaced on using my action for that. In that case, I am going to just chill here.
Okay. Cadogan, your turn.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is these things have a range, these have a range of 10 feet, you said?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and move right here, so I'm still within range of it. And then I'll go ahead and use... I need to double check what this does real quick, just so I make sure that I'm doing this correctly, but... Okay, then I'm going to use the, one of Rapture's abilities, Space-Time Maelstrom. So these two that are closest to me are going to need to make a con save, DC 18.
Okay. So the Talata is going to go with an 8. The Silencer, an 18.
Okay, so the Silencer will make it, the Talata will not. And ones that... Let's see. It does not say they take half damage on a success, so I'm gonna assume he takes none. Let's see. But the Talata will take... I'll make this... Leeches historically don't like fire, right?
Historically.
Does this... Do I get the sense that he might be someone who also doesn't like fire?
Hard to say.
Okay. Well, this will be 4d10 fire damage, so 30 fire damage.
30 fire damage. Looking pretty burnt and injured by that as a blast of fire erupts out of Rapture.
Additionally, since he failed, I can teleport him to any solid ground within 30 feet of me, and I want him to go away. So I'm going to push him as far backwards as I can. So, like, we'll say right here, that square.
Okay.
Let's see, that was my action. As a bonus action... Yeah, as a bonus action, I'll just go ahead and hit myself with a Shield of Faith.
How?
What?
You're silenced. Does that need a verbal component?
Oh, it does. I apologize. I did not see that. That's okay. Let me double check. Then as a bonus action, I will just kind of stand here. And I will take the dodge action as my hasted, well, the Rapture version of hasted action.
Okay.
Yes. That'll be my turn.
All right. It's the turn of the Silencers now. As, let's see here. They are going to start scooting all around the battlefield. This one closest to you is going to make an attack on you, Cato. 14 to hit, which will miss. But then the other one is going to make one at you. 25 to hit.
Yes, ouch.
And this is going to be another 45 points of damage. As it
Did you say
skewers...
that was...
Hmm?
Can I Hellish Rebuke him?
Hellish...
Let me double check. That needs a verbal or somatic component, which it does, never mind. Was it to the end of my next turn, though?
Yes, you're not silenced anymore, I was about to say.
Okay. Then yes, I will Hellish Rebuke him.
Okay,
Within 60 feet.
gotcha.
So that is, he needs a Dex 16.
Dex 16. 23.
Okay. He will take half damage then.
Okay.
It's just first level. Nothing too bad. 13 halved to what, 6 or 7?
7.
Okay.
It's gonna be hit by the flame. Get singed, looking injured. I'm assuming you're looking pretty injured yourself now, though.
Yes.
And let's
Quite a
see.
bit.
The silencer here is going to be able to run, and is going to dive behind this tree going prone, not blind. Prone. And the last one is going to take a shot at Tsutsui. 17 to hit, Tsutsui.
17, unfortunately, is going to be the armor class.
Alright. 33 points of damage to you.
Did I get my reaction back or not yet?
No, not yet.
That sucks. Okay. Fine. I'm up.
Yep, you are up and you have been silenced. And technically, Cato is silenced too after the hit. And both your movement speeds are cut in half. But that is the turn of the silencers. Fitna, your go. You're in the jaws of one of these Talata.
Yes, what does it take to end a grapple?
An action and a successful athletics or acrobatics check. Or killing the thing.
Or killing the thing. Would I be able to take a whip attack at it, or would it have to be hand to hand?
You'd be able to take a whip attack at it.
Great. For the Talata that is currently grappling me, I would love to take a lightning whip attack at it.
All right.
Is that with advantage because of X?
Yes.
Awesome. That is going to be a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
All right. And 10 points of damage for the first strike.
10 points of damage. How do you want to do this?
Want to cut it to ribbons.
As you cut it to ribbons, you slash as the whip kind of does this bounce back reverb effect. These holes erupt along the sides of the Talata. It's looking bad. And then it just collapses.
Awesome. Fitna is going to take 5 feet of movement to move towards the Talata. And with that momentum, he's going to take 2 lightning strikes at this Talata
Okay.
drone. Still with advantage?
Yep.
Wonderful. The first one's going to be a 19 to hit,
19 will hit.
and the second one will be a 14 to hit.
14 will hit.
Oh, great. So the first strike will do 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second, 9 points.
Very nice. As the strikes erupt along the side of the flesh, you watch as your lightning crackles along the creature. It is definitely not happy.
Awesome. And Fitna will use his bonus action to take a second wind and regain some hit points.
Very fair.
He will gain 17.
Awesome.
Sweet. And that will be his turn.
That will be his turn. All right. It's now the turn of the Lysarian that's finally making its appearance here on this battlefield. And as it enters, let's see here. Hrathur's far away. Fitna's not. Or... Nah, but Cato's better. It's going to roll up on Cadogan, twirling its spear in hand, and it is going to... Yeah, it's going to attack in with its 3 spear attacks. See how this goes. 26, 22, 22. Okay, rolled well. I believe all those hit.
Clarify something real quick. Is he a fiend?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, he's also going to get a +3 to his attacks. Because it doesn't
understand
say
that,
friendly. Yeah. Or not to his damage, not his attacks.
Yeah, it's Cadogan gives a bonus to all fiends and undead with their damage.
This could have been fixed by a simple friendly put in the wording, but it's not there.
You're the one that chose the evil subclass meant for DMs only.
Choose evil subclass. He was just a guy.
54
It's
points of slashing,
Lord.
Piercing damage.
I would call that me being down.
Okay. And Cato goes unconscious, and then the Lassarian is going to look around and is going to look to Fitna, who's just within the range. Fitna, please make a charisma saving throw as it begins to speak to you.
Oh no. Okay. It's going to be a 10, but I believe I might be able to re-roll it. 1 second.
You have Indomitable?
Yes, that's what I was looking for. I would like to use Indomitable.
Okay, you can re-roll that.
Okay, still... It's a 6, and I have to go with the 6.
Yeah, you do. The Lassarian will say, I vow that when you need your weapon most, it shall shatter and fail you. And this is the vow it puts upon you, Fitna.
Oh no.
That's the Lysarian's turn. Let's see, I believe all the servants of the Baleful Dark are
They're all
gone.
dead.
Yep. So, top of the round, Hrathur, what are you commanding the crew of the Aurora to do?
Well, I would have healed Cato, but apparently I shouldn't trust Jamie's opinion.
As
I thought you meant when I survived for that one round. Which I did.
As you saw in the group chat, Dalton, the true enemy of this campaign is Jamie's judgment. They're the BBEG.
I have never once misjudged whether or not I would survive something. I just misunderstood your question. I apologize.
You have...
What are you talking about?
I always know my health.
Okay, whatever.
Such as, for example, when I got down to 17 health, I thought, man, I'm probably not going to survive.
Incredible insight, Jamie.
I did
Incredible
also
insight.
interpret, to be fair, the question as surviving that ballista attack.
What?
What?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Wait, hang on.
Not
You
that
thought
that
I was
makes
gonna
sense,
shoot
That's
you?
just how I interpret it.
Well, like, because
Splash
earlier
damage
you
or
were
something.
saying... Yeah, because earlier you had them do a ballista attack, which felt like an area of effect. And so that's what we thought you
It
were
hits
gonna do.
one thing.
Well, maybe that would be a good thing to pull out.
You want to know
I
why I chose
can't.
a shadow school?
I can't this turn. He shot last turn.
Well, why'd you have him shoot last turn?
Because you said you could live.
Yeah, and I survived that shot. Ain't no lies here.
I don't understand.
It's okay. promise I'm messing with you.
Uh, um, I don't even know. Suitsui, you get a health potion.
Okay.
Yay.
Suitsui, you watch as the crew of the Aurora toss you a greater healing potion. If you drink it, it will heal you 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, awesome. I love that.
And at this point, all of you also hear Eothas say, "I've almost got it! Just get back on the ship!" And Hrathur, it's your turn.
So we're at the stage where we just have to get back on the ship.
Yep, in the gray area
To the
is to the right, yes.
All right. Let me check something really quickly.
But Cato's a little bit sleepy, so
Yeah.
Honestly, if we cut
I
our
can
losses,
If someone can just, if I can stay, someone can get me up and I stay up until my turn, I can make it there, zero problem. That is a promise. That's a promise.
Okay. Well, you understand that getting to that stage itself involves some problems.
Yes.
My teleport ability can't bring people with me, can it?
no.
Okay. I'll. I.
What you doing, Dalton?
I'll punch this thing.
Okay.
I am at a loss for words. A 22 to hit.
That hits.
Great. Uh, 20 points.
20 points. As you strike it once, the creature bellows and says, "You will not triumph."
Shut up. I hit it again.
Okay.
26.
That hits.
Uh, 27.
27. With that, as you say, "Shut up," you crack it in the side of the head and it tumbles over dead.
Okay, let's see what else I can do here. Okay, how far away am I?
As you look that direction, Hrathur, you can see the Lysarian is just beckoning you towards them with one hand.
What? Oh, God. Okay, I don't like this at all. I guess I'll... Are these things tall enough to give me cover?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. I'll go there
Okay.
and, like, I guess I'll go the full way and use a key point for patient defense.
Gotcha. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right.
This
Vex.
is a terrible time to mention that I had the dodge action activated, wasn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
You completely forgot about that.
Let's see. I can, just for shits and giggles, let's see if anything would have missed. You would have gotten one less hit.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have helped.
No, probably not. But Vex, what are you doing?
I'm gonna run this way. So I think, let me make sure I'm not. Yeah, that'll get me that far. So, no, let me pick up the. Okay, there we go.
You miss the snapping jaws of the Talata as you run by Vex, as it took an attack of opportunity at you.
As my bonus action, I'm gonna spread some spores. I'm gonna like take that and put it this way on the Lacerian next to Cato.
Do you have a range?
Let me see how long.
Because that's
range.
90 feet.
It's 120 feet.
Okay.
No, wait. I lied. Wait, as a bonus action, you... Oh, up to 30 feet away. I lied. Haha. I'm gonna spread it to this Talata drone that
Gotcha.
tried to bite me.
17.
It just makes the save. Man, he is unkillable. Alright. I still haven't used my action, so... Ahee ahoo. I can do something. I will... I will go ahead and use my Fireball ability from my Wand of Fireballs. I'm gonna cast Fireball at 3rd level, and I'm gonna cast it at that Lacerian. Next is Caspian. Not Caspian, Cato.
Okay, just right on it?
Yeah.
Okay, Kato, you fail a death save.
No, wait.
Ow!
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, I can't take that back, can I?
No. And let's see, the Lacerian with this. See how he do. 16.
He does not make the dex save.
Okay.
Okay. That will be 8d6. 23 points of damage to that Lacerian.
Awesome.
And Cato, I'm sorry.
As
If
the
you could-
fireball clears, you can see the Lacerians just standing there smoking. You heard it, but they're still focusing heavily on Cadogan. And you're starting to get the feeling like this whole combat, they have lured Cadogan forward with one of their own, lured him away from everyone else, surrounded and knocked him out, keeping you guys on the other side of the map, and now they're just tunneling him.
I thought I was trying to battlefield control. They all got that side, but
Anyways.
Hrathur and I did have this side of it.
Cool. That's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay, it's gonna be the Talata's turn. Let's see here. Cool. The lone, badly injured Talata is going to make its way for Sutsui again. It really wants a bite. 18 to hit Sutsui.
I hate this guy. Yes.
18 points of damage.
18.
You gonna use your reaction to Uncanny Dodge?
That's what I'm trying to debate on. Because I have another thing I can do with my reaction, but that I believe is only 5. If it ends within 5 feet of me. Yeah, I'll have it.
Okay. Cool. And let's see, it's the other Talata now. As it's gonna go there, and then it can go 15 dash, and it is going to get right there in front of Hrathur.
Of course it does.
And end its turn. Sutsui, you're up.
Awesome. I'm going to...
You have a health potion if you want it.
I do have the health potion. I should be okay without it for a second, though. For a second.
Just to
Okay.
clarify, not
Yeah,
long.
a single second. But every
Yeah,
round
the
is
6
six.
seconds, yeah.
So I mean,
Sixth of a round.
So to clarify, getting to the ship, does that just require, like, crossing into any of the, like, gray of the map, or is there a specific entry?
Any of the gray is you're leaving the battlefield.
Okay, going to... How badly hurt is this guy?
And they're badly injured.
Badly injured. You know what? I don't like having it right here. I guess I'm gonna... Would I be able to, guess... Yeah, can I go ahead, I guess, and, am I able to do a dodge action and then bonus action attack with a dagger? Would that work?
Yeah, that would work, I think.
Okay, cool, then I believe... Oh, I need to actually check something about that real quick. Awesome, so can I take the... Does building light for the dodge action, that's any attack rolls, not just with Dawn?
Let me check. Yep, any attack roll.
Awesome, so I'll do the dodge action to gain that advantage, and then I'm going to bonus action attack with one of my daggers.
Okay.
Awesome, which I believe will allow me to access the sneak attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. That I believe. Cool.
What's your
That
roll to
is-
hit?
Oh, you know, that would be important.
That's a little important.
Those are, let's see, those are double 8s plus 10, so 18 to hit.
Yep, so how do you want to do this?
I think when it bites Sutsui and then when it pulls back, he just takes one of his daggers and he kind of like slams it like upward into kind of like that space in like the roof of the map.
Gotcha. Then as you do, you feel the creature shudder and shake and then just slumps down, allowing you to get free.
Cool, and I'm going to move right up to the edge of the map, and then I'm going to just chill there.
Okay. Cool. And if that is your turn, it's going to be the turn of the Malefic Shriekers, which are now coming in. 3 of them, at the bottom of the map. And, oh boy. Hrathur. You look like such a great target. Yeah, because you are.
mhm.
I think they're gonna kind of close in. Actually, this one is going to run forward here so it can get a better shot, as one is going to fire at Fitna.
Thoughtful.
You know, just to see. He doesn't want to have you feeling left out, you know? You're very thoughtful like that. 19 to hit.
Yes, it's
And 14 points of thunder damage to you, Fitna, as this dark, like, whistling thing hits you and then explodes out into shrieks and wails, unearthly wails, from a dimension far from here. And then, see, the other two malefic shriekers are... actually... You are dodging. One is going to move in to make a claw attack to help negate that disadvantage.
Alright.
Uh,
It has disadvantage.
So that's going to be only an 11 to hit.
Yep, nope.
And then the other one, at major disadvantage, 13.
Nope.
As they're attacking at you, you're ducking and dodging behind this cover, Hrathur, just doing everything in your power to stay alive. Cato, it's your turn. Please, for me, make a death saving throw as the world begins to flip upside down.
How's my buddy Death doing?
You can see Death is there in that upside down place. These coils of red around them. But they look... You're not actually sure how they look. It's an emotion that is beyond your mortal ken, if it's even an emotion at all.
How are you doing?
Is that your question?
Yes.
I am in agony. And with that, the world flips back up as it's time for the malefic silencers to unleash their attacks. And let's see, one is going to pop up behind Hrathur, and actually, I think they're going to fire at the retreating people. The one from behind the tree is going to fire at Tsutsui. At disadvantage because it still has the dodge action up. 16 to hit, which will just miss you, Tsutsui, as the attack flies just wide. Now, attack at Fitna.
If it changes anything, Fitna is not retreating.
Okay, 25 to hit, Fitna.
Yeah, that hits. Was that a crit?
No,
Oh my, okay.
no, that was not a crit. You should thank your lucky stars it's not a crit, because it's 42 points of damage.
I think that... Oh, I'm still up barely.
And you are silenced, your speed is halved, and then one final shot at Vex. 15 to hit, Vex.
Yeah, that hits.
It's going to be... Do you have resistance or immunity to poison?
I have immunity to being poisoned.
Then this will be far less damage to you. As you only take 8 points of damage as you're hit by this massive spear and you're like, ouchies. And then you feel the poison go through your body. And you just kind of shrug it off as you can metabolize it as part of your natural system and body. After the silencers, Fitna, you're up.
Okay, so change of plans. Fitna had great aspirations and a plan to do it. However, Fitna's almost dead. He is going to spend all of his movement to run away. And that's going to be his entire turn.
Okay, are you running? So let's see.
I guess it would have to be directly because he doesn't have enough movement.
Do you have only 30 feet of movement, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh.
you
so
would
not quite.
Yeah, you would get right there. You're at the very edge of getting out. You had an action surge, you could
Wait.
hop out, but
Sorry. For his action, can Fitna sprint and double his movement?
Well, what's
Or-
your regular movement speed? Is it 30?
30.
You were.
Yes.
It was halved by the Shrieker. I thought you had action dashed.
Yes. Okay.
So,
Sorry. Yes, I guess Fitna will action surge to preserve his own life.
okay, so Fitna's out then. And back
It's
on the
gone.
Aurora. That is the case. It's going to be the turn of the Lysarian. And the Lysarian is going to grab a hold of Cato and begin walking him away. And is going to action dash, and he can't get Cato. Actually, he can only get Cato right there, but he's dragging Cato away. And with that, at initiative 2, the marrow drinker finally arrives. As Hrathur, you can see as this massive squelching beast starts to slither its way onto the battlefield. Has 15 feet of movement, which it will spend moving as close as possible. And you are hidden behind cover.
Yes.
That's good for you. It don't believe it has yet. Doesn't have enough range or anything else. It's just going to dash then to get a little bit closer as it's squelching along. Top of the round, Hrathur. What are you commanding the crew of the Aurora to do?
Can the hook work on someone unconscious?
I think that it could.
Okay. Hit Cato with it.
I hope it's a sharp hook.
Okay. Then with that, it's just going to automatically be a 20-foot drag backwards as Cato is getting basically fished away from the grasp of the Lysarian.
Okay. I hit Step of the Wind for a key point to disengage.
Okay.
Let's see, how much is this? I use 45 to get there. And I grab him.
Okay.
And I start trying to drag him back.
Okay.
Hang on, let me think about this. If I use my action to dash, I have 120 feet of movement. I just use 45 to go up and grab him, and it's halved because I'm dragging somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about the long and short of it.
Does that mean I can drag him how much? I don't...
About 37 and a half feet.
Can I get 40? Can we call it 40?
I didn't realize we could bargain.
I mean, it's over half.
It's literally exactly half.
Okay.
I'll say, sure,
But
you
when
can drag
it's
40.
0.5,
Yeah, there. That works.
All right. And you are just dragging Cato with all your might at this point.
Yep. Also, sorry about these green things. I made them on accident and now can't get rid of them. There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That is literally everything I can do.
Okay. That's a good turn. Vex, it's your turn now.
I am gonna go ahead and cast. I'm gonna cast another Cloud Kill. Except this time I'm gonna cast it at 7th level. So this Cloud Kill will be.
Please don't hit us with it.
I'm not gonna hit you with it, so it's like occupying this center, so it'll get like the
Just
Telada drone and this.
where's the epicenter of the cloud kill?
Can you see where I'm clicking?
Yeah. So it's 20 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, exactly 20. All right. Hrathur, you watch as a cloud of noxious gas comes about an inch away from your face as it erupts on the Shrieker and the Talata. Talata, unnatural 20. Shrieker, 18. They are rolling well.
Alright, they'll take just half as much damage. So, since I cast this at 7th level, that means it would be 78. So I'll just go ahead and 78. That's 14.
14. All right, both are still up, but definitely the noxious gas is getting to them as the massive leech is thrashing about in pain.
I love being noxious anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and take my remaining movement and...
All right, Vex is gone, safe.
But I left my gas behind.
That's true, that's true. But now it's the Talata's turn. The Talata is going to scramble out of the gas and then move one closer and is going to use a bite attack at Hrathur. 23 to hit, Hrathur.
Yeah.
15 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As it is going to grapple you, pull you and Kato a little bit closer.
That's nice.
And it's the last remaining one, so that's its turn. Sutsui, you're up.
Awesome. I don't like seeing it grab my friend. I am going to aim down and fire it.
Okay.
Do I still get sneak attack if Hrathur is grappled?
Yes, he's grappled, but he's not restrained.
Awesome. That is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Awesome. Uh, 40 points of damage.
40 points. Hrathur, as you go into this creature's mouth, you're being flung around like a piece of meat in the mouth of a crocodile before the entire leech goes limp, collapsing down, and you look up just in time to see Sutsui putting down Dawn after blasting this creature apart.
Alright, I think... I guess I'll... I don't want to leave Hrathur and Cato there, so I think I will stick it outright. For drinking the health potion, is that an action or a bonus action?
Bonus action.
Okay, I'm going to pop... Yeah, I'll pop that. And then I will stay to hopefully provide cover for them.
Okay. Very well. If that is the case, then it's time for more malefic shriekers to arrive. This time, 4 at the top of the map as well. Sorry, Caleb, it's just how it is.
It is what it is.
And they are going to form a firing line in front of Sutsui. And that's going to be 4 shots.
No.
Here we go. 24 to hit, 21 to hit, 10, 17. 3 hits.
Okay. 3 of those hit. If I used... if I halved one, would I be able to?
14,
Can-
3, and 10.
Okay.
So if you have the
Uh,
14, 20 points of damage.
Yeah, I'll have the 14. The 20.
Okay. See, then the closest malefic shrieker is going to run out, getting up there to Cadogan.
Does it pass this square?
It would, yes.
So can I attack it?
Yes.
Is that a reaction of yours?
Yeah.
An opportunity attack? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I can take an opportunity attack.
Well, I'm just saying.
It enters and leaves.
Using your reaction. Okay.
23 to
I'll
hit.
take your turn.
23 does hit.
Uh, 25.
25, it is dead. Giving a chance for the others to move in. That one can move up there. And then it is going to bonus action go in as you're punching the other one, Hrathur, and it's going to nick from Kato's body Rapture. And then it's going to action dash.
Ah, the bastard! I need that back!
And then
Listen, you're dead currently. You literally can't complain.
I know, sorry.
see, the last one is going to move up there, and it's going to use an old favorite that I got to use on Dalton. So please make for me a Constitution saving throw, as it is going to use its shriek attack at you.
Is this a spell or magical effect?
It is a magical effect, yes.
I get advantage on it.
Lovely.
19.
19, that is a success. So you will take half this damage, only 4 points of damage, and you are not knocked prone.
Good. Good to know. Good to hear.
Otherwise, that is going to be the turns of the Shriekers. Cadogan, please make for me another death save.
Absolutely. 16. We're going steady.
Death is still there.
What's your favorite thing in the world?
I don't exist in the same way that you do.
But you can still have favorites. Favorite things.
No, I cannot. I don't have a favorite thing. If I did, it would leave me corruptible. I have a job. I shepherd souls. Likes, dislikes, loves, hatreds. Those are all things that could tempt a being such as myself to not do their job. I have no such temptations. I simply seek to guide and shepherd. And at this point, Cato, as you look up, the malefic shriekers are going to begin firing again. Let's see. This one's going to move up here. This one's going to move up here. First one at the top is going to attack Sutsui. 21 to hit Sutsui. And that's going to be 28 points of damage.
Ouchies. I'm up. Barely.
Okay. Let's see, one at the bottom is going to go for Hrathur. 26 to hit Hrathur.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 38 points of damage
Jesus.
as it hits you in the chest and you feel the poison run through your body. And the last one, Sutsui's...
Hang on. I'm immune to poison.
You're immune? Then
Yeah.
you would only take... What is that? 18 points of damage.
Okay.
And see, if you're immune... Yeah, they're gonna... Last one in the middle is gonna fire at Sutsui again. So it's already pretty much done its job. 23 to hit Sutsui. And 30 points of damage.
Yeah, I had 6.
Sutsui goes unconscious. And that's going to be the turn of the silencers. Fitna's on the ship. It's the Lacerian now. So it is going to begin moving in. It's got to action dash, so it's going to be able to get right behind Hrathur and Cato. And then the Marrow Drinker is still moving slow, and let's see. It can get right behind with a dash as well. That will be its turn. Hrathur, the Aurora's crew from the deck are yelling at you, crying, trying to get you to run as quickly as you can. And they're waiting for an order.
I asked for the grappling hook last time, so I can't have him do it again.
Mm-hmm.
I tell him to shoot the Lacerian, I guess.
Okay. You point to the Lacerian. It's going to make a dex save. Unnatural 20.
God.
As they fire the ballista, and the Lacerian just sidesteps it. The bolt flying right by.
It doesn't take any damage?
No?
Ah.
It is an all or nothing with that ballista.
Alright.
But now it's your turn.
Cato? What's your, death save status?
2 success, 1 failure.
If the Lacerian hits him, it's 2 death saves failed, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Am I within the Lacerian's range?
You're right next to them.
You're next to him.
Because earlier we did a ruling where if we were, a little bit earlier I noticed when I was getting pulled back by the fishhook, we pulled it as though I was from the Lacerian's range, or the Lacerian's space instead of the one right next to him, because I was, grappled. And so I was thinking if Hrathur is dragging me, technically I would be in his space as well, right?
No.
Okay.
There is one thing I can do, and it's keep dragging, and you might die. There's, at this point, not much else I can really be doing.
Alright, how far are you dragging then, Hrathur?
Well, first off, I don't know, it doesn't help him at all, I don't think, but I'll still disengage anyway.
Okay.
And then I can drag him 60.
I'll say if you burn 3 fate points, you can use that disengage to help shield Cadogan.
I'll do it, 100%.
Okay. With 3 fate points burnt.
And I will drag him 60.
60? That's with
That's
double half speed?
My movement is 60. With dash, that's 120. Half is 60.
And then halved again because of the shot by the malefic silencer.
Right.
So would that be 30?
That would be 30.
Then so you're dragging for all that you're worth. Let's see, that's an additional one. You're still just barely short Hrathur. Let's see. Is that your turn?
It's my action, bonus action, and everything, so yeah.
All right.
Can we donate fate points?
For what?
Yeah, I'm not rolling
Miracle.
anything.
I don't know.
Let's see. Vex is on the ship. Talata drones nothing left. Suits we make a death save.
$16.
16. You're in that upside down place once again. You can see death there, shackled by these red barbed chains. What's your question? Do you not have one?
Do want now. Max delivered a message to my brother Cadogan, telling him to leave the city we were in. Do you know if Cadogan made it safely out?
Cadogan made it out of the city. He's currently almost to Laurel by now.
Good. Thank you.
At this point, turns of the Shriekers. The one with Rapture is going to have enough movement to leave, be running away with its prize. One closest to Hrathur is going to make its attack. 23 to hit Hrathur.
Yeah.
12 points of thunder damage as you're rocked by the impact.
Okay.
And let's see here. One of the Shriekers is going to...
Oh, wait.
Hmm?
I'm resistant to thunder.
Oh, okay. Good. So only 6.
Okay.
Let's see. That one of the Shriekers... Actually, all the rest of the Shriekers are just going to line up in a firing line as Hrathur is trying to run. 15, which misses.
Yeah.
Natural 1. Another 15. 7. Hrathur, how are you dodging the firing line?
I think for the first 2, I just shift side to side. Third one, I drop Cato for just a half second to jump over it and then land flat and then back up.
Okay. As you're going, running, dodging, Cato, make another death save for me.
$16.
16?
Yep, that is 3 successes.
Okay. How much is 1 hit point worth to you?
A significant amount, I should wager.
What are you willing to barter?
What's the consequence for getting a bunch of Saturnine? Although I'm already maxed out, aren't I?
You're maxed, yeah.
Okay. How many fate points would it take?
All that you have plus more.
How much more?
I don't know. Let's call it 10 total. I think that's
Cato
a
has
fairly steep price.
Cato has 4.
Mm-hmm.
Who's willing to pitch in?
I'll give everything.
I'll pitch in whatever I got.
So, Bitnap contributes everything. That's 8. Vex adds 2.
Okay. Then, as you are finally stabilized with Hrathur dragging you, and with 10 fate points added, you are now conscious at 1 hit point. Cadogan, as you take in a breath. What are you doing?
Hrathur, how hurt are you looking?
Call it a quarter of where I wish I was.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm trying to check to see if because I know I don't have Rapture anymore.
Like, if you want to put a number on it, I'd say maybe 30-ish out of 100.
Gotcha. If I boost you up, do you have anything that could get you to Tsutsui, give him the potion and drag him out? Is your movement
Yeah.
high enough?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Then I will hit you with 70 points of lay on hands.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I will run my little butt out of here.
Yeah, get the hell out.
Do you have 60 feet of movement?
Where does the having come from?
You're prone.
Oop.
You're being dragged.
Fair enough. I have 30, halved to 15, which is okay. Let's see. Oops. Let me measure something real quick.
Get to there and I'll have you repelled out.
Sounds good. That will probably knock me out again, but I'm okay with it.
It won't. It doesn't do damage.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know. Okay, then I'll get right there.
Okay. Then, as you stand up, begin running for all that you're worth. It's now the turns of the Malefic Silencers. Let's see. One is going to fire at Cato because they naturally are going after him. 24.
Ouch.
Immediately, boom, you run and are hit in the back.
Down again.
That's okay. That's okay.
This point, another is going to fire at you, Hrathur. 18 to hit.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
Do these count as missiles?
they do.
Okay, I'll catch it.
Okay. So, for the damage,
It does not matter.
13. Yeah.
It does not matter.
Okay.
And screw it, I'll fire it back.
Gotcha.
22 to hit.
22 hits.
1 second. Uh, 23.
23. As it's this one that fired, it is dead. As you catch it and boom, throw it back directly through the heart. It wasn't overly damaged, but these creatures are not that sturdy, as they're literally prying pieces of themselves and throwing them at you guys. And last attack, 29 to hit Hrathur.
Yeah.
And this is going to be another 17 points of piercing damage into you.
Okay.
And that's going to be their turns. Fitna's on board. It's the Lysarian's turn. Let's see if it can... It cannot get up to Hrathur necessarily, but it's going to action dash to... Actually, it's going to go here and make a charisma saving throw, Hrathur.
Okay, is this a magic effect?
It is.
Okay.
Good old satyrs.
19.
19, you pass as it begins speaking to you, and you're like, I hate noise, and you just cancel out anything that's trying to tell you. Because
I make the like zip motion at it.
Yep.
Zip it.
But now it's the marrow drinker's turn, as it can squelch forward just a bit more. And so it can finally use its caustic spit at you, Hrathur.
Oh, great. I'm so happy for it.
You're really just going through it. Only a 10 to hit, though.
It misses.
As it fires at you, Hrathur, how are you making this last second dodge out of the way?
I almost feel like I don't want to know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Is it spit solid?
Kind of liquidy.
Okay. As it comes at me, I'm going to like use the flat of my axe to just bat it to the side.
You bat it to the side, it hits a rock and instantly kind of like dissolves it.
Yeah.
But that's the marrow drinker's turn. Top the round, Hrathur, what are you ordering your crew to do?
Slight change of plans. Suitsui is getting dragged on board the ship.
Zip! As you
Yep,
order
go
it,
ahead.
Suitsui is hit by a grappling hook as one of the shriekers cries out in surprise as he is yanked back up.
I move up. I grab Cato again. And I move us onto the ship.
And as you do, at this point, as Fitna and Vex have gotten on, breathing heavily, Yathis getting them to help make the last second adjustments. And at this point, as you all watch as all the creatures, this massive horde is growing closer, Yathis hits a button as the astral lighthouse whirls to life, and immediately Captain Kristoff takes off hard into the air, flying up, up, and up through the sky. The battle below still raging, as you can see probably 30, 40, 50 more monsters coming behind the ones you were already fighting. Again, this is an unending tide of creatures. The Ardmagos is a strong faction, but even they cannot compare to this overwhelming might and power. But you're able to leave that behind. You're able to fly. Up, 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 and then all of a sudden, the sounds of destruction and madness fade below. And instead, as you climb higher and higher, eventually, you reach the sky. And as all of you are given healing potions, you can look over the side. And you can see the prime ring below, orbiting, spinning around Null. Your home so small. And yet, below, you can still see that mark, that scar on the ground from where sin bled. A scar that is now only growing. A scar that you escaped barely with your lives. However, Hrathur, as you're breathing heavily, you look to where Vex is already looking. Or Sutsui's looking. Looking to another ring floating around this massive gas giant. Your destination. the primordial ring. And somewhere there on that beautiful green saturated landscape is your home, the Grove of Forte, and Max's last hope. But we'll get to that next time. As for right now, it is here where we will end the session for today. Congrats, guys! You survived!
Oh,
Survive seems like a bit of a strong term.
Oh my god. A force of enemies. However, it was Cato who, towards the west, was completely just hamstrung by enemies. He wasn't able to get back. Hrathur was with him for a good while. However, eventually Hrathur had to pull back, and Cato just got so damaged. Eventually, he went down. He was not able to regain consciousness. He was just there unconscious. He eventually had a brush with death, and it was a very bizarre interaction. Death was understandably a bit cold and hurt, and then Cato asked, I think it was, what would make you the most happy? And to this, Death replied, I don't get to be happy, essentially. Happiness is not a luxury that I get to choose. Free will is not something that I possess. It's not what I was created for. In fact,
It was, what's your favorite thing? And he was, I don't have a favorite thing. I can't have favorites.
That would distract me from my purpose, my job, what I was created for, which was kind of horrific and very sad to hear. And then Cato eventually left that space with Death, having their question asked or certain time having elapsed. And then after that, the Cato was being surrounded by all the Warrens and just creatures of sin, just trying to take Cato away. However, the rest of the party was still busy fighting the Talata drones and just really, and then a few other creatures. I forget their names, but they were fairly easy to defeat. However, they could do some damage, so the party started to get very damaged. And eventually, when we realized this is not a fight we can win, the bell hasn't rung. Our clear to go has not yet sounded. Even despite all this, some of the party said, "Hey, instead of dying here, I need to leave." And I think that started with Bitna, or
Well, no,
that started with.
By the time everyone was leaving, like, Eothas said, hey, we can go. Get back up on the ship.
Oh, I must have misunderstood that then. But eventually, the party left Cato, surrounded by sin, or surrounded by all the Warrens, and ran back to the safety of the ship. And we knew that Cato was probably going to be all right, because even if Cato died, their soul wouldn't leave. Probably wouldn't pass death, just because of the deal that Corinna had with death. I mean, complete control. I don't know if you could say that's a deal, but then we realized. I don't know if anybody said this. There wasn't a conscious conversation, but we all left Cato alone. However, the man Hrathur did not leave his teammate behind. Instead, he went beast mode. He went as hard and as fast he could, breaking through the lines of the Warrens to get to Cato. Cato, by some miracle, coming to consciousness with very little life, barely remaining conscious. However, eventually Cato stumbled to their feet and tried to run away. Hrathur also dragging Cato forward, all while there are essentially three different flanks of enemies that were slowly closing in, and then one disgustingly large enemy that had been slowly advancing towards the party this entire time, but not quite within the battlefield yet, because it was just so slow. And eventually they managed to get. It wasn't harpooned. It was. Did you guys run back, or were you dragged back by the rope?
Cato
the
was
ship.
grappling hooked.
Yeah.
No, Sutsui was
Oh,
grappling hooked, and I dragged Kato.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so in a very clutch moment, Hrathur managed to completely, from the jaws of death, save Kato's life from any evil plans or desires from the ninth Dorja. And it was epic.
Couldn't save his weapon, though.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep, they
That
took
got stolen.
the legendary sword that they had been able to create that can cut the flesh of a high god. So, I'm sure that won't have any consequences later.
Definitely not.
But at this moment, we find all of you on the Aurora making your way to the primordial ring. Be at this point probably about another 2 days of travel before you make it to the primordial ring. And so at this point, I should ask all of you, what are you doing during this travel time, during this lull in the action?
I'm trying to find some kind of enchanted weapon or way to enchant my own weapon.
How would you like to try and accomplish that?
Asking around.
Does anyone in this party think that they can enchant a weapon?
No.
Or have a spare enchanted weapon.
Absolutely not.
No.
A spare enchanted weapon. No, can't say I do.
Okay. Then I will go to Witterbeck and ask him if he can help me figure out how to enchant the longsword. I'll imbue it with the magic power, he just needs to do the runes.
Well,
Him and Iothas probably together.
most of my training is of the collecting of historical documents, man. And I have a doctorate in dimensional studies. I don't.
Yeah, but they have Gen Ed where you're from.
Artificing isn't Gen Ed.
I
Unfortunately.
That's fair. I felt like you were more able to make sense of it than I would, though.
I could make sense of it. I could tell you probably the source of an enchantment. I can do many things. I don't have the years of necessary training to create weapons of magical quality.
That's okay. Thank you, though.
Of
How about
course.
you, Iothas?
See, Iothas is going about kind of making minor repairs to the ship, and he just kind of looks at you. I could give something a shot. What do you want?
Literally anything enchantment-wise. I've heard that I've heard rumors that some creatures might not be hurt by regular weapons. So I would like something to count as enchanted.
Alright, let's see, do you have any materials or supplies that we can use to focus the enchanting process? Diamonds, rubies, emeralds?
I don't know if this counts, but what would my wedding ring have been made up of?
It has a small diamond on it.
Eek.
I'm willing to offer this up.
Okay. It's a small thing. You really couldn't splurge on anything bigger?
I was not rich.
Not to say you're fair. Again. Okay.
This was almost a year's savings.
Yikes. Alright. It's not a lot here. Let's see, do you have anything else? Do you have a means of inscribing runes, materials, things like that?
I'm searching through my backpack real quick. No,
All right.
I have various sharp things. I have this longboard, although preferably that is the thing that is enchanted.
Probably.
And I have a few javelins that we could try to etch things with.
I mean, I have a chisel. It's meant for wood, but
Yeah, man, it's probably not gonna be the absolute best. Look, give me one of the javelins.
I also have the ability to heat up the metal with some fire, in theory,
What
to
do
make
you
it a
mean
little bit more.
in theory? Can you do it
Well,
or can you not?
This has historically only been of use when I've been hit by someone. But maybe I could figure out how to use it in this context. In out of character, I'm talking about the spell Hellish Rebuke.
So wait, you want to stab yourself, unleash a wave of fire over the sword, and then have me try to inscribe something into it?
If that'll work.
I have no idea if it will. I can try. I make no grand promises. Maybe the most that I can get is... I know a general spell that can allow the tracking of creatures. The blade will glow if something gets nearby. I'm mostly trained in the fighting of Fae and of Fiends. Is there one of the two that you would prefer?
Let's go with Fiends, because that seems, even though Fae may be more prevalent in our upcoming mission, the Warrens are kind of creeping in.
Alright, based on the size of this diamond, we probably only have one shot at this. I give it a 50-50 chance, maybe a bit better. So we'll see. I guess stab yourself with the sword and get it as hot as you can.
I will do so. I'll go ahead and expend. I'll cast this Hellish Rebuke at 3rd level, as high as I can.
Okay.
Hrathur is over on the sidelines eating chips.
I would like to step like a ways out of range, but I am watching.
Gotcha.
I was under the impression this was a private conversation,
Oh,
but okay.
Kristoff and some of the crew are looking as well.
That's fine.
We're on a ship. It's
Okay.
not. You don't have a ton of room for privacy.
I'm sorry, 4th level is what I'm casting Hellish Rebuke at.
Okay.
That is 5d10 fire damage.
Please don't blow up the ship. Or yourself.
Should
But
I
mostly the
roll
ship.
the...
Yep, roll the
Should
fire.
I roll the fire?
You should.
Okay.
You're looking for something above 25. Okay.
26, let's go!
26. Good. As the fire washes over it, the metal is heated up enough to where it is glowing red hot instantly. At this point, taking the diamond in one hand, you watch as Eothas is going to try to inscribe just these really minor runes. You're looking for something above a 9 with this roll. That's
Natural 20.
Nat 20!
You
Let's
can
go.
see Eothas is working with everything he has and goes, well, hey, this is going well. What if I... Ugh. And with that kind of pulling backward, you can see that bits of diamond are all encrusted along the blade as it finally cools and Eothas holds it up. It doesn't do much, but it has enough magic in it. Probably bypass at least some defenses. Basically, you can cut a ghost, and he passes you over the longsword.
Thank you very much. That's very appreciated.
No problem. Just, well, maybe favor for me now. This was kind of took a lot out of me, and, well, we need to bring Max some food. I've been doing it, but can one of you do it now?
I'll do it.
You sure?
Yep.
Just don't let him go.
Do you want me to come with you, just as backup?
Sure.
All right.
So are you making your way down within the hull of the ship to where you guys have Max contained?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then as you go down, you start to undo the locks, the chains on the door. Before long, it is unlocked, ready for you to open it.
I open it.
As you open it, Hrathur, you can see that there are 30 to 40 candles that are burned almost down to the wick, just wax all over the floor. These floating globules of light that give off this magical radiance are in the air. But even then, the room seems incredibly dark. And laying on a bed, perfectly still, literally lashed to the frame with more chains, you can see Max Greyfall, flesh completely covered in these black tendrils as the tattoo has expanded out across the body. And slowly as you go to enter, the head lolls to the side. Hello, Hrathur. Cadogan.
Hey.
I'm feeling much better now. If you could let me go.
Just a quick check. He does not have the physical ability to feed himself, does he?
No.
Okay. What kind of food was I given to give him?
Just standard rations. Some oatmeal, really. Dried meat, that sort of thing.
Okay. I to his bedside and start attempting to feed him.
You can see Max eats calmly. Doesn't say anything else before the food is finished. And then smiles. See? Fine.
We'll check tomorrow. And I leave the room.
Cato. Cato, can you come here, please?
I'll stay right here.
Cato, can you just take me for a little jaunt around? I've been in here for so long, and it's so dark.
Well, we'll be landing soon, so don't worry about it. All you have to do is just relax for a few more days. We're almost there.
Almost where?
I motion Kato to not say it.
I was already not going to say it. We're on the same page.
Okay. And go to shut the door. After I leave, after both of us are out of the room, to be clear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
and I relock everything.
All right. You relock everything. And take a breath as that experience is done. Now, is there anything else you guys would like to be doing on your journey?
Before we reach our destination, I want to just double check. Everyone on the ship, aside from Cato and Fitna, have been to the Primordial Ring before?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I want me and the others who have been before, I want us to give Cato and Fitna the quick rundown on the do's and don'ts of being on the Primordial Ring.
All right.
So, Iothis, you've spent a good amount of time there, so, and same with Vex, you guys can jump in with anything if you want, but I feel like the main points to cover are anything that is offered to you, do not take. Anyone who tries to make a deal with you, do not accept. Just generally avoid bonds of any form because they are almost always trouble. Things on this ring can and will take your soul, so just try to avoid that. They are very tricky with their words and will do everything they can to just manipulate you into thinking that you're doing something good, but you're not. You're actually just making things worth for yourself.
Agreed. Although, it's usually best to stay on people's good sides. These inhabitants mostly run off of emotion. So, keeping them happy usually leads to good things. And also, if you are ever in the presence of a powerful fae, especially an archfae, remember your manners. Manners are extremely important.
Yes. Picture it like you're at a very fancy dinner party, where if you insult someone, they have liability to stab you. Whereas if you make a deal with someone, they are liable to take all of your money, possessions, friends, family, etc.
Always got to keep one eye open. Although, it is tempting. The Fae are known for their extravagancies. And there is a level of wealth and riches on the Feywild that is tempting. Again, be wary of any deal you are presented with, but again, just keep an eye out.
Understood.
Is it really as bad as you say?
Well, think of it this way. If someone offers to have a dance with you, that is a fairly innocuous request on the Prime Ring. But here, it is a possibility, not a guarantee, but a possibility that you will then be incapable of not dancing until you die of exhaustion.
What? Oh.
You will be forced to continue to dance and not be able to stop until you're dead. And then after that, your ghost will probably still keep dancing. If someone offers you a drink, you may end up drinking and not be able to stop until you have alcohol poisoning. If someone offers you some food, you may keep eating until your stomach explodes. Everything here is more excessive than you think it is.
Imagine everyone's emotions and desires are turned up to 11, if you will. They don't mean to hurt people from the Prime Ring, it's just that we are, in general, weaker than they are. It's a different world. Something innocuous to a Fae can be quite deadly to us.
Huh. Well, Thanks for the warning. I'm gonna stay close to you guys in any case.
Good idea. Just, especially in the place we're trying to go to. It is a place that is liable to suck you in and not want to let you go. So just try to keep a handle on everything.
I haven't been to the Grove of Forte, but the area around Green Crest, where me and Vex were, has similar characters. So hopefully we can get off the ship and get going to wherever your home is, Hrathur.
Well, it's been a while, but I somehow doubt much has changed.
All right. Well, in that case, any other questions for the experienced Fae travelers?
Are there if we got separated and couldn't find you all, is there a place that we could go that is safe that you know of?
It's hard to say because also with the primordial ring, the forest itself has a liability to make things even more difficult to traverse. Getting lost is really bad here.
Solid geographical landmarks are hard to come by. Things just are. The journey is the journey. And it's like nothing is straightforward. Everything is curved in some way. You know?
Being here is almost like being in a dream. It doesn't quite feel right.
Sounds more like a nightmare, to be fair.
That's a fair assessment, but it's just like you can be running as fast as you can, but feel like you're not making any progress. You can be talking to someone and feel like they're not quite getting what you're saying. It's hard to do.
So, yeah.
I will say also, you should not give out your real names.
No, don't do that at all.
Should we?
That is, yeah, Sutsu's right.
So what name should I give out? Just pseudonym or?
Anything.
That could be fine, yeah. Just, not your real one, because real names are legally binding.
Terrifying. I
Yeah.
really hope I don't slip. Say my real name.
Even some fake names are rough. Anything can potentially bind if it's close enough to you. It's hard to traverse the Feywild without making some deals or trades or things like that. It's just knowing when to make the right ones. But if possible, stay clear from the obviously bad ones.
Right. There.
But as long as we do that, then, well, we should be fine. Nothing bad will happen.
Just stay close together. If you don't have to talk to someone, don't. And just remember that no matter how good things look here, it is still dangerous.
And at this point, Hrathur, you begin to hear a sound that begins to echo across the ship. A proximity beacon, but one of a very specific type. You've drilled for this eventuality a lot. You've had to experience it more than once. The Mind Flayer alarm is going off.
As soon as the alarm goes off, Hrathur almost just locks and starts staring forward before for 5 or 10 seconds, and then breaks and starts darting his eyes in every direction.
Gotcha. And at this point, as you start darting around, you can see Witterbeck is looking very confused. Excuse me, what is that?
Mind flayers.
Oh. Are they close?
Should be. If that alarm is right.
Oh dear. And at this point, as you begin to look around, Hrathur, you can see out on the starboard side a Mind Flayer Nautiloid's ship. It looks half wood and metal and half living flesh as it begins to coast its way through the sky.
Is it coming in our direction?
Yes.
At us, or looks like it's gonna pass us?
Make an insight check.
22.
22?
Yeah.
It looks like it will basically cross your path, but it's not slowing down as it's approaching you.
I wanna just... Can I see, Kristoff?
You can head up to the captain's helm and talk to
I
him.
will... Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Is anyone else following Hrathur as he darts off?
Yes, I'm definitely following.
He seems to know what he's doing, so I'll run.
I'll follow.
Then you can dart to the actual helm, Hrathur, and you can see Captain Kristoff is there along with 2 other crew members who are arming the weapon systems, preparing the Aurora for defensive capabilities. He's gunning the engines. He turns back to you. Hrathur, we got squids incoming.
Yeah, I saw the ship. It's heading this direction, but doesn't seem to be slowing. I'm not sure if they see us.
Yeah, well, they're coming right for us at this point. And at this point, he kind of turns the ship to the side, going broadside, so that the actual defensive armaments are pointed at the Nautiloid. And you can see now as Kristoff begins to flip up shields and things like that, his eyes kind of go wide. You're right, they're not slowing down. They might ram us. Brace for impact. And he kind of bunkers down.
Hrathur hits the deck.
Right, what are the rest of you doing?
I'm in the deck.
I'll hit the deck.
All right,
Also bracing.
gotcha. Then all of you brace for impact. There's a few heartbeats, and then nothing. As the shadow of the Nautiloid goes over you, as the Mind Flayer ship just passes over and continues gunning it in the opposite direction that you're heading. And Kristoff kind of looks up. What the fuck? Hey, check the radar. What? And you can see there's a monitor in front of him. And one of the crewmates of the Aurora punches a few buttons, and a general pulse of energy goes out from the Aurora, and Kristoff nods. Aye, lad. They're running.
Running?
They're activating all thrusters. They don't even have their weapon systems engaged.
What are they running from?
That's a good question. And you can see another pulse get sent out from the ship. This time forward. And as it goes out, Hrathur, you can see out in front on this monitor screen there is a large dot that appears. Oh, we've got something in front of us. It's big. It's just inside of the rings' general orbit, seemingly sitting at the edge of deep space, hiding, at least in the shadow of the dark ring. We're making right for it now. All of you, go out on the deck and see if you can see it with your eyes.
I sprint.
Okay. Hrathur sprints out. What are the rest of you doing?
Following.
Okay.
Yeah, following her up.
And as you go, following Hrathur at this moment. Hrathur, since you're there first, please make a perception check at advantage.
22.
22. As the Aurora is scooting around the dark ring, making its way now toward the primordial ring, in that shadow of the great ring, you notice there's a disturbance in the light. And as you start getting closer, you feel energy grow in the air. As you get closer and closer, the ship ducking down, you see that massive frame begin to come into view, sitting there. A ship that dwarfs the Aurora. Massive in size. Just sitting, waiting. And Tsutsui, you can see decks and decks filled with guns on this massive ship that is slowly, ever so slowly, making its way, following where the mind flayers were going. But not just that, making its way towards the prime ring. What are you guys doing?
Who else is on the deck besides me? Besides us, I should say.
At this point, it is the main party, plus Eothas, who's on the deck of the ship, and Professor Witterbeck.
Hey.
What's their reaction to this thing?
You can see Professor Witterbeck is looking at it in awe, and Eothas has gone pale white. I mean, he's already very light-skinned as a tiefling, but he's ashen now, with this shaking look to him.
I think that all that Hrathur can muster is to go to the side of the ship and bomb it off of it.
Gotcha. And you can do so. And in that moment, you then see Eothas seem to jump out of his stupor, and slowly he looks to the astral lighthouse that you have on deck and sprints over to it and begins punching in buttons and is working furiously.
As soon as I collect myself, I go over and try to tell what he's doing and if I can help.
Just rip everything out, man. Just shut it
I
down.
do.
Shut it down.
I do it.
Mm-hmm. And as you two begin to work within moments, you rip out everything that makes this astral lighthouse function. Hours of work undone within a few seconds as you are just trying to stop any signal. And then you feel a boom, a pulse go out from this massive ship, and it goes out and over the Aurora. And instantly, this mass dispel causes the entire ship to stop. All the engines cut, all power cut. Temporarily, all your magic items of a rare level or lower are non-magical anymore. As then it begins to hit you with multiple scans. Oh my god. Magion, help us. And you can see Eothas gets down on his knees and he just begins to pray. What are the rest of you up to now?
Eothas, who or what is this?
I don't know for sure. I think those designs, they've been documented once before. In the old archives of the Ardmagos. I think that's an Arnyr scout ship. One of the Titaness races. They fled. Long ago, after the Titans lost. They fled, they ran. My gods. Why are they here? Why are they...
Then is calling them back.
You can see that Eothas looks at the lighthouse and kind of squints his eyes. Maybe it's the lighthouse signal. It was a strong signal for its size, but it would take many lighthouses to get past the rings into deep space.
It was, the one under Laurel, right?
I don't know, maybe? Hold on, They're scanning us now. Maybe I can... Hrathur, can you get the lighthouse's monitoring feature back up? Just plug those cables in there.
I can try, and I do.
Alright, you plug them in, and Eothas is gonna plug some of his cables in again. Tap a few buttons. Your captain could probably tell us more about what this ship's doing or what it has enabled. But this thing, it's taking in a lot of signals from the ring. I'm getting 15, 16, identical to the signal that this lighthouse was sending out.
As far as Hrathur is aware, how many full-size lighthouses are there on the prime ring?
On the prime ring? Tough to say. Probably 10 to 20, if you had to guess, that are full-sized.
Okay. Is it possible that all the lighthouses are doing this?
I don't know. This lighthouse had a very specific signal. It was broadcasting out into space. If others could probably have been hijacked to do the same. But right now, this thing, I'm pretty sure this is a... Hold up. Vex, my pack, it's over there. Can you get me my journal?
Yeah, sure. Then I'll go ahead and get the pack and bring it over to him.
He kind of smiles. Thanks. Okay, and he pulls out a journal and begins flipping through it. No, yeah. These designs, they... I think this is a scout ship. This is...
Scout ship.
Yeah, this is
For what?
meant to scout ahead of the fleet. This is a rowboat compared to everything else they have. Okay, but scout ship meant for scouting and communicating with the rest of the fleet. Yeah, that's why it's taking in the signal. Coded message, probably, and it's amplifying it. It's taking the signal in. I think it's ramping it up. With enough time, with enough signals. Nah, not even then. Perhaps these lighthouses were enough to guide this one little ship here. But it's deep space outside of this. In order to reach the far ends of it, where the Arnyr likely are, you need a huge lighthouse. You'd need a... Oh my god.
What?
And you can see Eothas looks to you, Hrathur. You'd need a beacon. Something huge to get the signal. Something ancient. Didn't you say Sin talked about a beacon? A beacon.
Beacon.
Yes. If it's big as well, big enough to draw the interest of a high god, and its signal got out and got to that ship, and it was able to broadcast out into deep space after amplifying the signal, it could call back a fleet that would blot the sun from the sky. An invasion fleet. How long has Cato's wife been in charge of Beacon?
Since round about the ritual.
Okay.
Which was in world, like, what, a couple months ago?
Yeah. About 150, 200 days ago.
Okay. Yeah, a few months.
My god, if it's here and they're close, we gotta stop whatever they're doing. Because this scout ship might be able to waste an entire fleet of astral ships. Imagine if one of the dreadnoughts gets here. There are stories, legends. I read about them as a hobby. They could glass an entire ring with their firepower.
What do I...
They're enough to make a mind flayer run.
Yeah. That's pretty terrifying.
And at this point, as you all are looking at this ship, looking at the vessel, all of a sudden, those pulses of energy from it stop. And Cato, you look down at your new sword, and it begins to flicker to life with magic once again. Kind of take a breath as Sutsui, you feel the engines of the Aurora flicker back on as the scout ship just begins to drift through space some more, heading towards the Prime Ring. You're not enough of a threat to them to even waste a shot, as they're just going through space.
Yeah, if that thing's a rowboat, we're a toothpick someone tossed in the ocean.
Yeah, no joke. No joke. Come on. We gotta tell Kristoff to really book it out of here.
I run with everything I have into the captain's cabin, or the steering room.
Yeah. And you can see Kristoff is just drenched in sweat at this point. Hrathur, did you... That ship...
Floor it!
Floor it! All power to the engines! And you feel the Aurora ramps up its speed faster than you've ever felt it as Kristoff begins to blaze away from the Dark Ring as fast as he possibly can. As you go off, a few hours pass, no other points of contact. However, Hrathur, you do see, about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, a ship graveyard. And you can see 8 destroyed Mind Flayer ships just floating there. They're half metal, half organic material just drifting. And you realize that that scout ship destroyed an entire Mind Flayer harvesting fleet. And it didn't look scratched. And that's enough to send Eothas into an existential spiral. As
Oh, I'm with him.
Yeah.
My brain is cracked.
As Vex, Eothas comes to you and just kind of sits down and says, I'm so scared.
Yeah, I think y'all are.
Can you tell me about happy things?
Sure. I saw a mushroom. We were on the Prime Ring. There weren't a lot of mushrooms left, but there was one mushroom there. And I put some spores next to them, so there'll be more mushrooms soon.
Yeah, that's good. Glad for that.
I know what's another happy thing. The color orange. Yellow is also a happy thing, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He just kind of smiles and leans back and just kind of disassociates for a while. Eothas, you've always seen him cool, collected, in control, but he just faced something that dwarfed him so completely and utterly that he's just having trouble processing.
I think I'll just sort of stick by him and keep trying to tell him about happy things.
Gotcha, and he'll appreciate that.
I'll probably be sitting down next to him.
And he just kind of rests his head against your shoulder.
And I allow this.
Okay. And he'll slowly start to feel a little bit better. What are the rest of you up to in the aftermath of this event?
After I saw the destroyed mind flayers, I
followed that across the sky for as long as I could, and then just like sat down and stared at the floor for a while.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think Sutsui is also just. He's probably got his bow not like drawn but in hand, and he's just kind of probably staring off at some like fixed point out in space.
Hmm.
Just on edge, but not really taking anything in.
As you look out into that void and the vastness, again, you start to take into account that, you know, as a member of one of the grand families of Arquette, your family used astral ships every now and then, and mind flayers are a huge threat when traveling between rings, as even one ship can decimate a few merchant ships going together. A harvesting fleet like that, a fleet like that, Sutsui, you know, could make an entire village disappear in a few hours, take every single person and leave. There is almost no force that can stand up to it other than an astral ship fleet with a material god present, and maybe a few saints. And it was just obliterated. As you look out there, just kind of puts into perspective that even in the context of the grand families, that ship makes them look small. Cato, what are you doing?
He's also probably at this point sitting down, probably against the railing, and just half watching to see if everyone's like, if there's anything he can do to help anyone else, but also just kind of a lot's been happening, and so he's taking this opportunity to just exist and try to take it all in.
Mm-hmm. Fitna, what about you?
I think Fitna would try and console and be there for Hrathur, because he does not like seeing Hrathur that completely rocked at the stride of this incomprehensible ship and Armada presumably behind it. So he'll just try and be there for him, just by him. Probably not saying too much, but just trying to give him moral support.
Gotcha. Now, is there anything else you guys are trying to accomplish in the final day before you land on the primordial ring? If not, then at about midday on the 4th of Chaisa, Hrathur, you are looking around and just contemplating everything. And then out in space, that huge shape gets closer and closer. And you feel the wash of primordial energy. Vex, you've been feeling it for a while now as you're connected deeply to this plane and its people. As the Aurora begins to go into its docking position, Eothas is going to, at this point, flick on the astral lighthouse that he took apart and put back together. And as the lighthouse pulses out, the ship is able to begin to navigate towards the small town of Greencrest in the Feywild. And as the vibrant, verdant greens of the trees arc towards the ship from the ground, you touch down in a clearing in the massive Fey forest. And as the Aurora hits ever so slightly, Vex, Sutsui, Hrathur, you're all home.
Hrathur takes a good few deep, really deep breaths upon actually entering, I guess what we call atmosphere. Just like as soon as he smells the air, he feels like he has to calm himself.
Gotcha. And it's the cleanest air you've ever breathed. Even Kavef, at the far end of the world, can't match the beauty and splendor of the primordial ring, so rich and filled with life. And Sutsui, as you look around, you can see kind of making its way maybe 30-40 feet away from the ship a hydra deer. It's a 3-headed deer, this one a buck, making its way along. All 3 heads going to look at you at the exact same moment. And one of them gives kind of a bugle-like call before it hops off into the deep thicket.
And I think Sutsui has like definitely an expression of awe. He has been here before, but it's definitely been like a good several years to it. Everything's kind of like hitting him again.
Gotcha. And at this point, it's up to you guys. What are you doing?
I suppose, Hrathur, you're the only one who knows exactly where we're going.
Right. Yeah. Oh goodness, how are we gonna transport Max?
Or, sorry, could you repeat that?
He's just like has his head in his hand, and he's like, "How are we going to transport Max?"
Oh, gotcha.
Which is a thing he wonders aloud in case anyone has any input on it.
How far away are we from the site right now?
How much do I remember of my trek?
From this general area in the Feywild, you're maybe a day and a half, but hard to tell. The journey's the journey in the Feywild. Journeys
Yeah.
that can take a day usually might take a week, and journeys that can take a year might take a day.
I just know how long it took me.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to exactly tell, but about a day and a half is what it took me. But, you know, that may not be the case this time.
Right. So I guess
Yathas, you have any ideas?
For what, man? For what?
Transporting Max.
Chains and a good eye. Suppose, maybe we leave
No.
everyone who's not essential behind. It's gonna be a dangerous trip.
Yeah, that was the idea. But, I mean, it's not like we can all just be holding candles 24/7.
Not a bad idea, actually.
Both not.
Well,
Winterbeck, do you happen to have more candles?
oh, yeah, I have a few more candles. We're running considerably low, but I can do my best to keep young Prince Greyfall comfortable. But again, the Warrens, with their recent explosion of activity, his time is most likely short and the corruption very deep.
I understand.
We'll do everything I can for the boy.
All right. All right. I guess let's gather the landing party. I imagine most of the Aurora's crew is going to stay on board.
Yeah. The Aurora's crew, Kristoff probably wants to stay.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking any of them to come. I'm just checking.
Mm-hmm.
What about Vex's mom?
Nephra will probably want to come, although Eothas makes an argument that she's not essential, but it's up to you guys.
Vex. Personally, I would side with Eothas on this, but if you have a different opinion.
I'm sorry, I think I didn't hear what was said before.
Are we taking your mom with us?
If she wants to, she can be helpful. I would also argue for taking Nephra. She seems, if my understanding of the situation is correct, she would have a great deal of knowledge about this place. And would be very helpful.
She has proven herself trustworthy, and if worse comes to worse, we're gonna need it. And I have my vote towards Nephra as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And taking Nephra too, are you taking Robot Tali?
Of course we're taking Robot Tali.
Okay.
Why?
No? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know
Or
if we
not.
should.
Okay,
Why?
then we don't have to.
Okay.
Because she's a robot. Cat. Monster.
Robots are not immune to getting beaten to death.
But they are sometimes immune to being charmed.
Well, so am I.
Listen,
I think.
I don't mean to belabor the point here, but even if she wasn't charmed, I'm not convinced she would side with us.
Fair enough.
So let's leave her here.
Understandable.
All right. Then that's the core party. Plus, I'm assuming that one of you needs to go and get Max.
So how do you all want to transport Max? Bound entirely?
And it has to be that way.
So are we thinking just bound by arms together? Like elbows and
Chains.
wrists bound?
Just chained
Well-
together and with as much possible movement as we can manage, I guess.
Yeah.
So do you want to bind the legs?
Yeah.
Alright, do we carry Max or let Max hop along?
I guess
can
we have
carry
to
him.
carry him. Yeah.
Okay. There some sort of cart or wheelbarrow on the ship? Or
Do we have transport? Like smaller transport?
I mean, not really.
Yeah.
You have a
We have-
dolly if you want it.
Do we still have the paper horses?
Yeah, you
Oh,
do.
we do.
we can have Max ride on the back of my paper horse.
I mean, okay, here's the issue though. The primordial ring is, well, to say overgrown would be an understatement. Riding on horses isn't exactly easy or convenient.
Carrying an unwilling friend is harder. I'd say.
Yeah.
And I will say that you having the horses out is possible. However, your travel time would be cut in half, or it would be doubled, because again, like the horses, paper horses especially, would have a very difficult time moving through this thicket. But it's up to you.
It's gonna have to be Carrie.
All right. Well, I'll volunteer. I'll take the
I could
volunteer.
I'll also help carry.
We'll take shifts.
A volunteer as well. Guys kind of grown on me.
Yeah,
All right.
you can do that.
Let's get him ready. And I start walking down to Max's room, hopefully with people following me.
Good night. We'll
Yeah, I'll
follow.
follow.
I'll follow.
Okay. Then, as you go making your way down to the room, you begin to undo all of the bindings and the chains on the door once again. And who's going through the door first?
I will.
Okay. Then, at this point, you push in through the door, Hrathur, and you notice that probably half the candles are out. But the room is still significantly lighter than when you visited it, as you had just left the Prime Ring. You can see Max is laying on the bed, breathing. It's haggard, wheezing breathing, but breathing. And you can see slowly he kind of turns over and he looks at you. He smiles. And you see that the tattoo has almost fully gone back into that old stab wound. Hi, Hrathur.
Hey, bud.
What happened?
Your condition got worse, but we're in a place that can fix it.
That's good. I'm a little cold.
Yeah.
Usually I'm so hot.
Listen, I'm really sorry about this, but we have to keep you tied up on the way.
That's alright.
Good.
I trust
Glad you
you.
understand. Thanks, bud.
No problem. You've done all this. I trust you. You're my best friends.
Don't forget it.
Things are gonna get better.
Okay.
And I move to try and bind him in a transportable way.
Gotcha. And hear Max silently whimper a little bit, as he's obviously in a bit of discomfort, but trudges on through it all, like he always has.
And yeah. And after he is sufficiently bound, I will wrap him in a blanket before I pick him up.
That's nice. Thank you.
Sure thing. And I'll start to bring him outside.
And as you do, he kind of looks to you. Would you have done this for anybody?
Don't think so.
Maybe, but it's easier to do when the person is likable. So,
I don't know. Sometimes I don't think I've been the most likable.
You know, some people go their whole lives without thinking that single thought.
Well, they must be either pretty awesome or, the opposite.
Yes. Yeah.
If I can say one thing about you and IMAX, that is hard for me to dislike you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll carry him up on deck.
And as you carry him up on deck, the glinting sunlight goes through the canopy of the trees and hits Max's skin, which is ashen pale. Somehow probably more pale than Yathis was when he had just seen the Arnyr ship. But he smiles anyway. Man, you guys didn't need to take me someplace so nice. I would have settled for a tavern.
You're worth it, bud.
Thanks. It's a pretty great birthday present.
At that, Hrathur just kind of sniffs and starts walking.
Alright. And as you start walking, Hrathur, the rest of you going as well?
Mhm.
Alright.
Yep.
And as you
Yep.
jump off and
Sorry.
start walking, making your way through the forest glens, you hear the singing of birds. You can see animals and creatures moving about, and it's peaceful. Vex, as you move along, you hear the fungal network humming to itself in a primordial chorus as it sits upon the trees and the forest floor, as it decomposes and it lives, it grows, and you hear them call to you. It's Vex! Vex, hello, Vex! She's back! She's back, everyone!
I'm grinning ear to ear right now, and like, when I can, just being like, hello.
And they are extremely happy as you hear them continue to hum to themselves as every 100, 200 feet, more and more find out that you've come back. And it is home. You know that just over the hill, there is the town of Greencrest, one of the few stable points of civilization here, although stable is in air quotes, as you know, Vex, that the town's mayor is a cat named Toby. He even has his own little crown. But it's good enough for the townsfolk. As you continue to go, Hrathur, you follow the sounds and the flow of the forest and the glens as you go. And then you just realize that for the first time in a long time, you are at peace, as there is a silence. It's not complete, though. It's a silence of the noise which hurts and it grates. It is a silence of chaos and confusion. A silence of hate and despair. As you all are walking along, do you want to have any conversations? If not, then as you go, further and further, more and more, eventually, Hrathur, you come to a fork in the road. One road goes up higher, it seems. Maybe along kind of a hillside. The other road goes down into a valley. Both, you know, go the same way. But which one do you choose?
They go the same way.
They go the same way.
Up.
You go up, okay. And as you stroll along, going upward, peace continuing to follow you, you hear, eventually, the sound of bells. Very nice, faint on the wind. And as you grow closer, you can see that there is a magnificent vendor stall set up on the side of the path and the trail. And resting at that stall, there is a woman. Probably looks 30-ish, with solid kind of golden eyes, blue ribbons in the hair that kind of complement a darker dress. And you can see she smiles as all of you come close. Well, hello, children. I'm here selling my wares, if you'd like to see and partake. I am the Witch of the Earth Blood, and today on the eve of the Radiant Hunt, I am opening my vault and selling these here trinkets. If you'd like to take a look-see.
Can I whisper something to Hrathur real quick?
Sure.
Hey, is our currency still good here?
I mean, generally gold's accepted, right?
Depends. The Fae accept many types of currency. In a town, you could probably get some stuff with gold. Here, no. You probably have to ask this woman.
We know what the Radiant Hunt is.
You make... Well, you probably wouldn't know since you haven't really been here in a while, so probably not.
Okay.
So I also probably wouldn't.
Probably not.
Vex might.
Yeah. Vex, are you trying to remember if you know about the Radiant Hunt?
Yes.
Alright, then make a history check at advantage.
Okay. No, I'm actually pretty decent at history.
What'd you get?
17.
17.
17? The Radiant Hunt is an event where members of the Earthblood Court, led by the Archfey Loveday, Witch of the Earthblood, go and attempt to rid the land of fiends, demons, and other evil corruptions and influences. It is a day of unity, really, that comes about close to the solstice in summer. And as you kind of look at this person, you're pretty sure, Vex, that you're probably standing in the presence of an Archfey.
Oh, epic.
And Cato, as you're looking, you can see there in the stall with all the wares, there are swords, there are boxes and brilliant ribbons, staves, books, wands, all types of weird and wonderful things.
as we pass the stall, I will give a sort of bow and say, "Thank you for the offer, madam, but I'm sorry we must be on our way."
Do you speak for all your ilk?
Well,
I do not deign to speak for my friends. They may answer for themselves.
what sort of things do you have?
Hmm, many wonderful trinkets and wonders. For instance, here I have this. And she picks up what appears to be a rod of some sort made out of this grayish black metal. My rod of lordly might. A very powerful trinket indeed.
Well, why is it powerful?
Oh, well, you see, the rod itself can do many, many things. And she kind of lifts it up for you to kind of look at it, and you can see along the side of this rod there are a total of 6 buttons. And the rod itself looks like a mace as well. It can be used as a full-on weapon. And you can see she clicks the first button on the rod, and it goes and becomes a flame-tongue greatsword in her hand. And then she clicks the fourth button and becomes a climbing pole made of that same solid material that extends 50 feet long. She clicks the last button and it goes all the way back to its regular form. As you can see, very powerful. But a person like myself, well, doesn't need such a thing. And this is a time of giving and of plenty.
Thank you for showing us. I'm not interested.
Well, is there something you might be more interested in? I have glue that can hold anything. I have this sword of incredible power, and you can see she goes and holds up what appears to be a long sword, fitting up. A sword that, as she pulls it, has a black blade, and as it is unsheathed, goes and ignites with first fire and then crackling lightning before going into this aura of black energy and back to fire. Probably one of the most powerful swords in my collection. A lovely thing. It also is specifically attuned to take off the heads of any that come across its bearer. Something very powerful indeed.
And who is its current bearer?
Well, right now it was sitting idle in my vault, so it has no bearer now.
That's a relief.
I suppose, but it's rather sad. And she smiles, and this is a +6 Vorpal longsword. That does an additional 2d10 fire, thunder, or necrotic damage.
How much did you say this was again?
Oh, well, kind of depends. See, I quite like things other than your little pieces of standard metal. I deal in privileges, emotions, and gains.
That's surely an interesting thing to collect.
Well, emotions can be made into fine works of art when they are drawn out and become metal. Games are always fun. And
What,
privileges, well, privileges are privileges.
Did you just say you draw out emotions and form them into metal?
Oh, yes. Have you ever seen a suit of armor made out of courage? Have you ever seen
No.
a dagger whose blade is made from fear?
Whose fear?
Well,
That's terrible.
if you're willing to sell, I could take your fear. But, again, many people love to sell emotions. And then, of course, the privileges. Privileges are always so nice. Once I had a king who gave me the privilege of casting a vote in his noble court any time I wanted. And my, it was such a good privilege. But, oh dear, so many people offer their firstborn child, and I must say, I quite like not having children to worry about. It's such a responsibility. But they do it all the time.
I do hope you're kidding.
No, no. Many people come around and say, I'll give you one child, I'll give you two, I'll give you the whole lot, we can make more. They're such sad little people. I don't know why they would do that to a creature so innocent, so young.
I know.
You wouldn't do that to a child, would you?
No.
Good, good.
We also wouldn't take anyone's emotions,
Well, emotions
even
are...
if I had the privilege to do it.
Hrathur is over in the corner staring into Fitna's soul.
So, is there anything that you would like to give? We could make a deal. An exchange, really.
No. No.
Sure, there would be no privileges you would afford to me?
I mean, I mainly give most people the privilege to be a friend of mine, but I'm not exactly sure I want that friendship now.
Well, I have done, I hope, nothing to offend. I've tried to be of the greatest hospitality.
And I do thank you for your hospitality, if that's what you wish to call it. You've been kind in your words. It's just the actions that you hold just seem a little harsh to me.
Is there some better form of collecting that you would recommend?
Sutsui's making like a stop it motion at Fitna.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I should continue this conversation.
Well, you brought it up. I would so like to hear what you have to say. Don't let your friends intrude.
Well, specifically for the motions part of your collection, it just seems so harsh and so hard to collect someone else's being, what they are, and how they experience life, and how they can express that experience to others. I guess
it's actually no trouble at all. Here, I actually have this on me right now. And you can see that she pulls out from the table what seems to be an ingot of some sort of metal. And on it, Fitna, you can see that it has written sad in common. This is a ingot of pure sadness. But it was given to me willingly. But it was no trouble at all. But I can see how this particular sword might be of grand use to you.
Sorry, I mainly use a whip, so I'm not interested, and I don't think anyone else is, and I will presume to speak for them. So
Well, that's not very polite.
I apologize, my friends. Forgive me.
Tell me, sir, and you can see Loveday, the Archfey, looks to you, Cadogan. Would you be interested in such a blade?
Oh my, it's a very lovely blade, but I just recently put a lot of effort into upgrading one of my own. So I fear that my effort would then be gone to waste. I very much appreciate the offer, though.
Of course, of course. Well, I still have many more things, and you all have been in my line for so long. I really would hate to see you leave without taking something.
But you have already said we have taken your time, and I would not deign to take anything further from you.
Oh, well, again, hospitality, young Satyr. You have taken time, and, well, I must give something in return, so we might complete this exchange.
Truly unnecessary. Time has been given on both sides. It was an equal exchange already.
Are you willing to say that your time is as important as mine, young Satyr?
Oh, by no means. But I am happy to not take up any more.
Then go. Let us figure out something to give on this eve, so that evil might be rid during the Radiant Hunt. I have a deck of cards that holds many things. I have a belt
Sorry,
that will make
what?
you as strong as a giant. I have a cloak that will displace your being in time, make you almost impossible to hit. So many wonders. But you, young sir, did one of my items spark your interest? She looks to you, Fitna.
No, but what is the Radiant Hunt?
Well, it is a hunt done so that we might rid the evil creatures that sometimes wander through these lands. Demons, devils, other fiends, undead. So many nasty things. It's quite a hoot. A party amongst parties.
Thank you for telling me. Have you seen any demons or undead around here?
I have. But don't worry. I dealt with them.
Good. Good.
So, what are you thinking?
How much for the belt?
The belt? Well, what are you willing to do? A game? An emotion? A privilege? What's it worth to you?
I have nothing I want to give.
Well, transactions require givens on both sides. And don't you think being as strong as a giant is, well, a fairly strong boon?
That is pretty nice. However, unfortunately, we do have a place to be on this night. So I think it's best if we got going. Isn't that right, guys?
Can you tell me more about that blade, actually? Just a little bit more of it.
Oh my god.
Of course. The blade, strong, able to cut through any armor. Even creatures of magic that would resist it fall to its incredible power. It is wreathed with strong energy and, well, anytime you swing with it, has the ability to instantly lop off the head of someone that you're fighting.
Does it have any drawbacks or unintended effects?
Well, I suppose that if you were handling it wrong, that it might cut you.
How do you
Would it-
mean?
Well, I suppose that if you didn't watch where you were swinging, that it might, again, cut you. Just like if you were handling a knife wrong or an axe or something like that.
Is there a greater chance than normal of accidentally hurting oneself with this blade?
Well, it is a very sharp blade, so perhaps, but overall, I don't think so too tremendously. I haven't used the blade in a battle before, so I don't know.
Have you seen someone use it in battle?
I have. My good friend Adrian went and, well, was able to fell some pretty savage mind flayers with it. And during times of great strife, he took up the blade and, well, he made short work of anything that was in front of him. Are you interested, sir?
It depends on what kind of agreement we could come to.
Well, like I said, I'm open to many different agreements. What did you have in mind?
There's You said what? Emotion, game, or privilege?
Of course, yes.
What does game entail?
Game can entail many things. I do fancy games of skill like dragon chess, bouts of strength on occasion, but those aren't my forte. Certain riddles I do quite enjoy, but
Okay. And as far as emotion goes, does it have to be a broad emotion, or can very specific one do?
Well, both can be done, but it all needs to balance out. This is a powerful boon. I wouldn't like to trade it for a pittance, if you will.
Of course not. How about... How would... grief over the end of a union be?
Can you be more specific? Forgive me, but many travelers here are quite wily, including my subjects.
Subject?
I have.
Oh.
Yes, actually, could you expand more on that?
In what way, my subjects?
Mm-hmm.
The people that I watch over. I am an archfey, and this domain within the forest is my own.
Hmm. I see. I have a lot of grief over the ending of a marriage. And I think that could make some lovely art.
Do you want to give your grief?
This specific grief.
Is that possible?
I don't see why not. If you're willing to give me all this grief that is tied to this marriage, this union, that is good. May I request one more thing?
I cannot promise to fulfill the request.
I would like every year, once a year, the privilege to come to you and talk of my grief then. I have much sometimes, and if you've had so much, I'd quite like someone that I could talk to about hardships I've been having. If you give these two things, I'm sure that we would then have a deal.
Out of character, what's the average lifespan for a half-elf? Is it closer to human or closer to elf?
You can probably get up to 150 pretty easily, probably maxing out at about 200.
My
How about-
friend is still pretty young. If they accept that deal, would you throw in the bet? That's many years of
Fitna.
oh,
Dude, stop.
Well, that's a
Sorry,
lot.
that was me, not Hrathur.
You are
Excuse him,
cutting in
please.
on a deal that isn't yours. Your friend here is certainly a bit rude, sir.
Oh, he doesn't mean it. He comes from a different place. His intentions are pure.
Well,
I
I certainly hope so.
instead of every year, can we compromise at every 10?
Every 5.
7
6.
and a half.
Deal. And she extends a hand.
One last glance at the party to see if it's okay. Although I sense we're a little late now.
You are too late. There is no going back at this stage.
Fitness just gonna give a weird, nervous shrug, like I don't know. Don't do it.
Hrathur's face looks disappointed but resigned.
That is not angry, I'll take it. And I'll shake her hand.
Right? For a meeting every 6.5 years where she can vent to you for the grief and the grief and that emotion surrounding this marriage, this union has failed. And
it is gonna be a miserable time. That's okay.
As you shake, you feel nothing. It is actually just like there's no flash of power or anything, nothing sinister that occurs. It's just a done deal. And you can see the Archfey just smile. Very well. Well, here you go. And she picks up the longsword, gives it to you, and with a spin of her hand, you feel the power of this sword attune itself to you as she has given over ownership of the sword. There you are, sir. Now our times have both been paid. We have done a transaction. And I give you safe passage through this here wood. Good luck, all of you.
Thank you. It was
Thank you.
pleasant talking with you.
Hrathur turns around and starts to walk after thanking her for her time.
I will follow his lead.
And,
Yes, thank you.
Sir, whose manners are faltering,
That would be me, yes.
you can see she smiles.
Bonk.
I do hope that while you continue in my wood, you keep those manners strong. For if they are not, I shall teach you manners.
I understand. I will work to have my behavior be more befitting of this place.
Fantastic.
Goodbye for now.
Good
I
luck
wish you well.
on the eve of the Radiant Hunt.
As we walk away, there's like a vein at Hrathur's temple that is pulsing like mad, to the point that it looks like it's about to explode up his head.
Gotcha.
Pitno will just carefully walk away, like turning around and slowly joining everyone, like hands raised a little bit, like if another shoe was gonna drop, or
When we're out of like the eye line of Loveday, I am gonna slap the back of his head.
Okay.
As soon as we are out of earshot, I will turn around and say, "Do neither of you listen to a word I say."
sorry,
I listened and I was as polite as possible, and I did not give up my firstborn. Nor did
yeah.
I eat anything, nor did I drink anything, nor did I agree to a dance.
Remember who the last person that gave you a sword was?
He does have a
Oh,
point.
but yes. Then it got stolen. And this time she didn't say, try to cut me. I'll make it so much easier for you.
Okay, no, just no, I.
Respectfully, I
Oh
need you to be
no!
quiet.
Sorry.
What was that?
That was
What
out
was
of
that?
character. That was out of character.
Okay.
Oh no!
What's wrong, Jamie?
What?
What's wrong, Jamie?
Nothing's wrong. I love you all very much.
What? What? Oh, God.
But, Fitna, as you tell everyone to essentially be quiet, you feel a bee sting you on your hand. You kind of jump a little bit as you now just have a bee sting on your right hand.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
Be quiet. What?
Fitna.
Rude.
Sting, sting,
Fitna.
sting. 3 stings across the back of your neck.
Fitna, look at me and listen.
Yes.
You have now locked yourself in to a lesson in how this place works. You just promised an archfey that you would not be rude anymore. You can't be rude anymore.
Oh no. Why did I do that?
Sucks to suck, and I keep walking.
Please, I don't know what I'm doing in here.
Sting.
It's a little bit off topic, but does anybody happen to know how to remove any curses? Because I don't currently have that knowledge.
Any particular reason you're asking?
Just a feeling.
Well,
I could do it overnight. Oh my god, wait, I have extra. Sorry.
If my legs weren't this shape, I would be kicking myself.
I do know someone that can get rid of feelings, otherwise called emotions, which is cool.
Fetna.
Did I
Fetna?
say emotions?
No, you said feeling. You were
No,
asking us.
you said
No, I
curses.
said curse. Oh, Iathos, You're-
Yes?
can you remove any curses
No.
at this moment in time? Okay.
Are you cursed, man?
No.
Gods above, I have a migraine. Can we just keep walking, please?
Yes.
Okay,
let's
Hrathur, please speak for me when it comes down to it, because I don't know what to say. I don't know what to not say, and it's kind of freaking me out.
Sting, sting. 3 stings on your leg, Fitna.
So trying to be rude. I was trying to be honest.
I think your issue is that you just don't know when to stop talking. I
Okay.
think you just
Few rules
politely
of thumb.
decline and then shut up.
Few rules of thumb going forward. 1, don't raise your voice. 2, don't ask leading questions. 3, generally stick away from questions. 4, if someone offers you literally anything, say no thank you and keep going.
So we're not supposed to talk, really.
I thought I explained this enough the first time.
Well, I didn't
could
realize what
also-
severity.
What part of steal your soul did you not understand?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna stop talking because that would be polite.
You can see a bee buzzes and just lands on Fitna's nose very quietly.
I think Fitna's just gonna have a bead of sweat drip down his forehead. He is sort of freaking out a little at his arrangement.
The bee is going to fly up and it's going to drink your sweat. And it's going to dance around like a happy little bee.
Fitna's going to be respectful and let it dance.
And it's dancing on the bridge of your nose, Fitna. Doing its thing.
Say it's getting a little bit late, assuming that clock's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Should we probably sleep for the night?
Well, as you're saying this, you begin to hear, Cato, a groovy tune coming up over the forest. And Hrathur, you know this song, this groovy tune. You begin to hear the sounds of partying. Somewhere close by is the Grove of Forte.
Hrathur walks over to a tree, bangs his head against it, and then starts walking in the direction of the noise.
And it is with that we will end the session here for today.
As an update, I fixed the problem. We don't need to worry about removing curses anymore. We're all good. I fixed it.
How did you fix it?
Shh. Don't worry about it. There was never a problem in the first place.
Why do you do the things you do?
Joda, you really have no leg to stand on.
I'm playing Fitna as I would. Like, he doesn't know what to do.
I mean, so
tried
is
to
Jamie.
Jamie,
I
that's
tried
not how
to
that
explain.
works.
I tried
That's
my
absolutely
best
how
to.
that works.
It's no.
That is the wording of the spell.
No.
Oh,
What
yes.
spell?
Absolutely.
Because you tried to use Hellish Rebuke in a confusing way too, so I'm kind of interested to find out.
Thank you for the session. I do have to leave because I am genuinely exhausted.
Gotcha.
And
So
Chet.
good
Thank
night.
Oh, and thank you for the session, Colin.
No problem.
Yes.
The specification of dawn is shorthand for like the start of a day. So even if you make it dark over a 10-mile area and blot out the sun, Jamie. It still happens.
What are we doing
It's not.
now?
It's
Kill
not
Dawn.
just. It doesn't just. The wording of the Nightfall Pearl doesn't just say it's dark. It specifically says becomes night.
Can you please explain what's going on in further detail?
No.
Again, because do you want me to show them what happens?
What you've
No, I
done
think
to
we're
us?
good.
I have
I
a
think we're good.
feeling I
I think
know.
we're good.
I
think we're
really
good.
want to know.
I do
I think
too.
we're good. I don't think we need to know.
I think
What
we
we're
should
hole
good.
have we
know.
been kicked into?
I think it's just
think-
Nothing's
Jamie.
wrong.
I think you should read this.
Oh, awesome.
Fun.
Sword's name is Adrian's Folly.
It's okay. As soon as we have a long rest, I can change up some of my spells and get remove curse. And I'm going to try to bargain with you to remove the curse but keep the awesome object.
It's not how the remove curse spell works.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to bargain with you.
Mamu, I've come to bargain. I said the name.
You know what? This time around, I did my best. I tried.
Yes.
I did everything I could. I feel.
You didn't do a thing, you know what?
What are you talking about?
Okay, you did one thing. You said,
He did.
all right,
he did
thank
his
you.
I
best.
gave
No.
a presentation.
You did. It was good, but it didn't work. And then she's like, "You're gonna buy something." Ouch.
Whose fault is that?
Bro?
And
Yeah, Fitna.
I love it
Bro,
too.
just
You chose the one item that had negative consequence or connotation. Every single other item she had was completely fine.
It very clearly was cursed, but I really wanted it.
oh yeah,
But
that was
This is
definitely
a terrible
cursed.
curse. Terrible curse, though.
It's a
Um,
very, very
Hey,
powerful
hey,
sword.
Jamie. Jamie,
Yeah.
you remember that one time after the whole sin situation, you told me that your issue is that unless someone else tells you not to do something, you will do what you were told? This
That was
time
not-
around,
this-
I very explicitly told you not to do it.
This is a different situation. This time it was, okay, maybe it won't be so bad. I completely understand that I really shouldn't do this, but maybe it won't be so bad. It's
I-
okay, as long as we just have a long rest and before dawn I get to cast Remove Curse on this thing, it'll be okay.
Well, here's
Are
the
you
thing.
telling
Do
the
you
party
see that
about it?
last line though?
I see that last line, that's why I'm trying to bargain with you. So I remove the curse but keep the cool magic. And
Okay.
keep it attuned.
Here's the thing. The place we're going, sleep isn't a thing that happens often.
That's okay.
That actually is very helpful. Does the day-night cycle follow?
Yes, it does.
Ooh, that's helpful.
Can I get some crowdsourcing though that this idea of using the Nightfall Pearl? So can I send a picture of the description of the Nightfall Pearl?
Sure, you can absolutely do that.
Jamie's about to be level 1, y'all.
Or worse, like, like poisoned, and you're just suffering.
It becomes night, even if it's already daytime. I think that should, as long as I stay within those 10 miles, I think that should cancel out the whole dawn thing.
It is every day at dawn. The point of dawn is a certain time in the day. It's
So
that
my
particular
thinking-
time. Every
Just
24
because-
hours.
Just because it is noon in Virginia does not mean that it is not midnight in Beijing.
Mhm.
But if you went to, I don't know, if you went to just a ring or some sort of planet, and then cast that, and it was really small, and you encompass the entire thing, potentially, like, it would be night there, definitely, for that entire place that you were. But
I don't. If something is 10-mile radius, I think that's an asteroid, not a planet. I don't think that even has a day-night cycle at that stage. It just has a warm side and cold side.
Look, if you
That's
guys want me to rule from now on that the dawn re-upping of all items can only happen when you see the sun, then
No,
I mean, to be
absolutely
fair,
not.
that's what you did with the stupid Pegasus whistle when we were in the Underdark. I couldn't summon the Pegasus because last time I had used it, we hadn't gotten to see the sun again. Back in your old world, though.
yes.
So that was already happening.
What, that was 5 years ago?
Yes.
Has it been like that since?
I don't know, we don't have enough
No,
items to keep track of.
every single other item I have re-upped at basically 7 a.m. the beginning of the adventuring day. And even in that same campaign.
Understandable.
I have a quick question.
But if you wanted to go back, I can certainly do that.
No, thank you.
What removes the negative strength modifiers to the strength score from the Warrens? Would a long rest reset that?
Yeah.
Or, okay, cool. So now, instead of 11 strength, I have 16. I was thinking about arm wrestling for the belt, but I didn't know how that would go. I almost said something like, "You can use the belt." I'll.
Okay, no.
Okay, but it's funny because Fitna, when she started talking about emotions and things, had she marketed it differently in a more palatable way, Fitna is the guy who might be like, well, I could get rid of like a useless emotion or like some sort of like my fear perhaps or something.
That's how she marketed it.
Yes, but at that point he was discussing me like, how could you do that to someone? What the heck?
Also, if you think fear is a useless
No,
emotion,
I didn't say it was useless, but as a fighter, fear can cripple you, and that
it can also
crippling-
save your life.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying he would have given it a thought. But at the point that she was really offering it, Finn was like, "Oh no, you don't. You're not gonna touch me, lady."
She wasn't. Again, all of her stuff is consensual.
I know, but Fitna was just so offended by the notion that he, unintentionally got offended by her.
Yeah, and now you're getting beasts.
Yeah, I can't. Oh shoot! I can't remember if this was my last character or not. I included something in the backstory about being allergic to bees. This might be for a different campaign. That would be terrible if it were this one.
Yeah.
I don't think I included it in this one, so I think it was a different character. But that would it'd just be a giant blob. Because Fitna can run his mouth, that's for sure.
Just, and again, it's just when rudeness occurs. Or when she thinks that it is rude.
So, does that mean she's conscious of everything that I'm doing?
You're in her forest.
She is conscious of everything within her forest.
So, I wonder as soon as we go into the Grove if I'll be good for a while. Or if that would technically end my journey. I don't know.
Maybe.
So what is an archfiend? What is that?
Archfey, and they are the tip-top peak Fey in charge of all other fairies and elves, the Ladrid, etc.
That's terrifying. Had Fitna known that, he would have like peed himself or something like.
All right.
Jamie, I don't want you to suffer.
That was a joke.
Look, I understand that you don't want the consequences of these actions, but the sword is so powerful because it is fueled by your levels. It's a +6 weapon. That's insane.
Also, remind me, what does Vorpal mean?
Means that if you roll a natural 20, it beheads the creature.
Yeah.
And kills it.
Oh, that's what the Vorpal butter knife meant.
Or does like 60-10, I think.
68 damage.
Extra. 68, okay.
If it's like a legendary creature or something else, DM's discretion. Basically, for boss monsters, if you roll a 20, then there's the option to just go, extra 68 doubled for damage. Which is
Can
the
I
equivalent
negotiate?
of a 5th level smite.
Yes, so you've made it clear. Well, first of all, never mind. Wait, first of all, smite caps out at 5d8. 68 if they're a fiend or undead. But anyway,
Yes.
so it's clear that you don't want me to have this +6. Can I negotiate you down to a regular
want you
Vorpal
to
sword,
have
which
the
is a
plus-
+3?
I want you to have the +6, but again, this is part Adrian's Folly as a weapon works like this. I don't want you to suffer. Again, it is a very, very, very good weapon.
All is trying to say is you've done this to yourself.
Sucks to
Yes.
be you.
Don't worry. I'm aware. I will keep trying to figure out ways around it. Can I
Again,
get a
Or
pet
maybe-
hill dwarf?
What? I believe that's called slavery.
if you want, you could unattune from it, lose the levels, and then give it to someone else. Or you could just keep it unattuned, because the sword's not going to try to call to you, and just attune to it right before a battle, but...
But then I keep attuning and unattuning. I lose levels that way.
Yeah. Again, that is the mechanic of the sword. You get incredible power for a price.
You said 4 sessions?
Probably.
How
I
many
also-
days are those 4 sessions gonna
I also-
span?
I also
Good
appreciated you mathing out your own lifespan to see how many therapy sessions you would have to have with the Archfey.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, at no point did you specify that the terms end when you die.
Yep.
Oh shit. That's
Also-
fine.
Also, I don't
That's gonna
think,
keep going.
Also, I don't think you caught when she kept on saying all the grief.
Oh, I caught that.
So not just your grief.
But everyone's. It's gonna suck. It's gonna be terrible and awful, and I'm gonna want to kill myself.
Well, now...
Might actually do it.
Now, Miss Khan...
And then you'll get to be her pet ghost.
Miss Khan now doesn't feel grief about the ending of the relationship.
Oh no.
What?
You gave her the grief of a relationship ending, which goes both ways. So your wife, that whole curse thing you did on her, doesn't matter anymore, because she doesn't care about you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I did not take her love for me, though.
No, she loves you, but now it's like, well... Sucks to suck. Memories, right?
Oh no.
So I can't go running back and say, hey, help me out here.
What do you mean?
Ooh. I'm gonna DM you something.
Oh god.
Like, if
I'm
you
loving this so much.
I know. Caleb's just been eating this up for the past hour. I knew as I was like, you're going down the Love Day path. As soon as you see this character, Caleb, I was like, I knew exactly what was probably going to happen. But, and again, like, I need to articulate, there is like, there was also a deck of many things in there, but everything else, it was like a Cloak of Displacement, an Instant Fortress, a Belt of Cloud Giant Strength, Rod of Lordly Might, Sovereign Glue, like Staff of Frost, all things that actually don't hurt.
They were pretty cool looking, I will say.
Like 70% of the items were legendary items.
Ooh.
Just hanging out. Gone from the Archfey's vault as she's like, it's a day of giving. Merry Christmas.
Dang it.
But,
I read it wrong. I was too filled with fear.
And Hrathur is
Not
over in
enough
the
fear, I guess.
Hrathur is over in the corner holding a chained and wrapped body, giving himself an aneurysm.
Yeah, I was really hoping that the Archfey wouldn't remark on Matt's. That would have been terrible. They're like,
Yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. But also, I hope you understand, especially given your whole bee situation, why Hrathur couldn't and wouldn't interrupt.
Me?
Anybody.
I would say it's almost ruder of you to not interrupt your friend who's digging himself into a hole.
Okay, no, then you definitely do not understand the situation. As far as she is concerned, this is a friendly convo. Some other person not involved in it butting into the conversation, that is very rude. And she, as you know now,
yes.
does not take kindly to being rude.
Yeah, so I don't like this. I don't like this. What were the terms on when the beast went away? As long as I'm in her domain? Or was it as long as I travel to get to where I'm going to?
As long as you're in her forest.
In her forest. I hope the forest isn't too big.
It's probably pretty big.
You know, it'd be terrible if I didn't realize what was going on, so I just like squashed the bee.
You squash the bee and a wasp shows up. You squash that and a spider shows up. Then a scorpion shows up. Eventually, like, tigers are chasing you.
Yeah, that would be awful.
I do just want to say, Archfey are one of the most interesting things to me in D&D. I love Archfey,
Oh, I love
but
them too.
they are terrible to deal with.
Like, Love Day isn't bad. Again,
No, exactly. That's the thing.
She was just wanting to vibe.
Yeah. Goodness.
But yeah,
Like, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the character of Baba Yaga.
Dalton. Oh, Dalton.
We are extremely familiar with her.
Funny you should mention it.
Baba Yaga's an archfey.
Yeah, we found that out.
They fought her.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
Not just one. How many do you think we fought? Just give it a guess.
Archfey?
All of them. All of them, Dalton.
Baba Yaga.
Every single one.
Wow, that's fun.
Do I have that right?
Sorry,
How
can you
many
repeat that?
How many Baba Yagas did we end up fighting? How many was in the coven?
Again, there was technically at any given point there was one Baba Yaga. Well, she became the crone after she merged all her timelines. So you fought one, but then once you broke time itself, the combined powers of a lot. Look, they really fucked around and found out, Dalton, with her.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a wild thing. But yeah, they know about Baba Yaga.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And how she vibes. Love Day is
getting...
Well, they actually made Baba Yaga evil in another campaign where they destroyed her hope in humanity so much that she stopped trying to be good. And that was her origins.
That was an accident. That was an accident. Yep. It was totally an accident. It was an accident.
They robbed from her shop after she gave them free.
Misunderstanding.
You robbed her.
I did not, for the record.
100% a misunderstanding.
I was busy being kidnapped.
I did not mean rob her. I 100% want, like, I will do whatever is necessary to, like, promise to you that I 100% thought that she said take what you need. Because she's such a nice character.
Didn't you guys take, like, literally everything from the store?
I didn't do shit. All I did was relay the message where she said take what you need.
Oh, I think I can breathe again.
You are the problem.
They were so evil in that campaign that the villains had to band together to beat them.
I remember.
That's true.
I remember you telling me that.
Jamie, do you have anything that you wish to say?
I'm sending you a message real quick first.
Okay.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Didn't you?
Just 1 second.
Didn't you already confirm?
I just want to. There is no harm in ultra confirming.
Okay, ultra confirming. Just give us
Okay.
a second here, gang.
What?
Just
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried,
Whenever you say
guys.
that, it gets worse. It gets worse.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
It's a-
everything's
it's a-
great.
It's a good thing Hrathur has horns and a thick skull, because at this rate he is going to chop down a tree with his skull.
That would be hilarious. I would love that. I would be extremely happy. My soul would be complete. Just all the goodness. You know?
Yeah.
It's so good. Oh man.
Satyrs have a ram attack if he does it enough. I mean,
No, that's the thing. Yeah, like you could technically ram down a tree.
Like using headbutt in Pokemon.
Yes. I actually think the Rod of Lordly Might has a battery ram function. So if you had gotten that, you could be a ram with a ram.
mm,
Just a portable battery ram, which, you know, could be helpful in case, I don't even know. I also love the fact that Max is just being carried around during all this, and just in his hallucinating state is like, there's an archfey, we're making deals? What's going on?
Happy
So,
birthday, buddy.
I
You know-
like to think that Max, even in his hazy fugue state, is like, they're doing what? They're making what decisions?
Well, at this point, Max doesn't even trust his senses, so he's like, I bet they're just doing what's best for me.
So, going backwards a little bit to Sin when we were having our conversation with him, who was it that was sent out to deep space? Was that
Okay.
his champions? Or who was it?
My suggestion is read the Nyx section in the Rings of Meropis Volume 2, and you can learn all about the Arnyr.
Pretty good suggestion.
But yes, the Arnyr are one of the original Titan races. They're connected to Titans. They supposedly have no connection to Sin. But they're hanging out.
Summing in a word, bad.
You,
How do you spell Nyx? Oh, NYX.
NYX, yeah. Yeah, they are in the table of contents. Just vibing, you know. But yeah, they are an ancient race. They are, you know, a little fun, a little naughty, if you will. Also connected to one of the Aether Eaters, which is also in there. So they're just a great bunch. Just a great bunch.
Doesn't sound.
Yeah,
Right.
no, not meaning to pry, but how's that situation going?
Oh,
Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
so that's see, well, they are half the party's still evil.
Cool.
Yeah. Jamie had a private session last night. That was fun.
Oh boy.
Yikes.
And so that was neato. Lots of neato things are happening. New characters and backstories getting created.
Oh boy.
I've been harassing Colin like nonstop about my character.
Oh yes. If I thought, well, your new character is a problem, but in a completely different way than what Shiver was. Because Shiver was working for the villain. This character, I don't even... They're just a mess, you know? Just a lovely little group. You know?
It's fun. They're fine right now. They don't even know yet.
Are you talking about the character or the party, or both?
I meant the character.
Okay. Yeah.
I figured the party assumes by now there's gonna be some bullshit.
Oh well. After last night's session, yeah, probably.
Fair.
Again, like, it's spiral after spiral after spiral. So
To be fair, well, not to be. This time, I don't even fully know the consequences of what I'm doing. Like, Shiver, at least, I knew where I was going with this character. This character, I threw a concept at Colin and was like, have at it.
Yep.
Dangerous thing.
I know, I played Caspian.
Yes. So, when we first encountered the scout ship, I actually really loved it. I would love to play in a campaign with, just that is all about space travel and interactions between.
Oh no, that's probably going to be one of the next campaign choices. Yeah.
Cool. That would be pretty cool. I love sci-fi things. I'm not sure how it would work in a D&D setting, but if it were,
Well,
I mean, Spelljammer is a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's the D&D space module.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Hold on, gotta read something.
No, Jamie, what are you doing? This has been a lot of fun. However, I need to go eat some dinner. I'm hungry. So,
Night.
Yeah, good night.
See you guys later.
Night.
Public appearances if need be, but not frivolous things. Is that good, Jamie?
Define public appearance.
What are you defining public appearance as?
Anything where more than 2 people at a time will know where my allegiances lie.
What?
I would say anything, again, outside of like private property and in front of crowds and things, because 2 is very small. Because you can't.
He gets 1. He gets 1 in the year long term.
3.
2.
3.
3.
3? Okay. Then 3 appearances. I am just writing this down for posterity.
I wanna be clear about. Hold on.
Then accepted. All you need to do is say the aforementioned sentence, and we are good.
Oops, I highlighted the wrong one. But to be clear, this is going to be of use in game.
Yes.
We're not gonna just skip over it.
No, it will be of use in game.
Okay. You
What
promise?
kind of
I do
fresh hell?
promise.
Okay. Then sure. I make this deal with Sin right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Lovely. Oh, lovely.
It's okay, I fixed the problem, guys.
Oh,
I
Fix
don't
the problem.
believe you.
Dalton, you're so
I am
funny.
loving this.
Caleb, I have your ass now.
Wait, what?
I've got
I didn't
you
do
all.
anything. I
Jamie
didn't say
just-
that. I didn't say
Jamie just
that.
stole both of our souls.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I did not. No, I did
What
not.
did you do
I
to
didn't
me?
say jack shit. I didn't do anything to you guys. I didn't do anything.
Oh,
I didn't do anything to you guys. I promise. I did not do anything to you guys.
Oh, man.
I did not do anything to you guys.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
I didn't do anything to you guys. I didn't do anything to you guys.
I don't like the
Real-
consequences of other people's actions.
Yeah, you do realize that things
I did not
that
do
you
anything.
do affect us.
Yes, but I did not think this would in any way affect you guys. There is very little chance that it should have.
Oh,
There's
I
no
feel
way.
like
You
I feel
just
like-
ensured with Colin that this would have in-game consequences.
yes.
You
Yes.
literally asked
Positive
him.
ones. But positive ones.
you didn't specify that.
You just said affect in-game.
I said matter.
Most importantly, this must be of use in-game.
Yeah.
And yes, it will be of use
I
in-game.
meant- Okay, I should have been more specific. I meant like my benefits.
Oh, it will, again, it will benefit you. But it also
okay.
helps benefit
Well-
me.
Luckily, you guys won't have to deal with me for very long because the curse will probably start up again. So it's okay.
Oh, no.
So you can just
No,
kill
you've taken care of the
little
curse.
old.
You've taken care of the curse for, again, that 14-day stretch.
Yep, and I made it clear that I wouldn't do anything until a month after the campaign.
Uh-huh.
Yep, so we're good.
I need to make a new research, or resource. So, Cato's Days, 14, create the resource. Let's see here.
To be... Okay.
I'm gonna go to bed now.
Okay, good night.
Good
That's
night.
fair.
Good
It should
night.
not. It shouldn't affect you guys. I promise. It shouldn't.
I don't believe you. Good night.
I did everything to make sure it would not affect you guys.
In a way, yes. In a way.
Yep. So you guys will be okay.
But we don't start on the primordial ring. Instead, we start in the city of Beacon. We start in the hallways of the castle, with Lysander walking the halls, his body large, muscled, covered, rippled in scars. He's come back to give a report. And as he goes through, he's approaching the living quarters of one Calypso Amic, aka Corinna Khan, aka the Dorcha Rex. And he's carrying food, as he expects to hear crying and sobbing. As most days that's the case. But as he reaches the door, there is nothing. And as the door sits there, eventually he knocks. And a light, fluttery voice tells him to come in. He does so. And he comes to a room that has been absolutely torn apart. Looks to be almost destroyed, really. There's blood everywhere. But he sees the Dorcha standing in the middle of the room, smiling. And out of everything that's happened to him in his life, including dying, including watching an entire army of his constituents be massacred, so many horrible things that he's had to do, he's the most scared right here and right now because of that smile. And words fail him, and he drops the plate of food, and he begins to weep too. However, at this point, we do go back to that primordial ring. And we go back to you, Sutsui. As you wake up, actually. As all of you begin to wake up. One moment, you were walking. Now you aren't walking. Very strange indeed. All of you are on the ground, beneath an ashy, burnt forest floor. Trees having been felled in a 50-foot radius from the epicenter. And standing in the middle of that epicenter is Cadogan. Cadogan, hard to say how much time has passed. But when you called, your benefactor answered. And as all of you are waking up, you can see in one hand, Cadogan holds that blade, holds the new sword that he got, Adrian's Folly. But that doesn't strike you as weird, because what strikes you as weird is the other hand. The other hand. Not the stump. Because you can see a reddish, tinted bit of flesh that looks like it is new or burnt. A twisted jumble of sinews with skin that looks wrong. And Cadogan, as you blink your eyes and look down, you look down to a third eye, Cadogan. A third eye that sits on the back of that wrist. Closed now. But there. There all the same. What are you guys doing?
So I wake up and I see that.
You do.
I would like to take off my whatever's the cloak that I have, the brown one, and just tear off a piece of it and wrap it around my hand real tight.
Okay.
I'm going to stand up. I'm going to walk over to Cadogan.
I'm going to cower.
What did you do?
Well, I got some really, really bad vibes from this sword. It is very clearly cursed, and I didn't know how bad it would be. It's seriously draining my energy. I wanted to be in top shape for if we needed to fight for, to defend Max. So I tried to call in a favor.
From?
Well, I thought that
Cadogan, you tell us the truth, and you tell us right now.
Yeah, exactly. What's going on?
I thought that since I was the one who made Sin bleed, he would be willing to help out a little bit.
Can I punch Cato in the mouth?
Cato, you trying to dodge?
Oh,
Then yeah, Hrathur.
I think he's flinching, but not like trying to avoid it.
So just damage then?
How much are you wanting to do damage to him?
I am leaning into it.
Okay, then yeah, roll for damage. Actually, he's not trying... Roll... What is your max damage, and you can apply it?
13.
Alright, then, Cadogan, you take 13 points of damage as Hrathur sends you off your feet.
Yeah, that serves. I didn't think he would be that destructive about it.
What were
I
you
go over
thinking?
and I grab him by his shirt. What
Didn't know we were
part?
string
What
anyone
part?
between you two.
What part of any of our experiences with him did you think he would not be destructive?
He seemed...
And Cadogan, at this point, you start to... You feel a little bit nauseous. Not bad, but, just that little bit of nausea and queasiness as Hrathur's holding you.
I was only trying to protect you all.
What?
Especially Max.
This is probably the worst way to go about it. What were you thinking?
Not to mention, as far as I can tell, the location we've been trying to reach has been disintegrated.
You can still hear the music. You're not in the Grove of Forte now.
Okay, that's a little better. Not much, but a little.
I assume, out of character, I assume it would have some kind of like protective bubble to avoid that kind of thing.
Is
Yeah.
Witterbeck okay?
Witterbeck's waking up and he's over with Nephra trying to get her up, and the office is looking around and he's just taking everything in while also keeping
All right.
a hand on Max just to make sure
I
he's
want to
all right.
I want to walk over to Witterbeck for a minute.
Hey, Hrathur, you all right?
Hey, no. So you mentioned that the Grove is able to resist the influence of the Warrens, yeah?
You're right.
Do you think the same applies to Sin?
Well, man, that's not really my area of expertise.
I get that, but that educated guess.
Educated guess? I think so.
Okay,
I hope.
all right, cool.
What just...
One second.
Did Cadogan's... Did something with Sin just happen?
Yeah, it did. I go back over to Cadogan. Okay, so here's the plan. We're gonna go in there. You're not leaving.
What?
I'm not leaving this spot.
You're not leaving the Grove. We're going in, and you are staying there.
What?
Given the way this has gone so far, I'm completely okay with it.
I hope you enjoy being blackout drunk until you die.
I do not.
Hrathur, what? Hold on just 1 minute. What are you trying to do?
Well, if the Warrens, an entire dimension that wants nothing but to eat other dimensions, can't reach this patch of forest, I feel like it's a decent chance that Sin can't either. So,
I wouldn't be as optimistic. The Warrens hate light and they hate noise, two things that are abundant in the Grove, or so I hear. I don't think that we should be putting our trust in that. I don't get why you want to...
I get
What
your
I-
concern, Fitna, but I think if anyone here would know what's best and knows the Grove of Forte, I think it would be Hrathur.
I'm gonna give Fitna a fate point.
Hrathur, I have trusted your judgment up until now. I do not think this is wise. I am more mad than anyone here. What has just happened?
Well, I don't know what else to do.
Aothis walks forward. We can argue about what to do, man, later. Right now, we got a friend who needs help, and it feels like he's starting to fade. One way or another, let's get to your place. We'll compartmentalize and go later.
All right. Is he carrying Max right now?
He's got Max kind of in his arms, yeah.
All right. If he'll let me, I'll take him.
And he will. And as you grab hold of Max, he is cold to the touch. Definitely. Like, cold body temperature. Hypothermia levels. And he just kind of smiles at you. Hey.
Hey.
Man. It's getting real cold.
Just a few more minutes, hopefully, and I'll start walking in the direction of the music.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
I am following Hrathur.
Alright.
I'll follow as well.
Gotcha.
Fitna's gonna wait
Following.
a quick word with Cato before they're gonna allow Cato to follow.
Okay.
What?
If I see you take one further step out of line, one step with Sin, with Corinna, I will kill you.
Do you
And
think
I-
I'm doing this because I want to work with Sin?
You're not giving me many other things to think about right now. I'm telling you what I will do, all right? It's up for you as to what you're going to do with it. You've been questionable before, and I'm not going to let your decisions affect my friends.
Beneath the bandages, Cato, you feel the eye on your hand slowly begin to open at the sound of fitness threads.
I'm going to ignore it and hope it goes away. Okay. I don't know how many more times I can say this to. I'm not doing anything. None of my actions have been driven by selfishness or intent to hurt you guys.
You are far more dangerous than you realize then. You are a fool entrusted with much power. The very fact of who you are has power, and you are wielding it like a child. It's better to leave it alone than to do anything else.
Let's go to the office. And Kid is gonna walk away and like hustle to catch up with the group.
Okay.
Fitton is going to slowly wander behind, just making sure Kato gets there.
Gotcha. Then, as you walk, everyone getting closer and closer, Hrathur, what's the emotion as you see the Grove's entrance ahead of you? An archway made of wood, seemingly just grown together out of the ground, filled with flowers and sweet smells. It's hazy beyond the archway. You can't see what's beyond, and the trees are so thick. But you know through there is where you were born. What do you
I think walking up to that point, Hrathur's just been angry at what just happened, but as soon as he sees it, like, almost most of that just dissipates and his heart drops into his stomach. And he feels like he's gonna throw up for a second, but he just kind of collects himself and keeps walking.
Alright, do you walk through the arch?
He stops for a second just outside of it, but after giving himself a few seconds, he does.
Alright. As Hrathur passes through, there is a golden light there as everything begins to shimmer. Is everyone following him?
Yes.
Yep, I'll follow.
Yeah.
There's a beat then, as you pass through, where there is a blast of warmth, and then you guys see what's on the other side. It is massive open fields, combined with these patches of trees in groves generally spread about. And there are satyrs, a few other races speckled throughout, tables filled with grapes and deep-fried chicken, alcohol fountains made of silver that never run out, with alcohol of all different kinds. There are stages all about, with a central stage for performers to mount and display their talents. Music swirls through the air in the background. Guys, this is the best party ever. As you look, and it's just good vibes for as far as the eye can see. And I would like all of you to make a wisdom saving throw, except Hrathur and anyone who is immune to the charms condition.
As a half elf, I have advantage against being charmed. Would this apply?
Yep.
Yes.
I
Oh,
don't.
and
I don't see it on my sheet. technically being a changeling, I am Fey, but because I don't have the specific feat on there, I am not immune to being charmed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone
I have
within
Fey
10.
ancestry. Is that what you're looking for?
No, it's immunity to the charm condition.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The anybody within 10 feet of me can get a +3.
Within how many feet?
10.
Alright.
I'm sorry, it might be 5. Let me check.
I'll just do my base modifier for the
Yeah,
second
10.
while you check.
And
I
the
got
DC
a
is 18.
6.
Kato, how high did you say your bonus was?
3.
Okay, so mine should actually be an unnatural 20 then.
Nice.
Mine should be 9.
17.
26.
Okay. Let's see. Nephra got a 9. Wooderbeck got a 24. Yothis got a 10. And Max would get a 9 as well. Those of you who fail become enraptured in the party. Everything else fades away. How do you guys dive in and begin trying to have fun, those who failed?
I think that what I would do is like I would just start dancing,
Gotcha.
just like really hard.
And the office would join you as well, as again, vibes immaculate.
Sitna will begin dancing with all the people around him, grabbing some drinking, just going with the groove of the party.
Hey man! And you can see like someone dances over. Have you ever had butterfly water?
No, what's that?
Oh man, here, you should try it. It's like 10 different things that shouldn't be mixed, but they did it anyway.
Sitna will down the drink.
Cool. Fitna, your color, or the colors around you, I should say, go completely neon. The sky above you, this turquoise haze, you are Cloud 9 right now, my friend. And, Vex, you can see Nephra begins dancing as well. And Hrathur, in your arms, you can see Max just lightly bobbing his head. This is a good beat.
Not my taste. Hey, Max.
Yeah?
What's your favorite drink?
I don't know. I really like orange juice.
Do they have mimosas here?
They do.
Yeah. Is that one of the fountains?
Yes.
I go over and like just fill a small cup and start pouring it into Max's mouth.
This is really good. And
That's all right.
as you're doing this, you can see that some colors beginning to return to Max's face, and as well, his body's beginning to heat up.
All right, progress.
That's good.
Just like looking at everybody, can I tell who is still cogent?
You can, yes.
I'm still cogent.
Yep, Kato and Sutsui are still cogent. Kato, Sutsui,
And Professor Witterbeck.
oh, and Witterbeck. Do me the genuine favor of making sure no one overdoses.
Is that possible here?
Absolutely.
From historical records, yes. We should probably keep everyone generally close to us. At least those who have lost themselves to the Grove.
Yeah.
And we better
If someone is here and doesn't have hooves and horns and furry legs, just assume that they are about to die.
Okay.
Because it's probably not far off.
Yes, I would actually say that's actually extremely accurate, Hrathur.
Yeah, it's not good. Anyway, please just drag them somewhere.
We apparently there's a center to this place. Up a long set of stairs, a place where the ritual of joy was performed on the bard. Do you know of that place, Hrathur?
Do I? I imagine I do.
You think back and you look off in the distance, and there is a place in this grove where you never really ventured. As the party seemed to both die and get infinitely stronger as you went towards those steps. They are called the Stairs of Temptation. It's one of probably the only large stairways here inside the Grove of Forte. You think if there would be anywhere that fits that description, it'd probably be them.
I look at Witterbeck. I do. Oh boy. They are up the Stairs of Temptation. It'll be hard to, like, stay you in that direction.
We have to get there at some point, so
Yeah.
let's gather the others, move quickly. Else, well, naturally this place will probably try and take its toll. Man, this music's catchy.
Think of a song that really gets stuck in your head.
Okay.
And try to focus. Yeah, just keep humming that to yourself, and it might counterbalance.
He just nods and begins to run the ABCs in multiple languages.
So I can cure a poison affecting, I'd say, up to 14 creatures at this point.
This isn't poison.
Well, yeah, no, but the alcohol and the drugs, so I can keep them from just dying.
Chill out, man.
That was out of
Okay.
character, but
I'm like carrying Max, so could the rest of you like just grab everybody's collars and just start dragging him in this direction?
Yeah, I'll kind of like scruff Fitna and just start dragging him.
Gotcha.
I guess I'll have to do the same to can't take 3 people.
Yeah, there's Nephra, Vex, and Eothas still. So if you could each take 2, that'd be great. Or if Witterbeck could chip in.
Witterbeck will take Nephra.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
I'll take.
Vex, come over here.
Why? This vibe's going on really good. I'm dancing really hard. Come on.
Okay,
Look, I'm
the
going
music's
crazy.
better where we're going.
Are you sure? Are you
I'm
sure?
sure.
You
Are
guys
sure?
gotta try this butterfly water.
No, we're not trying the butterfly
Don't
water.
drink it.
Try it.
Don't drink it.
Try it.
I'm gonna
Try it.
I'm gonna hit Fitno with a 5 point delay on hands, just to neutralize the poison.
Fitna, the entire air goes psychedelic as healing magic is introduced into your system, and everything is just spots and colors, and you might be floating. And no, in actuality, you all watch as Fitna floats about 3 inches off the ground as he just begins
Kato.
to dance.
That was
Please stop
supposed to.
touching things.
That has always before gotten people out of drug-induced hazes.
Okay.
And how often have we gotten into those?
Quick
I have
pointer.
met
Quick
a lot.
pointer. Here, assume nothing. And then I look at the 3 who are out of their minds. Or the 4. Yeah. And I say, hey, guys, we're going to the rooftop party. It's even better. Okay?
Rooftop party.
That part.
There's more space for me to ruin everything with my dancing.
Hrathur, and you can see Eothas is just like absolutely vibing. The one thing I've wanted this entire time was a rooftop party.
Oh my gosh. Yathis,
Great.
Yathis. We can go to rooftop party.
Let's break it down. Let's
Yes!
break it down on the rooftop.
Quietly in Hrathur's head, he's like, this was his whole job, is to get here, and he He goes under within 5 seconds.
And you can see, like, as you're thinking that, you look to them as a unicorn with sunglasses, head bopping, just walks behind them with like 5.
Hey, Jerry.
And you can see Jerry the unicorn looks over to you. Hey, Hrathur, welcome back, man.
I don't know how you know that name, but okay, see ya. And then I start walking towards the stairs.
Oh my
Kato's
god!
Kato's gonna pass out, like, kind of hand out the, like, remains of his cloak so we can all, like, kindergarten line our way there so nobody gets distracted and breaks off.
And as you begin to go, Sutsui, as you've got in, one in each hand, what you have, Yothis and Vex, right?
Oh, I had grabbed Fitna before, and I was
Got
trying to at least verbally coax Vex. Up to her if she actually let me, like, grab her.
I'd let you.
Okay.
Cool.
Then as
And you I'm just gonna take by the wrist.
Gotcha. As you're walking, you can see a satyr with like long brown hair, leaves in it, wine glass in each hand, comes up to you. Hey, dude. My name's Daryl.
Nice to meet you. I would love to stay in chat, but unfortunately we aren't able to.
But Mark's about to jump over 103 beavers on the Hogapole. You want to come watch with me?
I will have to decline, but thank you for the offer.
Come on, man. This is a once-in-a-day type experience.
Another day, perhaps.
I wanna see the Hogapole.
Oh, come on, man.
So many beavers!
As we walk, and hopefully Daryl gets a little bit farther away, I will say there is a running tally of people who have been impaled on the Hogapole. It's not that fun.
Fun. I think that adds some danger.
Man, it's been 7 days since last incident. Don't kill the vibe. But,
I keep walking.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and keep my friends moving.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Then can everyone who's trying to keep moving then make an athletics check for me?
Athletics. Oof.
Do I make an athletics check too?
No, because you're just dancing being led. You go where they
Adding.
go.
I did poorly. 9.
9? Cool.
Unnatural 20.
Very nice.
23.
Cool. Witterbeck got a dirty 1.
No.
So, as you're trying to push through all of you, Cadogan, you basically just lower your shoulder and are just like crunching through the crowds of people. Sutsui, you're able to follow. Hrathur, you have to basically drag along Max, so that's a little bit more difficult. And all of you eventually see that Witterbeck has been grabbed by like another satyr, it seems, and is being talked to, and you're kind of leaving him behind.
Who?
Witterbeck.
Ah, crap.
Kato's just gonna curse and then try to muscle his way back. He's gonna drop off Iothis with Sutsui for a second.
Gotcha.
My hands are full.
I
have a free hand here.
Yeah, Iothis, go hold Vex's hand.
Yes.
So cute.
I lean in Yathis's direction and is like, dude, he wants to hold your hand.
Yeah, man. And he grabs the hand.
Hell yes.
And he's just vibing, dancing.
Vex is also vibing and dancing. And she's also probably like shaking the hand that's also holding onto Sutsui.
Gotcha. Very nice. And then, let's see, Cato, you're heading for Witterbeck, correct?
Yep, just with the same motion I was doing earlier, just kind of pushing through to
Gotcha.
grab him.
You see that he's talking to a larger satyr woman standing about 6'7", 6'8", very tall for a satyr, with like this tan skin, long blonde hair tied into a triple braid, wearing this flowery blue dress, and she's kind of laughing as she walks up. She smiles. Oh, are you Witterbeck's friend?
Yep. And he's getting a call, so we gotta drag him aside.
But the Grand Wizard just enchanted the trampolines with jump and feather fall. We just
It's
got
a
new
call from his mom.
He can bring his mother too. The record's 108. 200 gold to anyone who can break it.
Just let him come with me for a second.
Oh, okay, I'll give you two your privacy. And she gives you a wink and leaves.
Alright, grab Nephra, let's go.
And you can see Witterbeck's just looking around. This place endlessly confuses me. We should have come here a long time ago.
Alright.
But as you keep on dragging him, as you all get back together, eventually all of you push through the crowd, and you're walking for about an hour at this point, and the party just keeps on getting more and more insane. Hrathur, it's exactly like you left it. Craziness as far as the eye can see, really. But eventually, you find your way to the bottom of that massive staircase, and the pull and the allure going up of it is even stronger. But you notice that all the partygoers are almost staying away from this staircase, almost just on instinct. And Fitna and Vex, you two along with Eothas and Nephra, naturally just feel like pulling away from the staircase, but your friends keep on dragging you closer to it.
Why are you taking us to the vibe-killing staircase, man? I don't really want to go there.
Hey, it's just the staircase. Once you get,
Party.
hey, that's just the staircase. Once you get to the top, it's even better.
But why is the vibe so stinky poopy? Why is it so...
Because it's a test.
Yeah.
Why?
What?
No test. We're at a party. Stop.
I try to lean over to Witterbeck. Are you sure about this?
What am I sure about?
That we need to go up there.
Oh man, it's killing the vibes a bit.
Oh no.
Um,
Did you? And I try to like snap my fingers in his face.
oh,
Did you fall under too?
what? Oh, sorry. By my... From what I've read about the Grove of Forte, yes, we must climb to the top. That's where the ritual of joy occurred. It will try
Alright.
and tempt us with whatever can reach us, to be quite honest.
Okay. Everyone start walking, and I would like to reiterate something I said before, but apparently did not make clear. Don't think about or act on taking anything.
You can see Eothas raises his hand.
What?
What about food?
Including food.
Bruh. Why?
I'm so hungry.
I'll
I-
give endless food to people who can pass the test.
So good at tests.
Go on.
Also,
My IQ is so huge.
You're the smartest, Vex.
Oh my god. No, you're the smartest.
also, Fitna, you're hungry because you drank the butterfly stuff. It makes you hungry. That's what it does.
You have butterfly stuff? I want the butterfly.
Okay,
Bro,
walk up,
you had
start-
I'll
so
give it
much
to you
and
if you get to the top of the stairs without succumbing to the temptation.
And you didn't even share it.
I can get to the top of the staircase and there's butterfly water? At the
Maybe.
rooftop party?
I don't know. That's what they said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is
Oh.
Vex gonna be at the
Alright.
top?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna be at the. I'm gonna race you all to the top, and I'm gonna.
Don't-
Vex is gonna like
No,
immediately just start running.
I'm gonna race you to the
Eothas is
top.
gonna follow, and he's just gonna start bolting up the staircase ahead of everyone with Vex.
All right. Well, to use an old satyr saying, let's hoof it.
Immaculate pun. I'll give you a fate point for that. So is everyone climbing?
Yeah.
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 I will let go of Vex so I don't get my arm torn off.
Fair. Okay.
I just to check, these
stairs, are they enclosed, or is it possible for someone to fall off the side?
It seems to be like going up like a mountaintop, so
Okay.
possible to fall. Unlikely.
Okay.
They're about 10 feet wide, but if someone was really, really drunk, maybe.
Okay.
Judging by the bones at the bottom, probably one or two have fallen off.
Yeah.
Well, one or two ain't bad for however long the Grove of Forte has been around.
Yeah, we don't have janitors here. It's
Yeah.
honestly incredible that we're not drowning in broken glass.
Well, you know, Hrathur, as you've been here, the Grove of Forte has a habit of cleaning up itself. So if someone drops dead, they are just kind of consumed by the grove. Broken glass, consumed as well. Everything is recycled. Like, no one knows where the food or the drinks or everything comes from, but energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only changed. And
They're eating dead
recycled.
people. Cool.
Not dead
Well, you know.
but the energy that is left behind, converted by the primordial ring. It's like saying, oh, like, I used fertilizer and, like, used it to, like, grow my plants, so I'm eating dead people by eating plants.
Yeah, fair enough.
Vex would love that thought if she were coherent.
Legit! Well, it's for the mushroom. That's what the mushrooms do. They just...
Hrathur just suddenly starts to silently panic at the thought of Vex trying to talk to mushrooms here. Because only one type of mushroom exists here.
They're all magic,
The magic
man.
kind?
Yeah,
Yep.
all magic. But at this point, Vex and the office are almost out of sight as they're just booking it.
I start heading up the stairs, trying to keep pace.
Okay. They are going fast.
I can go fast.
You can go fast, you can, but you're also carrying Max.
I am.
Mm-hmm. So that's
So I can walk at their full tilt sprint speed with Max.
Correct. You can. But as we follow all of you as you begin to climb the Grove of Forte, the music begins to grow both louder and quieter. Like, you know in your ears it's growing quieter as you're leaving the ground below, but its effect and its presence in your mind is growing louder. Suitsui, we come to you first. As you're running up this mountain, there are little alcoves and basically cliffside parties along the mountain. And as you're climbing up, it's been about 5 minutes of just climbing steps, and you're starting to get tired. So, when you see a group of changelings hanging out near the stairs, it kind of catches your eye. And one of them looks over to you. Hey, are you here for the party?
Hey, I wish, but no, I'm not.
Come on, man. We got all the changelings right here. We're going through our best forms. We got a bunch of new clothes. It's great. We don't get to be amongst other tieflings a lot, so, you know, rare opportunity. When was the last time you were around another changeling?
That question hurts, and I think you know that.
Are you talking to me, Colin?
Up to you.
Okay, I assume so. But you can see just 10, 20 changelings near the entryway from the staircase, and there are more there, Suitsui. Your people right there, putting on costumes and clothing, going through and just being free. It's just with your own people, not needing to hide, looking out on the party, being away from the problems of the Prime Ring, and here amongst people who understand you. You can see this changeling who is sporting that silvery gray skin, white eyes, but has dyed their hair purple that slowly transitions to yellow and back to purple. It's just smiling at you. So come on, what do you say? Come on, it's the best party on the Primordial Ring.
Am I aware that since we started lagging behind?
There's a lot going on right now, so probably not.
Okay.
Because you're even needing to fight the effects of the Stairway of Temptation a bit.
Okay.
I think Suitsui does hesitate for a long time, but then he does turn to look back at his friends. Say, I really would like to stay, but I do need to go.
Are you sure? Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go. But just so you know, we have the best, the absolute best tequila.
He's still going.
Okay. So Suitsui, as you continue your climb up the staircase of temptation, Fitna, we find you as you're heading to the top as well. You're a fighter, well trained in good physical shape, so you're able to keep on running relatively well. And you come to another, outcropping along the side of the actual cliff. And you can see there are people there partying, but they have glasses of water, they're wearing nice clothes, it seems to be a bit calmer, and as you're running up you can see that here there appears to be a human man, probably 35 to 40, light kind of brown beard along the face, deep brown eyes and a kindly smile. Hello friend, you seem to be running quite quickly.
Hi, I'm trying to reach the top.
Oh, the top's such a long way. We're actually here, all of us, discussing life experiences. Times of faith and courage, stories of heroes. You seem like an upstanding gentleman. Would you like to come join?
I want to.
It's so peaceful to be around like-minded people who believe in a good, pure world.
Who are you all?
Oh, just an assortment of kindly people. Would you like some sparkling water, friend? He passes you a glass.
No, thank you. I think I should keep moving.
Please, just one story from you. One story to inspire the heroes of today and tomorrow, so that we all might find community.
Just one?
Just one, friend.
Who was on Fitna duty?
Fitna's on his own now. Everyone's just booking it up the staircase.
I'll share with you a story.
Fantastic. Come on, meet the others. And he, reaches out a hand for you.
No, we'll take the hand.
And you are led inside to your own personal party, Fitna.
Yes.
At this point, we cut to you, Vex. You and Aophis are bolting up the staircase in front of everybody. And Vex, as you're running up, you can see that there's an offshoot on the staircase. And on the side of the mountain, there's a beautiful arboreal forest. Just trees, flowers, mushrooms. And you can see near the entrance, there's a goblin woman with a flower crown on her head, sitting there, kind of smiling, laughing to passers-by, and she waves to you. Hello there. Would you like to come to our garden?
Oh, a garden? What do you have in there?
All types of rare and exotic plants, and they sing the most brilliant harmonies and melodies. They are quite beautiful. We're just hanging up the lights for our nightly party. Would you like to help me water the plants?
Yathis, what were we doing?
Are we running up here to water the plants?
Presumably, since I was behind them, I can see them stopping to talk to someone.
You can, yeah.
I pick up the pace.
As you pick up the pace, you know in Super Mario 64 when you're going up the infinite staircase?
Sure.
That. You are running in place, Hrathur. As the
Oh
staircase
boy.
of temptation just loops the same 5 steps over and over again.
That's fun.
We're here to water plants,
Yeah.
and the plants are here.
They are.
I try to muster the loudest whistle I can do.
Okay. Vex, make a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh boy, I cannot perceive very well.
You can
Right,
perceive plants
perception.
great.
I love looking at plants. I love perceiving plants.
You do.
The low one on that is going to be 5 plus 9, so a 14.
14. Okay, Hrathur, I want you to make just a general charisma check for me.
Okay. 12.
12. You're just barely not loud enough. And as you try and whistle as loud as you can, your friends aren't hearing you. But as the goblin woman passes you her flower crown, Vex, and smiles, she reaches out a hand for you.
Vex is gonna very quickly put the flower crown, hooking it on one of Yathis's, horns to put it on his head, and then, takes his hand and then takes the goblin lady's hand.
Okay. And Hrathur, you can see as the two of them are led into another cliff on the stairway of temptation.
I look at the sky, take a deep breath, and keep walking.
Okay. At this point, Cadogan, we cut to you as you're going up the staircase, one foot after another, breathing a little heavily. You come to a space, and you can see that there are orcs and large men and a whole bunch of, seemingly kind of cutthroat-esque looking people, all smiling and laughing. You can see one of them, this large, what you think might be like a bugbear woman, like the largest of the goblinoids, smiles at you, kind of a little bit of an underbite, tusks showing. Hello there. Oh, would you like to come to our meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have somewhere to be.
Well, and she kind of looks at you. You seem like you're carrying a lot on your shoulders.
Huh. Everyone is, to some extent.
Well, we're here, and in this group, we don't like to judge. We are all about forgiveness, leaving the past behind, eh?
Isn't that a little dangerous, though?
No. All that makes you sad, weighs you down. This is all about moving on from your mistakes, and here, we all allow ourselves to forgive one another. I forgive you. And you can see behind her a bunch of other people also repeat, I forgive you. Come on, why don't you come in and tell us your story? We have
I
some warm pies waiting.
I still have somewhere to be.
Please. And you can see all of them just kind of grow a little bit sad. Can you at least stop for a bit to forgive us?
I'm sure that even if I don't and I keep moving, you'll all just forgive me later.
And you can see that they just all grow really sad. Well, maybe, but you know, life is so short sometimes.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out.
She says, maybe, but life is so short sometimes. Please,
I do
won't you
still.
stay?
I can.
Do you think the people you're going to or the place you're going will forgive you?
No, probably.
Then why not get forgiveness here first?
I don't necessarily want forgiveness.
Everyone needs forgiveness.
I would prefer to learn from mistakes, not just blindly be absolved.
And at this point you feel the eye beneath your rags beginning to open at this point. And the woman steps a little bit closer. Well, can we at least interest you in some pie?
No, thank you.
Just for the road.
No, thank you. I'm on a diet.
But you're so strong! And she goes and she touches one of your biceps.
At least I'll take a step back.
And you take that step back, you realize that you're on the very edge of the staircase on the opposite side, distance having been distorted a little bit, and you wobble and you teeter for a moment before you step back on the staircase fully. What are you doing, Cadogan?
If he can, he's gonna try to keep walking.
With gritted teeth, you turn, continue up the staircase. And as you climb, Hrathur, you're going up and up and up, and eventually you hear Max kind of breathe out and says, Hrathur, I think I can walk by myself now. If you don't mind, I don't want you to keep carrying me if you don't have to.
That's thoughtful of you to think of me, but no, I can keep going. And listen, I appreciate that you want to walk on your own, but I don't want to mess it up right at the end, if that makes sense.
No, I get it. All right.
We're almost there.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Everyone else is being affected by this place. I mean, to a degree. Why aren't you? Why aren't I?
For you, I'm not so sure, but for me, this is where I was born. I lived here for 15 years, 13 years, something like that.
It's a long time.
Yep, every minute sucked.
I met you when I was 16. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Absolutely crazy. Now I'm 19. That's crazy too. Lots changed.
Hrathur thinks for a second. He's like, oh, I'm 31.
You're that old?
Huh. Yeah. Never really thought about it.
You're young. You seem young.
Oh, thank you.
You got that youthful spry.
Just as point of clarification, I have not stopped walking.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
You continue to climb, and you quickly glance back, and you can see that Cato and Sutsui and Professor Witterbeck and surprisingly Nephra as well are all continuing to climb. And Max smiles a bit. You all continue to make your way up and up and up. And we get quick shots of Fitna. You tell one story, and one story becomes two. And then someone else just has this awesome story that they have to tell you. And the stairs of temptation just kind of wrap around you, and they give you what you wanted. They give you like-minded, reasonable people who just want the best for the world and what they think is a reasonable way. And Vex, you and Yathis are able to walk around a beautiful, beautiful grove. Flowers of all different kinds that you're able to take care of, and they tell you such beautiful things. And as you're there walking through, Yathis kind of smiles. Man, this is everything that I dreamed it would be.
This place is crazy.
It's magical. Hey, we don't need to leave here.
Are you sure? I feel like there was something we were trying to do.
No, but it's so nice here, and honestly, if we just have each other, that's all we really need, right?
Yeah, you're making a lot of sense. You're giving a lot of points.
Yeah. What else do we need?
Water and food,
We have that
probably.
here. Look, and he picks some fruit off of a tree.
So we got water and food. Do we have shelter though? That's an essential.
You can see the goblin woman next to you smiles. Oh, it never rains here, and it stays this temperature year-round.
What if I want to take a nap?
Then you can nap.
In like a house.
Wow, under the trees, it's beautiful. Do you want me to show you the hammocks? And you can see Yathis grabs both of your hands. Come on, Vex, let's go see the hammocks.
I will go see the hammocks, but I want a cozy little cabin stat.
And as you say that, you look off into the distance, and there's a cozy little log cabin.
Now, why didn't I see that before?
And
That's crazy.
You can see the goblin woman kind of laughs. Oh, I must have missed it too. Do you guys want to go explore it?
Yeah, but don't you live here?
Oh, it's a big place.
Oh yeah, but it's right over there.
Oh, yeah, but
Well, I could have sworn we were doing something.
I think we were going to go see the hammocks, right?
Yeah, no, but like before that, and
Oh,
I think we were like going somewhere.
No, we were watering the plants.
But before we were watering the plants.
I don't remember anything.
Would I remember anything?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom. Oh, 8.
Nothing before the plants.
No, it's just the plants and the cabin and us.
You can see Yathis nods. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes. Let's go explore the cabin. Let's go explore the cozy little cabin.
Alright. So you do that. Fitna, can you make for me a wisdom saving throw as well?
Of course. Oh no, that was a nat one.
Nat one.
Yeah.
Stories are so good. They're so
Wait,
good.
wait, wait. Fitna, didn't you say you had Fey ancestry?
Yes, I do.
That should give you advantage against being charmed. Would that apply in this situation?
Yeah. Well, no, not in this situation.
Oh,
This is.
I've already been charmed, trust me.
Yeah, this is. He's already been charmed, but this is to recognize the influence and what's being put forward by the stairs. There's not any magic being enacted upon them. It is just to recognize everything that they wanted is being put before them. Or what the Grove can provide is being put before them, I should say. But Fitna, you're just with people who seem to get you. And we're there just to vibe and have a good time. But both of you will gain a fate point for going into the Grove and checking things out. But at this point, we go back to the others as eventually you reach the top of the staircase. This large flat plateau with pools of sparkling blue crystal water at the top. You can see that there are koi and other small fish moving about them. There are flowers and beautiful plants all about. And sitting at the center is this large golden seal set into stone. And it pulsates this bit of golden yellowish light. And you can see Witterbeck, who's made it to the top as well, kind of blinks his eyes. And Sutsui and Cadogan and all the rest of you, as you get right up here, the fog of the staircase and the grove itself seems to completely end. Like when you're here in the presence of this seal, it's no longer trying to entrap you as you made it past the temptations of the grove. And Witterbeck blinks. Guys, I think this is it. This is the center of the grove. We lost a few.
Yeah.
That's good. Now, well, we ought to, I think, probably begin the ritual of joy. Do you think we need the others for it?
I missed that. What?
The others.
No, what about the ritual? We have to do it?
I believe so. We.
All right. I don't know what that entails.
To be perfectly honest, I don't exactly know what it entails either. I told you everything that I knew. It can rid Max
a lot of.
Hmm?
What you told me is a lot of drinking and dancing and singing.
Yeah. It's vague, to be perfectly honest, but it was the only way to rid the bard of the hold that the Warrens had on them.
Yeah.
So honestly, I don't know. Again, it's probably something that requires music, a song, to noise of some type. joy? I don't know. I know it from an academic perspective, but I think the ritual requires something much deeper than that, to be perfectly honest. You guys are magical people. Can't you do something magical here?
Try.
Well, what would you trying to do, Cato?
I'm not sure. Oh, didn't healing magic, psych Fitna out earlier?
Yeah.
I can try a little more of that. Here, not a lot at once, just a little dose.
Maybe we should go back and find the others. I mean, the first ritual was a feast, wasn't it? There were a lot of people there.
Let's first try out starting with the stuff we know. And I'll just kind of set Max down on the ground and kind of sit him up.
Oh,
So he's like upright.
oh, thanks. And you can see as you look at him, his face is back to its normal shade of color. Tattoos basically completely faded. Eyes fine, bright and smiling. He seems to be generally back to normal.
And now that he's like upright, I will start like with my hooves and one of my hands start like drumming out a beat and start singing a song and trying to pick something that I think is relatively well known so that everyone else can also take part.
Okay. And as you begin to drum out the song, is there anything particular about the song that you sing?
I want a song about a long journey with friends.
Okay. And what are the rest of you doing as Hrathur begins to sing his song?
I'll sing along too and maybe kind of like clap to help keep a steady beat.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and sit down next to Max, and I'll try clapping on different parts of the body to create a cool rhythm, and try to teach the same thing to Max so he can join in.
Gotcha.
He's chained.
Is he?
Yes, he's chained.
Oh, I thought. Okay. Well,
it's
I
alright.
won't do that. I'll just sit with him and
You
clap.
clap. All I wanted is to be with my friends. This is
I'll
nice.
drum on the top of his head.
Thanks, Cato.
You got it, buddy.
And I have rations, but is that some jerky? Do I have some jerky?
Yeah, you have some jerky.
I'll take out some jerky and just start passing pieces around and.
Infinite cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. We can do infinite cinnamon rolls.
Are you pulling out infinite cinnamon rolls?
Of course.
Okay. And then,
I'll probably abstain from eating, but I'll pass them around for everyone else.
Gotcha. Then
All the cinnamon rolls and the turkey.
nice.
You should combine them. They're really good. It doesn't sound like it, but it's the sweet and the salt. Sweet and the salty together.
I mean, I'll try it just to humor him.
Tastes good.
Cool.
I mean, they're cinnamon rolls and jerky, so both are good, you know. As you are continuing on, all of you notice that the seal is beginning to grow a bit brighter as well. as the more you go and sing. Are you doing anything else in this time? As the core of what you're doing is working.
Can we... Would we be able to tell what we can do to kind of strengthen it? Like, if we need to be doing more, or if we maybe need to have more people with us?
Probably both would help. But you can see based on color and glow the effect that's going on and what things are happening.
Sorry, you cut out?
You can tell based on color and glow that if things are happening or not.
Should I try the healing magic, guys?
I don't know if we want to do that yet, but maybe if any of us have drinks, we can pass those around.
I have water. Actually, wait, no. I have some tea.
Tea would be good.
Let's do that.
Alright. And just regular tea, Hrathur.
Yeah.
Alright. You pass that around, and is someone giving Max some tea to drink? Because he can't hold any cup or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Gotcha. Then he drinks it and kind of smiles. This is good tea. I can't remember the last time I had tea. It's been a while, I think.
One of the little joys of life, I find.
Yeah. I think the little joys they're what makes everything worth it, right?
100%.
It's nice to return to something. Haven't had it for a while. A lot of the times it makes it even better than you remembered.
Definitely.
And I'm gonna, pull Max into a hug.
And you can see the circle just begins to grow a little bit brighter.
I'll
Max.
pile on for a group hug.
Come on, Sutsui, bring it in.
Yep, since who's going in?
Gotcha, and he smiles and laughs a bit. Thanks, guys. It's been hard the past year, but you guys made it worth it, I think.
I can honestly say that prior to meeting you all, I thought I lived a pretty, insane life. I don't think I knew the heights that could reach until I met you all.
Yeah, Hrathur, you fought people and monsters. You fought darkness itself.
Yeah.
And Sutsui, you have that cool bow, and I mean, I don't know, you found a long lost family member. That's pretty cool.
This year has changed a lot for me, but in a good way. I honestly wouldn't trade it for the world.
You're a changeling, right? You like change.
I do, but I mean, I would not change what has already happened.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the person this has made me. But, there's still room for future change.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that I'd want everything to happen the exact same way, but, just, craziness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can say in all honesty, I got to meet you guys. And that is not something I'd want to trade.
That's is Cadogan okay?
I look at Cadogan.
Cadogan,
Oh god.
you're feeling so nauseous. That nausea that's been building for so long, coming to a front. And you're over the pools, right? Of water?
Generally.
As you stare at your own reflection, and your body begins to shake, what do you do as you begin to vomit this?
Aiming away from the water,
Okay,
not into the water.
gotcha. Then as you aim, just turning, you vomit outward. And your Saturnine is 10. Full. Max Saturnine. Gained a lot of it over the course of the adventures here.
This is an accurate statement.
Good thing, though, because now your Saturnine is at 0.
Okay, we're good.
But I can say now that Vex and Fitna, all of a sudden, the hold that the Grove has on you dies. Just like it cuts. You're in the middle of telling a story, Fitna, and then you're like, wait a minute. I had to get to the top and my friends, and then you feel this weirdness around, and you know something's off, and you see that the sky at the top of the mountain is turning a bit red. What are you doing, Fitna?
Thank you guys for having me, but I have to go.
Oh, wait. Who are you? Where am I?
Doesn't matter.
Where's my dad? Where's my mom?
What?
Has anyone seen my husband? And everyone there is just looking around in a bit of a panic.
I'm sorry. I can't help you. Good luck. And Fitna will run up the stairs.
Okay. Vex, you're scoping out a beautiful log cabin. 2 bedrooms, a central kitchen, a living room. Iothis is looking at the fireplace and commenting on it, and then instantly both of you just stop. And you look at each other. Hey, I think I know what we've been forgetting.
Yeah. We gotta get to the top.
Shit, let's go. And
Okay,
Iothis
come on,
just
come on.
bolts running.
I also
Running
bolt.
fast. And at this point, Cadogan, you're feeling so much better. I mean, you were really feeling sick, and you were feeling sick for a while, as you know. But as you look up, blinking, you notice that little bit of red in the sky, created as you can see coming forth out of the ground, these reddish crystals. Actually very similar red crystal. Similar because it's that same reddish crystal that you saw in the Tomb of the Dorcha, where Sin bled. Same, not to the degree completely covering the spacing crystal, just a few that have jutted through the ground that are pulsating red. Now, you also notice your friends have been knocked about 30 feet backward towards the edge of the mountainous cliffs. Hrathur, you had to catch yourself digging in with your hooves. Sutsui, you landed in like this 3-point stance, looking around. And Sutsui, dawn is glowing brightly, blinking. Wrong, something's wrong here. And slowly but surely, all of you look over. You look over to someone who is standing in the middle of that sigil right there. That point. All of you see Max? Question mark? All that blackness and darkness spewed away. Spewed and hit Max. Not that you were aiming for him, Cadogan, but it twisted and shifted in the air, going towards a focal point for it, going towards the closest vessel. All of that darkness that you allowed yourself to take on, but also that you allowed sin to place within you, Cadogan. And you see now Max kind of stands up straighter, skin ashen gray. You can see the tattoo along his body has grown and now shines this deep violet of a color. He looks around, smiles. Suitsui, you actually recognize that smile. How could you forget? It's the same smile in a different body. The smile that was worn by the avatar of the Malefic Warrens, Abaddon, worn perhaps by the very Warrens themselves. Oh, another body. I thought I was close to losing this one. Well, thank you all for taking me here. I'll just be going now. And you can see the body of Max stands up. You have a wonderful and beautiful home, Sir Sailor. Would you like to show me around it?
Hrathur's just staring at it.
What a shame.
Doesn't move to speak or anything.
And at this point, Fitna, Vex, and the office all show up about this time at the top of the stairs, and you see Max, but not Max, standing on that central sigil. Oh, there all of you are. Well, well, thank you for bringing me here. I thought that, it would be close. It would certainly be close. But, I mean...
Where's Max?
Suitsui, what's going on?
I don't
Hrathur?
know. The ritual was working, and then Cato
Cato?
Cato threw up, and
Don't blame dear Cadogan. Cadogan is wonderful. And Max is gone. Don't worry about it. Or Max is better now. Max is one of us. Now,
he's not. We're not letting you take it.
what do you mean, let me take him? You already did let me take him. Look, I don't want to tussle with any of you. Quite honestly, it would just be a waste of all our time, really. So I'm going to leave here, and you can leave here, and that will be that, right? That's all we really need.
You're a fool if you think you're going anywhere.
Why? But why am I a fool, though? That's my question. Why am I a fool? Fitna for what? Believing?
You're a fool because you will never leave that dais, but Max will.
Oh, hold on. Let me just. Whoop! Oh, look, I left the dais. And then, oh, I returned to it. Fitna. You have such a great heart. Use it for others. What? Now. This is still Max's body, right? Do you really want to do anything?
He doesn't need all the
to
pieces.
That's a little violent. Vex, do you think Max would want all the pieces of his body? Do you think it would be terrible for his memory if, I don't know, a leg was missing?
I think he'd prefer it in one piece, but I also think he'd prefer it anyway that you're not in it.
Max has gone on to achieve his true purpose, to take attention away from, well, take attention away from the real and the fake Dorcha, to be here, and to leave a mark, really.
What do you mean, Mark?
What, you think I'm just going to monologue to you? I am the mouth of Abaddon now, but I don't want to monologue. Quite honestly, I just want to leave. Take a look around the new digs, if you will. I hate to be a spoil sport, but the neighbors have said the party's too loud, and I'm here to turn down the music. Right? Isn't that what you wanted, Hrathur? I heard you, actually, so long ago in the Rogues River. I heard you as you spoke in the dark. Don't you just want a little silence? Don't you just want it all to end? Huh?
I've recently decided silence is overrated.
Pooh, Hrathur. I thought we were kindred. Cut from the same cloth, really. I also never took you as a man who liked violence. So, again, I'll just leave. Tell Fitna here to put down the whip. And we can all go about our separate ways. Without incident.
Fitna's gonna lunge and attack Max.
Alright. Then, as you lunge forward, attacking, what are you attacking with, Fitna?
The lightning whip.
You have a surprise round then, Fitna. So are you making attack rolls now?
Yes.
Okay. Then, you can take your turn then.
Alright. I will. I believe I'm in range, so I will try and hit. With advantage, because surprise round? Or
no advantage because of surprise round.
It's a 16 to hit.
That misses. Misses by a wide margin, actually, as your whip is cracked and not Max. Easily twists around and avoids it. thinking
Please.
of, Fitna?
Honestly, Fitna's in shock. He's just attacking out of impulse.
Alright, are you using any more attacks?
He'll attack one more time, and end his turn.
Okay.
Gonna be an 18 to hit.
18. As you strike out, at this point, you watch as the mouth of Abaddon draws Max's whip greatsword and flicks it and bats your attack aside. What a shame. You know, I really thought that this could end amicably between all of us. Well, looks like you won't be seeing Mommy or Daddy again, Fitna. Would you like me to tell them something? The darkness is so close to them now.
Go to hell.
Poor choice of words. As darkness begins to descend, as all of you ready yourselves, here's where we will end the session for today.
Bruh!
Oh no.
And we'll
Bruh!
pick up
You
there
guys.
next week.
Dang. That was a great session. Thank you. I really enjoyed it, to be honest. Up to the end.
To the end. Are we ready to start?
Yeah.
I mean, we can, like, delay this for a little while longer, right?
I don't think we can, Dalton. We've delayed this by a whole week.
I think